Section 1 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4, by John D. Lawson. The trial of Francis Burke for the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, Baltimore, Maryland, 1832. The narrative. There existed in the first half of the 19th century a form of empiric medicine introduced by Samuel Thompson, which had numerous followers in all parts of the United States. The practitioners were not licensed physicians, but were popularly known as herb doctors, and the system was known as the Thompsonian system. Its three great remedies were sweating, lobelia, and capsicum, and one of the leading principles was that the human body was composed of four elements: earth, air, fire, and water. And one of its apothegms was that metals and minerals, being in the earth, extracting them from its depths and taking them into the human body, had the result of carrying back into the earth those that so used them, while on the other hand, the tendency of all vegetables was to spring away from the earth, and hence to keep those who consumed them from the grave. The cholera raged in the city of Baltimore and other parts of the country in the year 1832, and the Thompsonian method was supposed by its followers to be very effectuous in the scourge. Doubtless many fees were lost by the physicians of the old school on this account, and it was not strange that they should have tried to find an herb doctor to make an example of. They found two, Francis Burke and William Bell, whom they were able to prove had put one Hazlip through a course of intense sweating and enormous doses of their favored remedies, and the patient having died, the grand jury was induced to indict them for manslaughter. Burke, who was tried first as a sort of a test case, did not deny the treatment, but justified it. And although the regular physicians had any number of their members to testify that the treatment was all wrong and that Hazlip's life would have been saved had he employed a licensed doctor of medicine, they were confounded by the host of people that came forward to show that they had been cured after the regular physicians had failed, and during the cholera epidemic the old school had lost a larger portion of patients than the new. The defense did not call all the people who were eager to give testimony for Burke, and the jury took only a few minutes to return a verdict of not guilty. The trial. In the city of Baltimore, December 1832. Honorable Nicholas Bryce, Chief Justice. Honorable Alexander Nisbet, Associate Justice. December 12th. The prisoners Francis Burke and William Bell had been jointly indicted by the grand jury for the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, in violently making him submit to the application of steam externally and to take internally certain poisonous drugs. Thomas Jennings and R. W. Gill, Deputy Attorneys General of Maryland for the state, George R. Richardson, and David Stewart for the prisoners. Mr. Richardson asked that the case of William Bell be proceeded with first. Mr. Jennings objected. Burke was the principal offender and should be tried first. The court ordered the trial of Burke to begin and that the clerk call the jury. Mr. Jennings suggested that each juror, as he came to the book, should state to the court if he had formed and expressed an opinion on the case, and the questions were propounded in that form. Some of the jurors candidly stated in reply that they had formed an opinion favorable to the prisoner and retired from the box. On the question being propounded to John E. Stansbury, he replied that he had not formed nor expressed any opinion upon the subject. Deputy Attorney General Jennings asked that triers be sworn for the purpose of determining whether John E. Stansbury stood indifferent or not. 3 triers from the jurors previously sworn, viz. Samuel Child, John Durham, and Henry Hanna, were sworn. The state called witnesses who proved that Elijah Stansbury, Jr., was the purchaser of a right under the Thomsonian patent, and that he was a practitioner of that system. Mr. Jennings contended that as Elijah Stansbury, Jr. was the brother of John E. Stansbury and deeply involved in his feelings in the success of this system, and consequently, as a result of this very trial, he was not omni exceptione major, and of course should not be sworn in as a juror. Counsel for the prisoner argued that the bias which the state's attorney attempted to show as resulting from the relation of John E. Stansbury and Elijah Stansbury, Jr. in connection with the fact of Elijah Stansbury, Jr. being a holder of a right was altogether too remote and indistinct to warrant the belief that he would not decide according to the testimony, that the great object was to have a fair and impartial trial by competent and disinterested men, and that nothing in the present case had been shown to satisfy the court that the juror, John E. Stansbury, had not all these important attributes required for his office. The court submitted the question to the triers, who decided that John E. Stansbury was competent to serve. The jurors were then sworn, the indictment then read, and the prisoner pleaded not guilty. Lorenzo Patrick was intimate with the deceased, saw him after his death. Early in the morning he came in the room in which I was at work. He stayed about a minute, went out and immediately returned, and again went out with a roll of blankets which he took and went to Mr. Bell's. This was before breakfast, about 8 o'clock. Between 11 and 12, heard Mr. Hazlip was at Mr. Bell's and immediately went there. Mr. Bell stated to me that it was a strong case of spasmodic cholera. Went up and found Mr. Hazlip on a machine they used for steaming. He was lying upon the machine and was very restless. His face was much flushed. He said he was not able to stand it, never would be able to go through it. Mr. Bell and Mr. Burke were both engaged in the operations. Bell told him that as he commended, he must go through it, and he would forfeit $50 if Mr. Hazlip should not be a well man. Bell further said that if Hazlip had been an hour later in coming, his case would have been very desperate. Left Bell's and went to Mrs. Hazlip's. In a few minutes, Mr. Moffat's brother came in and asked me to go to Bell's with him. I refused, but at last consented and went back with Moffat. During my second visit, Mr. Burke was there. This was between 12 and 1 o'clock. He was in the room the whole time I was there. Hazlip sat up on the sacking bottom and said he could not stand it. Burke told him that he must go through now, as he had commenced, and that if he did not, he would be liable to spasms. He made him lie down. Do not say he used violence to force him down, but he told him he must lie down, and he did lie down. Mr. Burke then gave him some medicine to drink. He gave it as medicine and said he must take it. Hazlip refused to take it. Burke, however, prevailed upon him, and he did take the medicine. Then left him, and the next time I saw him he was dead. I went away soon after the medicine was taken, and saw him again about 3 o'clock. He was, in the morning, apparently as well as I am. The next time I saw him, after I left the shop, he was on the steamer. When I saw him between 11 and 12 o'clock, I was with him about 25 minutes, and he was under the action of steam all the time I was there. While I was with him the first time, no medicine was given him. I believe, however, Mr. Bell did give him some gruel. Put my hand before the steam pipe, but could not bear it there for the great heat. There was no change in the application of the steam during my first visit. The first time Mr. Burke attended to the steam, there were 2 rooms, and the pipe led from one to the other. It was a thin pipe. There were rooms close adjoining. No injection was given while I was there. Bell told me, however, that he had given an injection and showed me the syringe he used. He did not say there was more than one injection, nor what composed it, did not ask him, nor any question about the medicine. Hazlip said that his insides were burning up and complained a great deal. Saw no bed in the room. There were a table and a chair in the room, but no other furniture except some trumpery. Did not pay particular attention to what it was. There appeared to be no preparation in the room for a sick person. Heard Mrs. Hazlip say she sent a bed to Bell's, but do not know what time she did send it. Mr. Hazlip was still on the sacking bottom at my second visit. Put my hand on the pipe at my second visit and found it was just warm. When I saw him the second time, he looked very pale, and he was wrapped up in blankets. I was there about 10 minutes this time, and when I left him, he was still on the sacking bottom. He was, I could judge, about 28 years or 30 years of age. His constitution was healthy and robust. I had been acquainted with him about 2 years. He was of active habits. Cross-examined. Saw him on the Sunday evening previous to the occurrence at Bell's. He died on Monday. Saw him on Sunday at the Susquehanna Railroad and went with him as far as Gwynn's Tavern, walked 2 or 3 miles on the road, and then when I came back saw him again. He had been as far as Green Spring. He had been drinking, but not so much but that he was able to take care of himself. He came to town with me, and on the road the car stopped, and we had got out and took a glass of wine together. His appearance showed he had been drinking before. Accompanied him home and saw him next morning when at work. Previous to this, had not seen him for a day or 2. I think I saw him at his house, being well acquainted with him and frequently calling there sometimes 3 or 4 times a week. Saw no appearance of his being on a frolic. Cannot say exactly when I saw him previously, but it was within 4 or 5 days, as I often go to his house and generally have found him engaged in his business. He was not a man of intemperate habits, but would sometimes take a glass. Never saw him under the influence of liquor, except the particular instance mentioned. He said that if he lived on the next Sunday, he would have rode again upon the railroad. He was in excellent health and of active habits. He was intimate with Mr. Bell. He lived near the corner of 2nd Street and Market Space and kept a second-hand clothing store, and often carried articles to Mr. Bell's to have them dyed. He never said to me that he would go through a course of medicine. The machine was formed of 2 planks boxed up at the ends, about the length of a man, and from 2 to 3 feet wide. He was rolled in blankets. The steam pipe came out of the other room and ran into the box through the bottom. It was wide enough to lay on. Between 11 and 12 o'clock, I understood he was going through a course, and was very much surprised to hear that he had the cholera. He said he felt very bad. I thought he had the cholera. Mr. Bell told me that Hazlip had the cholera, and he told me this in the presence of Hazlip. When I went there, Bell told me it was a very violent case of spasmodic cholera. Hazlip did not say anything about it, and wanted to come off. He was very anxious to come off of the steamer, but they would not let him. At the first time the steam pipe was so hot that I could not bear it. At the second time it was cleverly warm. This time he raised up, and Bell said he must lay down or he would have spasms. He appeared much exhausted, raised up and sat on the plank. Bell made him lay down, and he administered some gruel. Do not know what Burke gave him at my first visit. Bell remarked that if he had come an hour later, his case would have been desperate. Bell said that Hazlip was in a very fine way, and that he was doing well. Left there between 12 and 1 o'clock, and when I returned, Hazlip was dead. The blankets were rolled around him when I saw him on the steam cot, and he was very restless, moving about backwards and forward. At this time, between 12 and 1 o'clock, the pipe of the steamer was cleverly warm. Hazlip complained very much that he was burning up on his insides, and said he could not go through it. Amos West went to Bell's house about the middle of September, in consequence of hearing from my children that Mr. Bell had taken cholera. Had a great curiosity to see the cholera, so went down to his house. Met Bell in his dye house, and was very much surprised as I heard he had the cholera. He said he had a patient undergoing the steam operation who had it, but that he was not sick himself. Went upstairs and saw Mr. Hazlip lying on the box. Mr. Burke being at this time in the room, Bell mentioned he had nothing to do with it, and it was Burke's case, that he had consented to Burke's using the apparatus. Hazlip had some clothing wound around him, and appeared to be in a great deal of agony from the complaints he made and from his appearance. He complained very much of the heat, and observed that the operation was a severe one. Felt some curiosity in the case, and examined him, and felt his pulse. It was very rapid. Requested him to put out his tongue, and he did so. It was very red and very warm. Was induced to examine it from having understood that in the cholera the tongue was always very cold. His eyes were very red and appeared to be inflamed. Had also heard that in cases of cholera the feet were shriveled. Examined his feet only by feeling. The toes did not feel as if they were shriveled. Did not see them. He had no spasms when I saw him. He said he had no purgings or evacuations. Put my hand under the clothes. It felt warm, but I could bear my hand there without inconvenience. Did not touch the steam pipe. Was there from 15 to 20 minutes, and Burke was there all the time I was. Bell was there most of the time. He went out, and I was up and down frequently, and Mr. Moffat, I saw, was there, I think. Hazlip was under the application of the steam all the time. Bell said he could ease the steam off, and went out to stop some part of the pipe for that purpose, which I understood was done by means of a cock. There was something given him by Burke while I was there, and he leaned over the cot and was very sick and made several attempts to vomit. I believe did not throw up anything. Burke gave him some medicine, but did not know what it was. Knew Hazlip by sight. Medicine was poured out of a vial into a cup and given to him out of the cup. Cross-examined. When I went into the room, my object was curiosity, as I was anxious to see a case of cholera. Do not recollect of making any remark to anyone in the room. Bell had shown me the steam apparatus some time before. The heat when I was in the room was not very severe. At the time I left the house, did not think of him so near his end. Thought steaming a very severe operation, and had very definite impressions of the treatment from what I had before I saw it. Wanted to satisfy myself about the cholera was my reason for going in. The man complained much of the treatment. Had my doubts whether he had the cholera. He repeated that he could not stand the operation and begged them to desist. Did not see him afterwards until after his death. Heard that he had died about 3 o'clock, and I did not see him until the coroner's inquest was held. The jury of inquest met about dark. Think it was spoken of as a case of cholera, and whatever doubts I had did not express them. Anthony Moffat, and brother-in-law of Mr. Hazlip. Saw him about 8 o'clock. He came to my store and borrowed a couple of blankets. As he was going through, he laughed and appeared well and in good spirits. Next saw him at Bell's between 10 and 12 o'clock. Mr. Bell, Burke, and a small girl were present. Mr. Hazlip was on the steamer. He was very warm. The perspiration flowed very free in large drops, and his face was flushed. He appeared very restless. Mr. Bell told me that he came to go through a steam, but he would not let him without the assistance of Mr. Burke. Did not understand which went after Mr. Burke, whether it was Hazlitt himself or Bell. He said when he was on the steamer that he could not stand it any longer, and appeared very restless. Burke and Bell talked among themselves, said to them that if either of us were in the same situation, we would be as easy as he was. Burke said he did not think so, that he, Hazlip, was quite childish. Burke showed me the syringe that he gave the injection with. He said that they, Burke and Bell, did not wait for medicine to operate. He said the injection was composed of lobelia, cayenne pepper, and number 6. They gave him medicine while I was there. Burke once, and I think Bell once, and Bell gave him gruel also. Remained near an hour. He was in the steam cot all the time I stayed. Did not stay in the room all the time. It was very warm and very uncomfortable. Found him on the cot when I went, and left him on it when I came away. The steam pipe was so hot I could not bear my hand on it, and they would sometimes blow the steam off by turning it. If the steam in blowing off made any noise, I did not hear it. I do not think it did. Under the cot was very, very warm. Could not say, but that at all its parts It was of the same temperature. There was in the room a table and a chair or two, and some lumber, but there was no bed in the room. Left him on the steam cot, and I was going, when Bell, seeing I was going, and that I was very uneasy, said he would forfeit $50 if he would not be well in 2 hours. Felt his feet, but felt no cramps in them. Bell and Hazlip were intimate. He was about 28 or 30 years old, enjoyed tolerable good health, and was an active and muscular man, quite as strong as I am. He was a temperate man, I considered. Saw him on the railroad the Sunday previous, and was at Gwynn's tavern with him. He showed then that he had taken a glass, but a stranger would not have noticed it. He was perfectly sober when he got the blankets. On my second visit, saw him close by the steam bath on a bed between 12 and 3 o'clock. About 3 he was in a state of insensibility and could not speak. Bell was with him. He said that he had sent for a physician. I offered to go for one and went for Dr. Hintz, and as he was not in, I met Dr. Knapp in Market Street and told him I wanted him to go and see a man who was undergoing the Thomasinian practice. He said he would not go, urged him to go. Then he said that if it was a friend of mine, he would, and did accompany me. No physician had been there when I left him. He did not know me at this time, and was insensible. There were about 2 hours intervened between my first and second visit. Dr. Cole was there when I returned with Dr. Knapp. Bell was in the room. Burke had gone to attend another patient before Knapp came. Believe it was a lady named Jenkins. Hazlip's apprentice boy brought me word. End of Part 1. Recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Francis Burke of the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, Baltimore, Maryland, 1832, Part 2. Cross-examined. Was in the room when Dr. Knapp bled him. Burke was not there when I went for a physician, nor when I came back. Do not think I saw him the whole day. Might have reproved Mrs. Hazlip for her anxiety, but do not think I did. Do not recollect telling her that I thought Mr. Hazlip was doing very well, and that it was a very fine apparatus. Told Mrs. Hazlip that they told me that he was doing very well, but do not recollect exactly what I did tell her at the time. Did say the machinery and apparatus was very fine apparatus for that kind. Meant the machinery looked very well. When I told Mrs. Hazlip my impression was he was doing very well and would get well, I did so to quiet her uneasiness, as she was very uneasy. Went by their opinions and gave their opinions as mine to her. Knew nothing but what they told me. Was alarmed, but Bill and Burke relieved it by saying he was doing very well. M.B. Townsend saw Mr. Hazlip the day of his death, about a quarter before 10 o'clock, and stopped to talk to him. He appeared well, and I did not see anything wrong about him. Never saw him afterwards. Heard that about 3 o'clock he was dead. He was active and apparently in good health. He lived in my neighborhood for 2 or 3 years. He would sometimes take too much to drink, and on the Saturday, even previous to his death, he drank too much. Cross-examined. Saw him in my store. He came to pay me some money he owed me. He certainly had been drinking. Only saw him on Saturday at about 5 o'clock. Dr. Isaac Cole was called to Mr. Hazlip between 2 and 3 o'clock. When I arrived, Mr. Bell and Mr. Burke and the patient were all in the room. He was lying on a small trundle bed near the box which they use for steaming. Consider the man laboring under engorgement of the blood vessels of the head. He is entirely insensible. His face was flushed, his eyes were red. These symptoms and the very great difficulty of breathing led me to this conclusion. Mr. Bell asked me to take charge or administer some relief if possible, and said they had been steaming him. They did not tell me further than to say they had been steaming him. Mr. Burke appeared very anxious. I should afford him some relief, told him that if I could abstract blood, it was his only chance. Told Burke that if I could bleed him and he died, he would say the doctors had bled him to death. Burke was then feeling his temples. He said he would give the case up to me. I told him that I would not consent to that, but that if I could afford him any relief from the situation in which he was placed, I would do so. Saw the injecting instrument. They said they had given him an emetic. Bell said I should bleed him when I said it was the only course, and seemed anxious I should do it. Found his situation would not admit of general bleeding, as he was rapidly sinking. Made an incision over the temporal artery, but did not succeed in drawing blood. Then told him they might apply mustard plasters to his arms and legs. Saw then that he would die, and that further treatment was useless. Left the house in a few minutes and saw Dr. Knapp and called him. He entered the room and saw that I had attempted to divide the artery. Dr. Knapp said he would try if he could do it. He made the attempt and succeeded in getting as much blood as filled his ear 2 or 3 times, for it ran down into his ear. He expired in about a half hour after I first saw him. Thought when I first saw him he would die. The engorgement of blood was very great. Mr. Bell insisted upon my endeavoring to relieve him, and was very anxious that I should bleed him. He was then holding the man's head. Observed to Mr. Burke that my treatment was different from his. He said I was called in to take charge. I told him it was not my case, and I did not so consider it. It would have been impossible for him to have recovered if he had not been bled. Met his wife on the steps, and it was as much to satisfy her, as she appeared much distressed, that I attempted it. Cross-examined. Burke left the room for a few minutes after Dr. Knapp came in. Met Mrs. Hazlip on the steps. There was in the room a table, some medicines on it, and a small trundle bed. Had to unwrap the arm to get to the pulse. We found on the examination after death the brain, the lungs, and liver engorged with blood, the lungs more than the brain, which corroborates my opinion. There was an infusion of bloody fluid through the brain. The heart we found in a healthy condition. The liver, as I observed before, was engorged with blood. The stomach and bowels were carefully examined, and here and there we found patches of inflammation. The other organs appeared in a healthy state. The circulation is stopped by engorgement of blood. I think this engorgement was produced by the treatment administered, taking everything into consideration, the means used, the appearance after death, and looking at the causes to produce that appearance. If he had been subject to intoxication, such treatment would have still more aggravated it, the tendency of steam being always to produce a great excitement of the system. This and the vomiting had a tendency to force the blood to the head. The effect of stimulants at any time is to occasion the same result. This disgorgement of blood on the brain must have been recent, as it could not have continued, and the man have lived. The inflammation on the bowels had the appearance of being recently produced. Steam baths are sometimes resorted to, such, for instance, as that used by Dr. Jennings, but I have never used one except by the application of hot bricks. His looks were of a full habit, and appeared about 27 or 28 years of age. Cayenne pepper is a strong stimulant, and is, I believe, never used as an injection, but by the advocates of the system. But I have known brandy used under particular circumstances. The summer before last, when many died of drinking cold water, I used brandy and sometimes procured relief. I never knew lobelia to be used by any except the advocates of this system. The effect of lobelia, it is said, is an act as a purgative. I have never used it, and have no knowledge of it myself. Cayenne is an active stimulant. Lobelia is also. Lobelia, I do consider, ought not to be used by any but those who are judicious and acquainted with its effects and qualities. Consider it a dangerous article, and think it improper to be used without experience of persons of good judgment. His pulse was too feeble to be bled from the arm. Bell sent for me at first. Was examined at the coroner's inquest, which was held about 8 o'clock in the evening. Bell and Booth both stated before the jury that they had administered lobelia and cayenne pepper, and that it had the effect they intended. They said the injection was composed of No. 6 and a composition powder. They gave what I consider large doses, a teaspoon of lobelia. I am not certain how much is an ordinary dose, 10 or 20 grains, I think, but do not know how to measure by teaspoonfuls. The cayenne pepper was given in the composition powder. The medicine produced vomiting. They have a powder, No. 6, given as an injection with lobelia, also with a nerve powder. The injection was of No. 6, and they referred to the book. The cayenne is one of the ingredients of No. 6. Recollect a case in which I have known Mr. Burke to have administered. At the time the cholera was raging, a female was attacked in French Alley. She was in a back room. I felt her pulse. It was laboring under cholera. Burke was treating her. It was too dark in the room for me to see much of her situation, and then I left her. Burke said she recovered. I saw her on Saturday, and on Monday I met some of the members of the society who said she was mending. I am not aware of having expressed any surprise. Saw nothing like cholera in the case of Mr. Hazlip. There was no cramps, but there was convulsions. The lungs were slightly adhered to the chest, but that could not have produced his death. There was some disease of a chronic character, but it could not have caused his death. I considered the effect of the treatment was to aggravate these slight chronic diseases. They could not have produced his death, and for all the effect they could have caused, he would have lived to an old age. When I first came, there was a tendency to convulsions, which I attributed to the pressure on the brain. They have a powder they use which they call No. 6. I have seen it. December 13, Dr. Cole. When I reached Bell's, Hazlip was lying on the bedstead. The windows in the room were all down. The patient was wrapped up in blankets. A sudden check of perspiration is likely to produce serious consequences, particularly when there has been a great excitement of the system, and a sudden check of the perspiration would be likely to produce the symptoms of congestion, which I alluded to yesterday. The day was very pleasant and fine. The air was clear. The mischief was done before I entered the room. The man was sponged with cold water by Burke while in a state of perspiration. Did not know until they told me before the jury of inquest what they had done and the treatment they had pursued. The sponge was used while the steaming was going on. He was in a profuse perspiration when I reached there. He was sponged with cold water on the face and breast while steaming. I attribute the systems to the operation of the whole treatment, from the steam and the internal stimulants administered. Cannot explain why the patches of inflammation were in the bowels. If the strong stimulating medicines used had come in contact with the bowels, they might have produced general inflammation. No one part of the stomach is more likely or predisposed to inflammation than another. Neither is one part of the bowels more likely to inflammation than another. When I felt his pulse, it was very feeble, and that was the reason I did not bleed or attempt to bleed from the arm. The redness of the face and eyes indicated congestion, and I thought it necessary to abstract blood from the artery. Could not, in his thin state, adopt general bleeding. I am not acquainted with lobelia and have never used it. Always considered it a very dangerous medicine when administered by persons not well acquainted with its effects, and I have always found other medicines to answer the same purpose. Dr. Cutler was, I believe, the first one who has introduced lobelia into the recent notice. It has been recommended by physicians as a specific for the asthma. I believe a distinguished physician used it upon himself and took it in the form of a tincture by dissolving it in spirits and threw as much into it as the spirits would abstract. All our medical works mention lobelia as dangerous, and I do think it is a dangerous article in unskillful hands. About 10 grains of lobelia in dry leaves is an ordinary dose. This is sometimes increased to 20 grains. The valerian is used as a nervine. They have a powder they call number 6, am well acquainted with it, am frequently subject to a nervous headache, and in one of my visits to a friend's house, at his request, I took a little of it to relieve my headache, but it had not the effect. The lungs in the case of Hazlip were more engorged than the brain. There might have been a strong predisposition to that engorgement. The tendency of the vapor bath is to excite all the vessels on the surface of the body and unite the circulation on the surface. In this case, I discovered the brain, bowels, and lungs were affected by this steaming. It would not have a tendency to relieve congestion if the steam was continued for a length of time. All the circumstances led us to the conclusion that he came to his death by the treatment pursued. If it were not for the testimony at the post-mortem examination, by which we learned the treatment which had been pursued, we might not have been able to come to any positive conclusion upon the subject. It was only by hearing the treatment and then an examination of its effects that we came to the conclusion. When I made the attempt to open the artery, I told Bell to apply mustard plasters to his feet and arms. I then went away. I did not know any other physician had been sent for. The only change I caused in the treatment was the attempt to sever the artery and the application of the mustard plasters. Dr. Knapp, when he came, asked for a lancet and cut the artery. Burke was then holding the head of the patient and also washed his face with camphor. The windows were open and Hazlip was wrapped up in blankets. The windows were continued open during my second visit. The head of the patient was slightly elevated, but I do not recollect that a chair was placed behind him or what was there to elevate it. There are 2 windows in the room. The room is a small one. The door was also open. Dr. Knapp was then in attendance, and I left the man, thinking he must die. Mr. Moffat was the person who went for Dr. Knapp. Mr. Bell sent for me. When there is an engorgement of the blood vessels, we bleed without reference to perspiration. Mr. Burke has been practicing for some time. He has on several occasions invited me to attend with him to see his cases, and it was in consequence of this general invitation, as well as a special one, that I went to see this patient in French Alley. I attended a family who had Smith and Thompson's system of medicine in their house, and were very partial to it, but they would never administer without advice. They frequently urged me to abandon the system I practice and adopt it, alleging that if I did so, I would find it profitable. At the decease of this gentleman, his books were presented to me. The common characteristic of cholera is congestion, not inflammation. Did not discover in this case any symptoms of cholera when I first went, nor did I find any on the post-mortem examination. Never had an opportunity of being present at the dissection of a case of cholera. With regard to cayenne pepper, we might perhaps give 6, 8, or 10 grains. A teaspoonful is about 30 grains, weighted to ascertain the quantity. I would not, under any circumstances, give more than 6, 8, or 10 grains more than 2 or 3 times a day. It is my deliberate opinion, formed from what I saw while in the room, as well as at the post-mortem examination, that his death was occasioned from the treatment which he received. The report of the inquest was drawn up by Professor Giddings. The jury asked our opinion, and we retired to consult upon the case. Our opinion was given unanimously, no blank sheet being signed by the physicians. The report was signed by all the physicians present. We examined all the witnesses before the jury of inquest. Barnett McCauley. Saw a man in the steam bath. Did not see him after his death. Do not know positively it was Mr. Hazlip, but believe it was. Went there through curiosity to see a man going through the steam. Mr. Seabrook told me that there was a man upstairs who was going through the steam. He lives with Mr. Bell. When I got up to the room, I found Burke, Bell, and Mr. Moffat there. This was about 11 o'clock. Hazlip seemed to be in a very uneasy situation from perspiration. He asked how long, for God's sake, he would be kept there. The reply was that it would all be over in 10 or 15 minutes. Do not suppose I stayed more than 15 minutes. He was on the steam cot all the time I did stay. There was nothing said about Dr. Hintz being sent for. Saw them give him nothing, but saw Burke reducing the steam. The steam came very rapid. The pipe was very warm, and I was obliged in feeling it to put my handkerchief between it and my hand, and then it felt very warm. The place where I felt the pipe was about the center, between the fire and the steam cot, and this was about 5 or 7 minutes before I went away. They did not apply anything more than vials to his nostrils, nor did they give him anything while I was there. He did not ask to be released more than once. He did ask how long he would be kept, and received for answer, not more than 10 or 15 minutes. Professor Giddings. When I first saw Hazlip, he was dead. Was requested by the coroner to conduct a post-mortem examination. The coroner informed me that a man was treated by the Thomasonians and that he was found dead. Found his body in the 3rd story of Bell's house and examined it externally, but found no marks of injury except the artery which was cut by Dr. Cole and a slight abrasion on the instep of the right foot, not of recent origin. There was great rigidity of the body. The muscles were very rigid. On laying open the cavity of the chest, the lungs were found much engorged with blood. The surface of the left lung adhered slightly to the chest. This appeared to have been of long standing, and to have nothing to do with the recent circumstances. The heart was found perfectly healthy. The heat in the cavity was very great, more so than I am accustomed to seeing in such a long period after death. The same elevated temperatures was found in the cavity of the abdomen. The stomach, when laid open, was found to contain a dirty-looking fluid, part of which was mucus and part, perhaps, what had been administered. On the lining membrane of the stomach, there were several patches of inflammation of considerable extent. The surface of the membrane exhibited some symptoms of disease of long standing. Some papilla, which had nothing to do with the present case. The small intestines were lined with mucus. The lining membrane also had patches of inflammation in lines or streaks. There were also some points of deep-colored, bloodshot appearance. The evidence of inflammation in large intestines, less manifest. Their contents were considerable. They were the natural contents of the organ. For the lower parts, called the colon and the intestines, there were several inches of narrowing. This contraction I conceived of old standing, and had no connection with the present case. The surface of the liver exhibited small white globular spots called tubercles, varying from the size of a pin's head to that of a pea. The same tuberculous degeneration existed in the substance of the liver. The vessels were slightly congested. The other organs in the cavity of the abdomen were healthy. The appearance of the liver was that of old standing. We next examined the brain. The serous coverings of the brain was somewhat injected with blood. There was also a slight congestion of the vessels of the substance of the organ. There was a bloody fluid in the cavities of the organ and its lower surface. After the organ was removed, a considerable quantity of this fluid sunk into the cavity in which the spinal marrow is contained. This is all I am able to state relative to the post-mortem examination. I've heard what Dr. Cole has stated. It is substantially the same as I should have expressed. We all concurred in the examination. There were patches of inflammation on the stomach and intestines, which appeared to be of recent origin. The morbid appearance of the brain and covering I conceived of recent origin. The slight congestion of the liver was also of recent origin, but taken separate from the rest, should not have considered it of much importance. From the post-mortem examination, and the testimony given before us at that time, I concluded, and it is now my opinion, he came to his death by the medicines which were administered, particularly the lobelia and the steam, which were applied at the same time. Dr. Bell, Dr. Cole, Dr. Knapp, Mr. West, and Moffat were examined before the jury of inquest. Consider the steam and the lobelia as having caused the most injury. Consider lobelia as a safe medicine when administered in proper doses and with discretion. Have the same opinion with regard to the steam bath. Have seen similar appearances in death from other causes. Came to my conclusion from the post-mortem examination and the testimony produced at that time. Should not have arrived, perhaps, at the same conclusion from the appearance without taking into consideration the treatment pursued. should have considered from the history of the circumstances and the evidence before us, and am decidedly of opinion that he had no serious disease when he went to the steam cot. The immediate effect of steam carried to the extent it was in this particular case was to occasion an inordinate excitement of the system, acting as it did on the whole surface of the body, and of course affecting the whole system. The effect of this excitement should be to increase the circulation, and consequently to produce a greater flow of blood to the heart and other organs. Under these circumstances, those vessels which receive the greater quantity and flow of blood would be more likely to suffer by the extraordinary excitement. The organs are the stomach, the intestines, the liver, the lungs, the heart, and the brain. The kidneys frequently suffer under similar treatment, as was followed in this case, but did not notice any particular marks in this particular case. The effect of this would be to exhaust the organs of their powers and to give rise to inflammation in some of the structures. The system is able to undergo a higher temperature in a dry than a moist bath. With regard to cayenne pepper, it is called a stimulant, its effects not so widely diffused as some others. The jury themselves are able to decide how large a quantity can be used with impunity, but when the system is highly excited, it is very mischievous. It is sometimes used to relieve the organs when they are languishing. A system inordinately excited would be very injuriously affected by cayenne pepper. To illustrate it, a glass of wine may be taken when in health and enlivens the system, but in acute inflammation it would be endangering health. I consider that half a teaspoonful to a healthy system would produce no injury. Lobelia is an active stimulant and a narcotic remedy. I frequently administered it in small doses. It produces an excitement and a tingling sensation at the finger ends. In large doses, say 10 or 20 grains in substance, it produces vomiting and sometimes purging. The usual dose of the tincture is from 30 drops to a half ounce. The medium dose is 1 drachm in tincture, generally given in teaspoon doses. Considered highly dangerous when the system is excited to administer cayenne pepper. A teaspoonful of tincture of lobelia is given, up to about a half an ounce. I've seen many post-mortem examinations. During the prevailing epidemic, I have seen about 20, and have seen the same redness, but a great dissimilarity as regards the fluids and the natural contents of the organs. In cholera cases, after the spasm develop themselves, the watery evacuations continue, and frequently until death. In every case of cholera I have seen, the watery evacuations have existed more or less, but spasms have not always. I have seen within 2 or 3 days a case of cholera without spasms. I have examined from 15 to 20 cases during the epidemic. The internal warmth is frequently an accompaniment of the cholera. The warmth often continues for a long time. I would not wish to convey the idea that the warmth I have heretofore mentioned in the cavity proceeded from the vapor bath. I frequently use lobelia, never have known it from my own observation to be administered in larger doses than a teaspoon at a time. Larger doses I do consider dangerous. To all the questions we put to Mr. Burke, he made the most candid replies. Thought I could perceive that there would be an examination of the case afterwards, and I told him that if he would in any way by his answers implicate himself, not to reply. He, however, was very candid, and did answer all the questions asked before the jury of inquest. He told us he had administered a teaspoonful of the powder of lobelia, and not producing the effect, he gave a second dose not quite so large. He also stated that he had administered a heaping teaspoonful as an injection, that he had given it but twice into the stomach. He further said that he had administered the composition powder and the nerve powder. There was something said of number 6, but do not recollect whether by Mr. Burke or someone else. In giving lobelia or any other medicine as an injection, it requires a larger quantity, the parts being less susceptible, less highly organized, and less sympathetic relation. Generally, a double dose is given as an injection, and it always requires stimulating properties to operate the bowels in this way. When the injection operates, it would depend upon the time it had been retained. If a long while, the effect might be mischievous, although discharged. If I had known nothing of this case except from the post-mortem examination, I could not have said that he died of the steam or the lobelia. In Russia, they go from a vapor bath into a cold room immediately with impunity. I confess my own impression is that it would be very dangerous here. A sudden check of perspiration is always dangerous. The check of the perspiration in this case was brought about but half an hour before death. Time had not elapsed to produce congestion from that cause. The powder is much stronger than the tincture. Burke stated that what he was administering he did not consider fresh, and consequently not strong. He said he frequently administered lobelia in much larger doses with good effects. Told him this did not agree with my own experience. This was my reason for asking why he administered in such large doses. Burke said he sponged the man, and that he regulated the steam. When he noticed an excitement, he sponged him about the neck, head, and breast with cold water, and this while under profuse perspiration. He said that the man became too much excited, and he regulated the steam by reducing it. Burke answered all our questions with the greatest candor. Dr. Hintz saw Mr. Hazlip on Sunday evening. He desired me to prescribe for him. Seemed very excited and agitated. Complained of being fatigued, and said he was afraid he would get the cholera. He said that he had been riding on the railroad. He asked me if he had not better take something to prevent the cholera. Always disapproved of preventive medicines. He inquired my opinion and the propriety of his undergoing a Thomasonian course. I told him any man was a fool, unless he was sick, to take medicines. End of section 2. Section 3 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Francis Burke for the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, Baltimore, Maryland, 1832, Part 3. He said if he took a course, he would not be liable to the cholera for the season. My reply was, perhaps if he took the course, he would take no other disease. Examined him as to his bowels. He had undergone some fatigue. Advised him to go home and apply a feather poultice to the back of his head, and a bread and butter poultice to the inside of his stomach, and he would be well. He said his bowels were regular. Told him none but quacks administered preventive remedies. This was about 11 or 12 o'clock at night. He had been drinking. Occasionally he would take a frolic on Saturday evening. Attended his family for 4 or 5 years and knew he was easily excited. He said he had drunk several glasses. A man easily excited would be very readily excited by any stimulant. He was of a sanguineous temperament. Dr. Potter. Have heard all the evidence given and do not consider that the medicines used in this case are generally used by regular practitioners. Upon a healthy system, I think there is no use of applying them. A man in health needs nothing as medicine. It is an experiment which may do mischief and could do no good. These remedies always produce more or less mischief in large doses. The system is not indifferent to these medicines under any circumstances. Cayenne pepper is not a poison, but when given in a state of great excitement, produces mischief. It produces increased secretions. Lobelia is sometimes introduced as a remedy for the asthma. The system then will take a large dose. In other cases, such as a liability to inflammation, if it does not act as an emetic, it does as a purgative. The hemlock is a narcotic. It has not the same effect as all narcotics. It is a poison when given in large doses. The use of a warm or vapor bath is of great service if properly regulated and used with judgment. It excites the surface, which is sometimes serviceable in the form of vapor. The system cannot continue as long moist as dry. Dr. Jennings has tested the theory of vapor baths. I have used lobelia in asthma and affections of the lungs and some other diseases. In a high state of excitement, it ought not to be administered. It produces excitement by vomiting. They have stated the inflammation to be in patches in the bowels. Some part of the bowels will always be affected by it when taken in large doses, if not ejected immediately. If a man understands the construction of the system upon which they are to act and administers with care, they are safe. We have sometimes more difficulty to prevent persons taking medicines than to induce them to do it. Hemlock is a poison. I know it well. It grows 3 or 4 feet high. Dr. Cole stated when I was up before or intended to do so that I believe cayenne pepper was administered. Dr. Gettings have no recollection of Burke saying cayenne was given in the stomach. Universal experience have proved that when there is a predisposition to any disease, a strong excitement of the passions may lead to that result. For instance, fear or grief acting upon a system easily excited at a time when there is a predisposition to any disease may produce that disease. The use of ardent spirits acting upon a system that would be easily excited and at such a time might be a predisposing cause of cholera. Steam will produce spasms in the whole system. I stated that the contents of the organ only were dissimilar to cases of cholera. The witnesses for the defense. Ward Sears. Am an apothecary. A person came to my place with a roll of blankets. Have since ascertained that it was the deceased. Was then in Larrabee's store. He wanted me to take him through a course. He was purchasing medicine. I told him I did not attend to that business. Finished putting up his medicines, and he went away and said he was going through a course. Referred him to Francis Burke. Burke got medicines of me and practiced in cases of cholera, and I heard he was about to adopt the practice of medicine as his regular business. Cross-examined. Believe he got some composition number 6 nerve powder, cayenne pepper, and lobelia. He said he was going through a course, and I put him up as much medicine as I thought sufficient to carry him through. Number 6 is never put up in a powder. It is always a liquid. It was the same prescription I put up for him that I had done in cases of cholera. Do not practice the system myself. Kept the books and medicines for sale as an agent for Thompson. Gave Mr. Hazlip the medicines, but not the book. He did not become one of the subscribers to it. He paid me for the medicine, I think 37.5 cents. Do give information more than is in the books, which is confined to the members of the association. The Deputy Attorney General. What other information is given to the subscribers to the publication of Thompson more than is contained in the book itself? The counsel for the defendant objected. The Chief Justice decided that the question was not relative to the case, that the investigation was not one which embraced the advantages of this system of medicine or the other system, but that it narrowed itself down to the plain language of the incident, and to that question the whole investigation must be directed. That, therefore, he was of opinion that any question which went into the merits of the system of practice was not relevant to this case. Judge Nisbet said he did not altogether agree with the opinion of his learned brother, as he thought it necessary to a correct investigation of the charge in the indictment, that an investigation should be had into the means which the party charged might have of obtaining information relative to the system which he practiced, and what that information might be which he could so obtain, but that in the present situation of the court, there being a vacancy on the bench, there was no course left to him but to acquiesce in the opinion delivered by Judge Bryce. Ward Sears. I am agent for Dr. Thompson. Give no information except that is derived from the books and my own experience. Burke has been some time engaged in the practice of medicine, I think about 4 years. He has held a right under the system for 5 or 6 years. I have lived for about 5 or 6 years in Calvert Street. Burke purchased the right and lived in Washington. He has been in Baltimore, I believe, about 4 years. Never saw him in Washington, never having visited it while he was there. He did not always follow the practice, but did occasionally, from what I know and have heard of him, consider him very skillful and competent to practice medicine. Never was present in any one instance that he administered prior to the late epidemic. Burke is a printer by trade. Dr. Janney. Have practiced medicine about 5 years in Virginia, but not very extensively. Was studying 15 or 20 years with my father. He was not a regular practicing physician, but kept an apothecary and never practiced for pay. I practiced for 2 years without pay, and my neighbors, anxious I should practice medicine, and not being able to do it gratuitously, I commenced it regularly. Have turned my attention a good deal to Thompson's medicines since I got his book, and I have examined all the medical authorities to ascertain the effect of his medicines before I would consent to use them. Took it myself first to try its effects. Took 5 teaspoonfuls at different times in powder, and during the same day before it puked me. Have frequently taken it, always 1 teaspoonful at a time, this being about 16 grains. I've never taken more at a time, but I repeat it till it operates. Have used lobelia frequently upon others during the last 2 years, commencing with 16 grains and waiting about 50 minutes and then repeat the dose, but lessen the quantity and continue it in this way until it operates. Up to the time I have mentioned, my medicines were of the kinds usual with medical men. From the experience of my father and my own experience, and the knowledge which I have obtained of lobelia, I should certainly say that it was not a poison. Always use it when I want to cleanse the stomach. Have used a tincture of lobelia, about 2 teaspoonsful, as an injection, sometimes less, sometimes more for injections. If I wish to reduce a fever, I give it in small quantities to produce perspiration. A greater quantity produces an emetic. Give sometimes 1/4 of a grain of tartar emetic for that purpose and to produce perspiration, and mix it with some ipecacuanha. Have employed lobelia as an injection with tea made of bay bark. Have never lived in Baltimore. Hemlock is not a poison, as has been stated here, but it is perfectly harmless. It is taken from the bark of the pine tree and is not poison. These medicines can do no harm in any case or under any circumstances. They sometimes may do no good. Cross-examined. Practiced for 5 years under the old system of medicine, and for nearly 2 years have practiced the Thomasonian system. Was not made a convert by reading Thomason's book. The book induced me to examine and try the medicines, and since I have ascertained their effects, have practiced the principles the book contains. Frequently use other medicines, associate them with the others, and the more I have used Thomason's medicines, the better I am satisfied with their efficacy. Believe they are not injurious in any disease. In many they certainly are beneficial. Believe a man has a natural gift to ascertain the things of nature. Believe that life is heat, and that blood is heat, and that blood and heat are synonymous as regards to the animal system. Believe that all constitutions are naturally alike. Believe that a fever is an effort of nature to relieve itself of disease, and that such efforts may sometimes be carried too far and to too great an extent. Do not think that all constitutions are alike in every particular, but that there are diversities and degrees in the constitutions of men. Believe that medicines adapted to the cure of all diseases grow spontaneously upon our soil, but that the discoveries of men have not yet found them out. I think men possess natural gifts to examine the things of nature. That is, that a man possesses a natural talent for some particular business, some, for instance, having a partiality for mechanical pursuits, others for other kinds of business. This I call strength of mind, and this I call natural gifts. Believe in all constitutions are dependent upon heat and blood for life, and that the life is the constitution of man, healthy action and diseased action forming the two constitutions. Believe that all diseases of the human family are caused by the morbid circulation of the blood. To ascertain this, some judgment is required, and this we ascertain by the pulse. 12 months is generally necessary to acquire a knowledge of the pulse. Some men can obtain this knowledge sooner than others, some in 3 months, some in 12 months. Students of medicine ordinarily in about 6 months. Believe that nature never furnishes more blood than is necessary and required for health. Frequently have used the steam bath. Have carried persons through a course of Thompson's system. Generally we keep them under the effects of the steam for 10 minutes. Have been myself under the effects of steam for 30 minutes when I had the bilious fever. Took the lobelia and applied steam with bricks and water poured over them while they were hot, and immediately had blankets wrapped around me. Am sure it cured me without having recourse to any other remedy. Am also satisfied that I had the bilious fever. I frequently used blisters, but think they are much oftener used than is necessary, and that is a torture which ought not to be so generally adopted. Think fevers all have one common cause, that they arise from a mucus lining the stomach, which cuts off and stops the supply which feeds the blood. The effect of this mucus is to stop the supply. Blood I consider as life, and heat is life. Have never studied anatomy except slightly, and have never had the advantage of attending any dissection. Ephraim Larrabee. Never was acquainted with Mr. Hazlip. Never saw him that I recollect of before the morning of his death, when he called at my store to purchase medicines about 9 o'clock. He complained to me of great pain and pressure in the stomach. This was on the morning of the day on which he died. He expressed a great fear that he was going to have the cholera, and that he was then taking the disease, and said his bowels had been, and were then, much out of order. I was greatly surprised at his manner, and that he should have addressed himself to me, but could only account for it from his mistaking me for Mr. Sears. Thought he was not right in his manner, or that he had been upon a spree. Wanted to get rid of him. Judging from his appearance, he was an intemperate man. Mr. Sears came in, and I gave him up to Mr. Sears, whom he then appeared to recognize. He told Mr. Sears he wanted him to take him through a course of medicine, and said he thought he was getting the cholera. Mr. Sears declined doing so, and told him he did not practice the system, but recommended him to go to Mr. Burke. He went away, and a few hours after I heard that he was undergoing a steaming. Understood they had sent for several physicians. It was about 9 o'clock when he came to my store. My opinion of Hazlip, when at my house, is that he was either a very sick man, or that he was laboring under great apprehension of having the cholera. His whole appearance was that of a man under great excitement. He complained of his bowels being out of order for some time. Expressed my surprise that he should have come up to me in the manner he did. Someone said he had been on a frolic, and that his appearance justified just such a belief. He was also certainly very much excited and alarmed. Mr. Sears had great difficulty in getting rid of him. Saw Mr. Sears go to the scales and weigh out the medicines for him. At this time the cholera was raging, and nearly at its height in Baltimore. This was, I believe, the 17th of September. Have known Burke for some time, and consider him very skillful in his practice, so much so that I would trust myself into his charge in preference to any other physician. Knew of a case which was called cholera in French Alley, a woman named Caroline Ruart. She was very ill, Dr. Cole told me. It was before the case of Hazlip, one of the first cases which occurred in French Alley. The Board of Health were there at the time this case occurred. There was another case in the same place, a Mr. Nash, who is now in the penitentiary. These occurred on Sunday morning. Burke attended these cases and was assisted by several others. I was laboring under a severe diarrhea, and being much debilitated, could not go into the house to assist them, thinking it imprudent to expose myself in the condition I then was. On Sunday morning I recollect the circumstances very well. I was sitting at my door at the corner of Cheapside and Water Streets when Dr. Cole came by, and in a familiar way, as we had frequently spoken together of the cases in French Alley, asked me how Caroline Rourke's case came on, with the expression, "I mean, is she alive?" I told him she was not only alive, but there were great hopes for her. He replied, "You cannot save her. The diarrhea has progressed so far that you cannot check it, and without that you cannot save her. She must die." Went back and got some powder, and Mr. Burke will recollect my taking it to him. Burke administered in this case. He was the one that had charge of it. Did not see her. As I said before, I was very much debilitated, too much so to go in. Went to the house, but did not see the patient. I know the woman is now alive, although Dr. Cole then told me she could not be saved. He also stated to me that Michael Jenkins, who was then sick, would get well. Michael Jenkins died, and this woman did get well. Went to get the powder and recommended it because Dr. Cole had stated to me that the diarrhea could not be checked. Went to see Mr. Burke and gave it to him and recommended it. The Board of Health were all there, with the exception of Professor Jameson. Frequently have recommended hemlock powder. Never saw the woman I have been speaking of until she was pronounced out of danger. Knew she was alive after this, in consequence of a man named Jenkins having orders to take up all such persons in that place, and his having seen her there. Dr. Schwartz was also there. I believe at the time this woman had the cholera. Francis Burke. Am the prisoner's son. Mr. Hazlip, on the morning of the day on which he died, called 3 or 4 times between 9:30 and 10 o'clock, and had solicited Father to administer to him his own medicines. He had been there before I saw him, and had said that Mr. Bell had offered his cot for him to go through a steaming. He said that he had his own medicines, which he had purchased himself, and was very anxious to have them administered. The second time I saw him call, Father was upstairs, and he dropped what he had and went to him. The first time Hazlip called was before I had got up. Henry Summolt. Saw Hazlitt at the time he was going through the steaming. On Monday, the day of his death, was passing by Bell's house and saw a crowd and understood a patient was there under treatment for the cholera. Went in and found him in a profuse perspiration. Bell and Burke were both there, and the patient was on the steam cot. Asked Bell what had caused the cry I had heard of. Bell answered and told me that Hazlip had very violent spasms. Asked Hazlip how he then was. He replied that he was then very much relieved. He was yet somewhat restless. There was some other conversation, which I do not recollect. I soon after went away. Burke and Bell seemed to be very attentive to the patient, who said he was somewhat easier. My inquiries of Bell relative to the cry I had heard of and the occasion of it were made in the hearing of Hazlip and within a few feet of the steam cot. Cross-examined. Was in the room about 15 minutes. It was about 10 or 11 o'clock. They gave him nothing while I was there. They applied some salts to his nostrils. Presumed they had given him a clyster, but do not know positively. Did not see them give it, but I should judge they did from seeing the apparatus, which was lying on the floor near the fireplace. I think Bell told me that they had given him an injection, but I'm not sure he did not tell me of what it was composed. Did not hear the cries myself, but there was a crowd collected around the house, and it was from them that I heard of the cries. Mr. Sage. Saw Mr. Hazlip on Monday, which was the day he died. I saw him about 11:30 o'clock. Went there with Mr. Summolt, stayed there with him, and came away together. All the time I stayed there, Mr. Burke and Mr. Bell appeared very affectionate, attentive, and kind to their patient. Believe he was asked how he felt, and replied that he felt much easier. Complained, however, of spasms in his legs. This was when the steam was off. When the steam was on, and he was under the effects of it, he said he was easier. Remained there from a half hour to 1 hour. Cross-examined. There was nothing given him while I was there, except a little water gruel. He did not vomit, nor had he any passage while I stayed. I do not know what they gave him an injection. Went in with Mr. Sumwalt and came away with him. We were there near half an hour. When we first went into the house, there was nobody in the room but Mr. Burke and Mr. Bell. Some time after, 2 or 3 individuals came in. Do not know who they were. Mr. Sumwalt spoke several times to Mr. Hazlip, and I also spoke to him. He complained a good deal of spasms in the legs. He was covered with blankets, laid over, and not wrapped around him. When he complained of the steam, it was immediately stopped off by a stopcock which was attached to the pipe for that purpose, and which checked the progress of the steam. It was regulated several times, and was stopped at one time 8 to 10 minutes. It was frequently checked while we were there, and whenever he complained of the steam being too severe, it was stopped by the cock. When it was stopped off and the patient got colder, the spasms came on, and the steam was then let on, as he said he felt easier. The size of the cot was about 8 feet in length and 3 in breadth, and set on the floor. On the top was a sacking bottom. Did not see any plank on the sacking bottom. He was covered entirely with blankets. While I was there, for the greater part of the time, Messrs. Sumwalt, Bell, and Burke were all that were present. The steam pipe was entered under the box and within 1 foot of the end. It was a small, thin pipe, perhaps 2 inches in circumference. Did not see any force used to continue him on the steam cot, nor do I believe there was any used while I was there. He was persuaded as any other physician would. He was not confined upon the cot, but seemed at liberty to go whenever he pleased, no force being used to compel him to stay on it. He did not desire, while I was there, to be let off. Did not hear anyone ask to send for a physician. They did tell him that if he could stand it, he would be better. If not, they would let off the steam, but no force was used. Burke observed while I was there that it was childish to complain of the oppression of the steam, for if it was let off, he would immediately have spasms. Abner Pope was present at the house of Bell, was coming up 2nd Street, and when nearly opposite to Bell's house, I heard a distressing moan. Remarked to Major Stansbury, who was with me, that was a cholera groan, and told him that as the cry seemed to proceed from Bell's house, the patient was over there. We, finding no obstruction, immediately went upstairs, and as soon as I got into the room, I remarked that there was a Thomsonian there. Saw a gentleman on the steam cot. He complained of violent cramps in the arms and legs. Gave him a roll of brimstone to clench in his hand, as I had heard that it had proved of service in cases of cramps, and I mostly carried a piece with me for that purpose. But I do not know whether it was of any virtue in the brimstone itself, or whether it is merely the act of grasping something in the hand that proves to be of service. But I know it has proved serviceable in cramps. He asked for another piece, but as I had but one, I sent out for another. He wanted it to clinch in the other hand. It was soon procured and given to him, and he soon said he was better, and that they, or something else, relieved him very much. There was given to him some composition tea, and he was hugged up in blankets, which produced a pretty good action of perspiration. We were then about going, and he said, "Pray, gentlemen, don't leave me." Remained, and I told him I thought he was in very good way, and that he was in good hands. Heard the groans in the street from the 3rd story of the house, and immediately said, "There is a cholera groan." A cholera groan is one of great distress, a piercing cry, the groan of one in great pain. Have seen many afflicted with cholera, or what was called cholera, previous to this case. The symptoms were similar in this as in other cases of cholera. Had but one piece of brimstone, and carried it with me to try its efficacy in cases of cramps, but for no other purpose. Sent out to get the other piece, so that he might clench one piece in each hand, recommended him to clench it, as I had often heard that brimstone used in that way would remove cramps. He was exceedingly alarmed, and to my mind frightened, and said, "Pray, gentlemen, don't leave me." The brimstone was simply held in the hand, a roll of it about 4 inches long. I had heard from those to whom I had recommended it to be tried in this way that it had proved serviceable. Never tried anything in this way except brimstone, in order to prove whether any other hard substance clenched in the hand would remove cramps, and do not know whether it would or not. My impression was, and always has been, that it is the brimstone which has this effect. Gave it to him in one hand, and sent and got the other, which was also given to him. After this he covered himself up in blankets, and no person took it from him that I saw. I examined the man while he was on the steam cot. He then complained of cramps. His face was a little flushed. Did not remark his eyes. The flushed face is not always an accompaniment of the cholera until after steaming. He said that he had cramps. I do not know it except from his assertion that he had violent cramps, and I should judge that they were violent from hearing the cry in the street. Do not positively know that the cry proceeded from Hazlip, but believe it did, as I knew it was someone who had the cholera. He shook, whether from fright, cholera, or spasms. I know he was much alarmed. When I went into the room, his arms were not covered. They were placing blankets around him, and gave him a little composition. There was no discharge from the bowels while I remained. I cannot explain exactly how I can distinguish a cholera groan. It is a groan of great distress, and I was sure the groan I heard proceeded from someone in labor under the cholera. Am no professor, only in my own family, where I make use of Thompson's medicine entirely, and no consideration should deprive me of it. It has always answered the purpose I intended it should. Did not feel Hazlip's pulse while I was there. Took hold of his arms. Used the Thompsonian medicines myself. Took a little nerve powder this morning, expecting a keyholing from what I had seen Dr. Cole undergo when he was called up. Own a right, and am a member of the Friendly Botanical Society. One of the provisions of becoming a member is that we are bound to give all important information to others who may purchase the rights and may become members of the society. There is some other information more than is obtained from Thompson's book, which we are bound to communicate to each other, but which I do not feel at liberty to tell here. The Deputy Attorney General. The witness should be directed to declare what this information of importance, which the members profess to communicate to each other, was. The publication of Thompson shows upon its face that there is other important information connected with the practice of this system, and to obtain which he refers those who purchased the book to some other source. Now it is necessary to correct understanding of this question, that the court and jury should understand the nature of the information and the object in referring to another source to obtain it, instead of the book itself. This was important to be known in this case, to decide how far these men are practicing a system which the knowledge they have of it proves to them is pernicious in its effects, and this information should be communicated to us to enable us to understand the tendency of the administration of the system of practice which we are now investigating. The Chief Justice. We are now anxious that the case before us should be understood as not an investigation of any system of medicine. Some latitude had been allowed in the investigation, but it was only by consent of the parties. But when an objection was raised to the question, we are bound to say we did not consider the question as relative to the case. If the investigation was to be allowed to proceed, and a discussion of the different systems of practice pursued were permitted, there is no knowing where the case would stop. It would never be terminated. The court has seen that different professors and different schools of medicine differ upon questions of practice in this room, and who should decide between them. We are not competent to say whether Thompson's system is better than the old, or whether the old is better than Thompson's. This is a matter which the court cannot decide, and we are sure the jury cannot. And we should ask, what is quackery? We are sure that we are unable to decide what it is. Altogether, the question must come to the language of the indictment, which is specific, and to these specific charges the investigation must be limited. The testimony, therefore, proposed to be produced is not relevant to the case. Mr. Pope, there are privileges attached to the membership of the Friendly Botanic Society, which I do not feel at liberty to state. I've understood that Burke holds one of these rights. It bears date, and I think 17th April, 1827. I've gone through a course of medicine myself on the Thomsonian system. First I took composition, then I took composition again. The third remedy is sometimes an injection. Lobelia comes next. Cayenne pepper comes next. Next in order we throw it up. Sometimes we take a good drink of anti-canker tea. Next about a half a pint of good porridge. The porridge won't come up. Then we take a little more composition, number 6, or cayenne, at discretion. Then take a little more porridge. I make mine of corn gruel and use with it a little molasses. Then we throw up again, but the porridge won't come up. But we must go back. I forgot the steam. We take the steam before the emetic. This is my experience and practice, and generally after the injection. Injections always operate. We always steam before the emetic. We apply the steam before we empty the stomach. We take the emetic to cleanse the stomach. What we call canker is a mucus substance which comes from the stomach. We apply the steam from 5 to 25 minutes. I've applied it that long on myself, but never have taken it longer. I've taken it when I was slightly unwell. I've gone through a regular course when I have been slightly unwell. I've never had a very severe attack since I have been in possession of a right. The certificate is dated 27th March, 1830, and I have never had any severe sickness since I have taken these medicines. The first time I was very ill was in 1819. I had the yellow fever. The next severe attack I had was in going to the western country in the year 1825. I've never been very sick since. I've been very well since 1830. I've had no serious spell since, but have been frequently slightly sick, and have made use of these medicines. Whenever I have felt unwell, I have taken Thompson's medicines, and they have proved always beneficial. I have had better health since than I ever had before. Had for several years what they call the consumption, and it is to Thompson's medicine I attribute my present health. End of Section 3. Section 4 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Francis Burke for the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, Baltimore, Maryland, 1832, Part 4. Elijah Stansbury, Jr. was with Mr. Pope on his visit to Bell's. We went there together. Mr. Pope called at my house, and we came up, and in going up 2nd Street, heard some moaning. Pope remarked it must be a cholera patient. Do not know which proposed to go in. Pope appeared to be acquainted with the cholera grounds. We walked upstairs and found a man on the steam cot, undergoing the Thomsonian treatment. He complained very much of spasms and cramps in his arms and legs. Bell was only present when we first went in. Burke was not present. Bell was rubbing his arms with number 6 for the purpose of allaying the spasms. Expressed my opinion that the current of air in the room would do more harm than the rubbing would do good. His arms were exposed as far as the elbows. The steam was introduced at his feet. Mr. Pope pulled out of his pocket a roll of brimstone and put it into Hazlip's hand. He seemed too warm. Examined his feet and thought it was warmer than was necessary. Advised Bell to reduce the steam, and he did so by turning it off. We remained about 15 minutes. He complained of pains in his arms and legs for 5 or 6 minutes, and then seemed relieved, and ceased complaining. After this, Burke came in, and said he had been after medicine. He then gave a dose of composition, and in a few minutes he was considerably easier and not in so much pain. I've seen cases of cholera during the epidemic in this city. Was called to, I think, 8 cases. Thought them cases of cholera. Other persons thought so, and expressed their opinion that they were cases of cholera. Was unwilling to risk my own judgment. Called on Mr. Myers and Mr. Williams, whom I had known frequently to have practice in cases of cholera, and with great success. Would say unhesitatingly that the exhibition and symptoms of the case of Hazlip and those I have attended had a striking similarity. They all had cramps and were measurably the same. Generally took such persons as I undertook through a whole course, but not all. Never applied steam to the system generally, except by means of the application of hot bricks to the body and feet. Never had an opportunity of using the steam bath. When I have applied the steam, I have continued it until the spasms were removed. Have sometimes been obliged to continue it for 4 hours at a time. Give the composition first. Have had a right about 3 months, not before the epidemic. I commenced in consequence of the illness of my wife. Myself and Mr. Williams attended her. Cramps and spasms were what I had judged the cholera by, having found the tongue very cold. Hazlip's pulse was fuller and quicker than I generally found it. Roger Burke. Having used no other medicines in my family for 2 years than the Thomasonian medicines, and have also given them to some of my neighbors and friends who have urged me to do so. The plant lobelia, which has been so often spoken of, I have known from my boyhood under the name of eyebright, a name given to it for its great virtues in curing inflammation of the eyes. It has proved very effectual in curing diseases of the eye, and I have known it to be applied after all the remedies recommended by the regular physicians have failed and to succeed. Have known one application of the green plant to prove effectual in cases of the most violent inflammation of the eyes. Believe that our standard writers who have treated of lobelia have labored under a great mistake. Dr. Waterhouse and others who have treated of it seem to have confounded it with another plant. The lobelia inflata is not poisonous, as many have described it. Cattle will eat it at all times, but the lobelia cardinalis, spoken of by Dr. Bigelow, I have never known cattle to browse upon. This is the plant which Dr. Bigelow has described. I have taken lobelia myself several times, and have frequently administered it with success to others. In a case of hemorrhage to the lungs of one of my neighbors, who had been under a course for years of the usual remedies, and at last determined not again to apply for medical aid, I was solicited to administer, and I felt the responsibility of the case. Having read Dr. Waterhouse and the defense of Thompson, and having confided in him, I was induced to try them, and checked it in less than 3 hours. The patient got up, ate heartier than I did, and used active exercise, and is now in good health. He was as white as the wall. He stated that he discharged more the last time than at any other previous time. I thought that if I could equalize the circulation, I might succeed. Some medical gentlemen said it would stop itself. They then tried to persuade him there was, in a large one, less danger than in a small one. I did not use lobelia in this case. I used cayenne, No. 6 composition powder, ginger tea, and steam. This stopped the hemorrhage. My object was to get the circulation equalized. It was about 9 o'clock that I was sent for. The blood continued to discharge for some time. It was checked before 12 o'clock. It returned, however, and continued to discharge, and appeared as if he was puking it up. It was blood from the lungs, I have no doubt. The blood was florid or light-colored. I have never had reason to suppose any injury to result from the use of lobelia. Have taken atrimonial wine, tartar emetic, and ipecacuanha as an emetic, but I consider that lobelia is much the easiest medicine to effect that object. It relieves the stomach without any of the nauseating feeling which the others produce. The doses of lobelia are generally a teaspoonful at a dose of the powder, and to be repeated in 10 or 15 minutes. I have taken myself 3 doses, and repeated them in that time sometimes as high as 7 teaspoonfuls. It sometimes operates on me the first or second teaspoonful. Believe it is of importance to have it fresh. I have used cayenne pepper in my own case, and always carry a bottle of it with me, and subject to depression of spirits, and find it necessary to have it with me. If I have a little of it in the morning, it causes a glow over the whole system. I feel exhilarated and enlivened for the whole day. Have a cold and dyspeptic stomach, and find it serviceable to take a little cayenne. In case of violent pains, a half teaspoonful will afford relief. One of my neighbors was taken violently with spasmodic cholera and sent for me to administer relief. I sent my son with directions to give half a teaspoonful, to observe its effects, and if it was borne well, to repeat it. The person was in violent pain. The husband was so frightened that he could render no assistance, and the full teaspoonful was given in mistake. The consequence was she was relieved and soon well. I found cayenne pepper the most permanent, powerful, and purest stimulant known. Other stimulants shatter the nerves. When I had typhus fever, my physician gave me brandy. Brandy is not as good as cayenne in such cases. This I have learned as well from my own experience as from the medical authorities. I have studied the nature and consulted authors on the subject of cayenne. Reed's Cyclopedia has an article on it. A gentleman lately read authorities to guard me against using it, and attempted to satisfy me that it had injurious effects. Dr. Wright also represents it as being very effective in some fevers which prevail when no other medicines can have the same effect. A work by Dr. Wright of Barbados treats of the good effects of cayenne in some particular diseases. Never had the smallest reason to suppose it has done any injury. More than 20 persons have reported to me the good effects they have experienced from the use of cayenne pepper, and many of them have declared that they would not use any other medicine except in extreme cases. I drop a little cayenne in a glass of water and take it in that way for the dyspepsia, and I think it very valuable for that, as well as other diseases. Dr. Bigelow has described Lobelia cardinalis as with a bright red blossom and growing along the margins of streams of water. Hemlock is not poisonous. It is a tree nearly resembling pine or spruce, with leaves like the spruce, but it certainly is not poisonous, as my own experience has fully proved, as well as others whom I have known to have used it without any fear of its effect. I freely use it, and my family also use it. Nerve powder has been recommended by several eminent persons as valuable in some diseases, and is frequently used by persons who have habituated themselves to the use of opium and laudanum. To some that I have recommended it, they have said they were much obliged to me for suggesting it, as it had the effect to quiet their nerves without having the same stupefying effect that opium has. This I have found from what I have tried myself. Composition powder I also use freely, without any apprehension of its consequences, and with the same good effect. I took some of it this morning. It has also an enlivening effect, and tends to warm the stomach. To use the expression which has been so often hinted at here, it keeps the internal above the external heat. Canker I understand to be synonymous with and the same as what is called acrid humor, or in other words, the principle which produces the decay and decomposition of plants. Dr. Mitchell terms it the principle of decay. Children have often what is termed a canker rash, which relieves them by its eruption. I have never known the medicines which I have mentioned to prove injurious, but invariably the contrary. I have applied them in the greatest variety of diseases, such as violent cases of dysentery, accompanied with violent pains, so much so as to render the patient refractory. I have also used them with advantage in cases of bloody flux. I have had a patient that had been under treatment for more than a week by 2 physicians who were near me. I gave him some of the composition and some number 3, and lastly some of the lobelia. He had the scarlet fever, accompanied with an inflammation of the breast. By the use of these remedies he was relieved in an hour. Never administered the vapor bath without the patient expressing the greatest satisfaction. Although the patient, when about to commence the steam application, was suffering violent pain, they have always stated that while under its effects, they were entirely free from pain. In the first stage of a cold, a little stimulating medicine and the application of the vapor bath prove of great use. The only danger is in coming out of the bath, which requires great care. I am generally governed by the feelings of the patient as to the length of time I continue the application of steam. As soon as complaint is made of its being oppressive, I would desist. While the operation of the steam is going on, I always have prepared some warm stimulating medicines to be administered at the same time, and I have always heard the patients express themselves as being entirely clear of pain while in the bath. Also consider the vapor bath as beneficial in cases of chronic pains, and have seen the good effects of it. I produce the vapor, which I use for this purpose, by putting hot stones in water, which is the same in principle as the steam bath. I have not the same conveniences for a steam bath as some others, and make use of this simple plan as a substitute, and find it answers the same good purpose. Always regulates the steam by the feelings of the patient. Some years ago I had an opportunity of seeing Dr. Jennings' vapor bath, but I consider its application as entirely different from Thompson's bath. It produces very much the same feelings as going into a stove room. It wants moisture, and without this I consider much of its good effect is lost. I never had one patient who underwent the operation of the vapor bath but would express pleasure in it. At first the patient is a little uncomfortable, not being able to breathe freely, but after continuing a few moments, it produces a very pleasant, soothing sensation. I took Thompson's directions and continued to steam generally 15 or 20 minutes, but always have reference to the feelings of the patients. Sometimes they wish it continued longer, and I've done so without experiencing any injurious effects. Use the vapor bath and the medicines at the same time. In burns, frostbites, and chilblains, I have used them with much satisfaction. I have used the vapor with bricks to patients who have been so ill as not to be able to sit up by heating them and pouring water over them, and then wrapping them up in blankets. And I have had sometimes kept them under the influence of this steam all night for the purpose of keeping up the perspiration, or to use one of Thompson's homely phrases, until we obtain a heat that will hold. Sometimes I have seen patients so low as not to be able to speak come out relieved. Consider the system of Thompson as very much adapted to the cure of all forms of diseases. I have had a great deal of ill health, and have had the practice of 10 or 12 physicians, and have often been bled without relief, and as far as I have tried it, considered injurious. I have actually tried these medicines in a variety of diseases, some of them contradictory in their nature, some inflammatory, some the reverse, and I have relieved them in the course of a few hours, and have always found these medicines to have their desired effects. Consider them as innocent, warm and comforting to the stomach. According to my opinion, the stomach is invigorated by the application of Thompson's medicines. Consider the derangement of the stomach as the cause nearly of all disease. Consider that when you have applied warmth and energy to the stomach, the functions are more likely to be performed. I have always found warm liquids always pernicious to weak stomachs, but the application of cayenne affords energy to the stomach, and thereby imparts energy and warmth to the whole system. Endeavor to apply Thompson's principles as far as I understand them, the object of which is to get up the vital heat of the system, and to give the bath before the emetic, as you by that means prepare the emetic to operate with more ease. Believe in the inward and outward heat spoken of by Thompson, and that if you deprive the stomach of its warmth, you deprive it of so much of its power of action and disturb the whole system. The outward heat is that which appears on the surface of the body. The inward heat is that which is contained in the stomach, so that we have two heats, inward and outward. The principle upon which Thompson acts, and which I believe to be reasonable doctrine, and seems to agree with common sense, is to keep the internal above the external heat, that is, above the heat of the atmosphere, to keep the fountain above the stream. Did not adopt the system of Thompson without reflection and examination, and the more I have reflected upon and examined it, the better I am satisfied with it. I have learned in a very severe school, I've gained much of my information upon these subjects from my own experience. I am now 58 years old and have had much sickness and some very violent attacks, so that it was not merely from reading that I have adopted it, but also from the actual experiment of their beneficial effects. Rees in his Encyclopedia, which I consider a good authority upon most subjects, gives the opinion of some celebrated medical writers, which serves to support and corroborate the system. I have read Dr. Waterhouse. He did not consider Thompson so illiterate that he could not properly explain his views and illustrate so as to render them intelligible. The principles of Thompson's system is that heat is life and that cold is death, and there is a constant warfare kept up in the system between these two principles of heat and death, and that in all cases of death it is because cold has prevailed. This is the principle of the system, and going upon this impression, it is that the medicines are applied. I have suffered very much from rheumatism, and have tried many remedies. I have used mustard seed and almost everything that has ever been used for the rheumatism, until I became so bad that I could not ride on horseback at all. When I became acquainted with Thompson's medicines, I used them and always found relief in a few hours. The difference between mustard seed and cayenne pepper is this, that the mustard seed are volatile and the cayenne pepper is permanent. All volatile remedies are injurious. They have a tendency to derange the nervous system. Cayenne, instead of deranging it, strengthens and supports it. Brandy is volatile in its effects, but after the excitement, which has been but temporary, has passed off and leaves the subject more depressed than before. I have used brandy in disease, and it has injured me. If I take a dose of cayenne in the morning, it is permanent. It lasts all day. It produces a liveliness of spirits, a warmth and glow over the whole system, which continues through the day. Frequently take it in the morning to produce this effect, knowing that it is harmless in its nature. The first time I took lobelia, it was 15 minutes before it acted. Physicians in my neighborhood think it too inert. My own experience, as well as all the information I have been able to collect relative to it, proves it to be the contrary. Lobelia I never used to act as a cathartic. Thompson says that in a practice of 30 years, he never knew it to act in that manner, and this agrees with my own experience. Never knew, much as I have used it, that when it is taken into the stomach, that it has produced that effect. Never gave an injection of it, nor have I ever given an injection of cayenne. That is an operation I have never performed myself. I have given directions upon the subject, and referred the nurse to Thompson's book for further advice, and have known it to have been done, but never performed it myself. Cayenne pepper I consider of the most permanent stimulants that can be had. The steam bath will afford warmth to the system when on the point of an ague, and has a tendency to restore the warmth to the surface, but I doubt very much its being highly stimulant. Look upon it as acting directly contrary, producing perspiration which causes for the time a debility and relaxation of the system. Consequently, it cannot be said to possess the stimulating properties which the cayenne possesses. The internal vigor of the system sends the blood to the surface. Think the vapor bath relaxes the system. It causes the volume of the pulse to be much enlarged. The volume, but not its quickness. The blood flows from the heart, but as to explain its operation or the general action of the human system, I do not pretend to do it. My reading has not been very extensive. I have tried to be a practical man, and am better able to give facts than theories. I have an opinion upon all subjects which come before me. Some of them may be taken up falsely, but I still have an opinion of my own. But if I were to attempt to express that opinion, I might only display my ignorance. Consider that the steam bath removes many obstructions in the system by directing the circulation to the surface. I don't think I am able to define all that acts upon the system as stimulants. I have always found by my own experience and the knowledge I have found from other sources has sustained me in the belief that the vapor bath has a relaxing tendency, and its effect is to drive the blood to the surface of the body, and that it causes an increase in the volume of the pulse. In the administration of the steam bath, I have always been governed by circumstances and feelings. Consider lobelia to be rather stimulating. It has a tendency to loosen the phlegm It imparts a warmth over the whole body. It produces nausea, and the effect of this is that it is likely to cause a person to break out into perspiration. The first case in which I used Thompson's medicines was a case of intermittent fever, which was relieved by their application. The second case was a swelled mouth occasioned from a violent cold. In this they had also a happy effect. I have repeatedly used them since in rheumatism, scarlet fever, quinsy, and inflammation of the breast from cold, dysentery, cholera, morbus cramp, colic, and for aught I know, spasmodic cholera, we used to call it cramp colic, and all the premonitory symptoms such as disorder of the bowels. Would ask leave to state one matter in justice to myself. It has been stated that there was some sort of pledge of secrecy on the part of those who practiced the Thomasonian system, or that they obtained by some means information which is not to be revealed to anyone, but who also practiced the system. I wish it to be distinctly understood that I know of no such information as has been alluded to, and I have felt it due to myself to make this statement, as I consider it a sort of imputation upon my character that I should be connected with any secret association. I know of none. I look upon the matter alluded to by Thompson in his book, where he refers to his agents for information not contained in it, merely to allude to the fact that he was so illiterate and unacquainted with the terms used in midwifery that if he undertook to give directions upon that subject, it would be done in such a language as would be unfit to be published. That therefore he thought it most advisable to refer to his agents for the information upon this subject. I consider that it referred to midwifery alone. Mrs. Lydia Peters. Last spring, 3 years, Mr. Burke attended me. Had been long and severely indisposed for 15 months. Mr. Thomas L. Murphy came to see me several times. Dr. Murphy said he could do nothing more than he had done. This he also told my mother. He brought another doctor with him. Do not know what he said to my mother, but they were discharged. I think his name was Smith. Do not know whether it was a Professor Smith or not. He was a small man. Do not know whether he wore spectacles. Burke was sent for after they were discharged. I had been confined to my bed part of the time, and part I was able to be about the house. I did not go out. Experienced no relief from the treatment of Dr. Murphy. I consider that I was entirely cured by Mr. Burke. Experienced great relief immediately upon the application of his remedies. My father and mother both attributed my cure to the skill and attention of Mr. Burke. In about 6 or 7 weeks from the time he first came, I was entirely relieved, and have continued in good health ever since. Mr. Burke manifested during the whole time he attended me the greatest kindness in his treatment, and was very attentive, and altogether his conduct was entirely satisfactory to myself and all my family. End of Part 4. Section 5 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Francis Burke for the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, Baltimore, Maryland, 1832. Part 5. Lambert S. Beck. Was attended by Mr. Burke about 4 years ago last June. Was severely afflicted with what I suppose was a bilious affection, and have been attended by physicians for 9 or 10 days, and took some medicine which they gave me. Then called on Mr. Burke, who was then in Washington. This was on a Friday morning about sunrise. Was very sick, and had some difficulty in calling upon him. In about 2 hours Mr. Burke called and gave me some medicine, and I went through a course, and experienced great relief, and on Saturday I was entirely relieved. Remained in the house on Saturday. On Sunday went to church, and on Monday morning went to my regular business. Called upon Burke at his house, and he prescribed for me. Could scarcely get to his house, I was so unwell. Was about 6 hours under the course. Commenced on Friday about 2 hours of sun, Had read the book, and knowing that Burke was practicing in that city, and having heard him spoken of very highly, I applied to him. Burke had been practicing about 2 years, and I have known of his attending a great many persons, but never heard of any complaints either of his practice or of his attention to his patients. I think I administered the medicine to my wife myself when she was sick soon after. I went through a course of that they call the Thomasonian system. Have the books. Burke assisted me, and I went through the balance myself as he directed me to do. Before I went into the bath, I was in violent pains, and from the time I went into it, in about 15 minutes, I was as much relieved as I am at present. Took medicine while I was in the steam bath, in the same manner as is usual with the Thomasonian system. Took first a small quantity of potash, then used composition freely, then the bath, and went through the regular course. Took the lobelia and immediately cascaded. Freely threw off bile, and at every operation felt better. Took medicine internally to keep the internal heat above the outward heat. The operation of the steam was continued for some considerable time, and after I had been, I think, about 6 hours under the effects of the medicine, I was relieved. Was worse on Friday, when I went to Mr. Burke, than I had been before. It was a bilious affection, and the fever was very high. Did not at the time take advice from a regular practicing physician. Had read Thompson's book, and heard that Burke was practicing, and this was the reason I sent for him. He was practicing in Washington, and had been for about 2 years. Burke called in about 2 hours after I called him, and he assisted me in beginning the course, and then he left me with direction how to proceed, but do not recollect whether he returned. Never heard any complaint of Mr. Burke. Knew he had attended a great many patients, and have heard some of them speak very highly of his skill and attention. Moses Schumacher was attacked about 9 weeks ago with the cholera, and Mr. Burke attended me where I was then boarded. He gave me a good steaming and sweating tea to drink. He stayed with me all the time. Was in much better way soon after he commenced. He attended my wife next morning and cured her. We both had the cholera. My sister-in-law took the cholera in a few days. He attended and cured her also. Had very much cramps in my legs and arms, so much that I could hardly bend them. Had the diarrhea the day before. Much cramps in my limbs, feet cold, no perspiration on the skin. Was afterwards 2 hours in a profuse perspiration produced from hot bricks. Was lying alongside my wife, and we were treated alike. He was so attentive that he never left my bed until I was safe. The same with my wife and sister-in-law. Mrs. Williams was laboring under a very severe chronic disease. Had been moving and was much agitated by the fatigue attending it. Was seized with violent pains in the stomach, attended with cramps in the stomach, which seemed to adhere to the back. Immediately sent to my husband, and requested that Mr. Burke might be sent for, always having felt a presence for his practice from those who he had attended. Burke mixed some medicines, which he came upstairs and gave me, which soon afforded me relief. The dose was repeated during the night. The medicine I took was composition tea, cayenne pepper, and nerve powder. He mixed a teaspoonful and divided it into 2 doses, applied steam to the feet, which was continued during the night, and repeated the doses of composition. The attack was very severe, was much prostrated, and my breath cold. On the next morning I was much better, my stomach relieved from the pain, and my breathing also much better. My husband then carried me through a regular course, and I stood the steam as long as I could bear it. My husband gave the eumec, generally 3 doses, sometimes more than 10 minutes between them. He would then give me as much nourishment as he thought proper. Before the application of the steam, have frequently taken a large teaspoonful of cayenne, and while under its effects, another dose. Have given within 15 minutes 2 teaspoonsful of cayenne, and within 24 hours 6 or 7 teaspoonfuls. Continue the treatment till the patient is entirely relieved, and I have never seen it fail. During the last 6 months I was afflicted with a severe chronic affection. I applied to Dr. Jameson, who pronounced it as internal cherish or cancer. He said that perhaps the application of washes might prove of service, but thought it doubtful, and considered it almost certain that, to effect a cure, it would be necessary to use the knife. Told him I had some idea of trying Thompson's medicines without letting him know who I was. He said he did not understand Thompson's medicines, that perhaps they might sometimes prove of service in particular diseases. Asked him why relief was generally the result of applying the steam. He said it produced relaxation, which was beneficial in some cases. My husband stated that he did not wish to control me in my choice, and he left it to my own judgment to decide what to do. Concluded that if the application of Thompson's medicines would not relieve me, I must die. Commenced going through the entire course. Have gone through 46 courses in 6 months. Have drank composition tea, as I would tea made of any innocent herb. This tea I drink almost every night, and I take some nerve powder also. During the day I felt violent pains and sometimes burnings for the whole day. My husband would make a mixture of No. 5, cayenne, and nerve powder, and give it to me, and I have experienced great relief from it. Still continue to take medicines, and find I am gaining strength, although I am not entirely relieved, but my life is much more comfortable to myself. Mr. Burke was in practice with my husband for several months, and although he attended a great many persons afflicted with almost all diseases, yet we heard of no complaint from anyone that he attended. His natural disposition is that of being very kind. My husband has possessed a right to practice this system for about 6 years. Have often practiced it myself. Have given the medicines to children and ladies of the most delicate constitutions with perfect safety, and recollect one case under my charge in which I gave 7 teaspoonfuls of lobelia and the steam on all the time. My own health has been worse than it is now, although it is not now good. Have left my room to come here when I do not go out of my room for my meals. When we first bought the book, I had a sciatica or rheumatism in my hip, and at that time I went through 3 courses before I was relieved, but my hip being weak, I applied strengthening plasters as I was directed. Have gone through much suffering since that. Have attended a great many ladies who were affected with the liver complaint, some of whom were severe cases, and have afforded them relief. Consider that for the steam bath, the steam box is preferable to the use of hot bricks. If the apparatus of a box cannot conveniently be had, why then the bricks can be used, and I have often known them to be applied with good effects. I have attended several ladies in one day, and take Thompson's book as my general guide and rule, and vary it to particular cases to my own judgment. Have never known, nor have I seen any danger whatever to arise from the use of any of these medicines. Have known several persons to go through a course in one day, and all be relieved. Have known them to be applied to children, from 1 month old to 10 or 12 years, likewise upon the most delicate ladies. Some of them have been brought in carriages, being too ill to walk, and after having gone through a course, have left much stronger than when they came. We have relieved some of the patients in the course of 1 hour. Recollect one case of a lady who came who stated that Dr. Baker had told her it was the only thing that can be done for her. Have frequently taken Umic, have taken lobelia 6 times a day for 6 days in succession, was once taken ill soon after a confinement. My nervous system was much diseased. My husband at this time was absent from home, and I was very ill. Had not slept an hour in 24 for a week. My child was also sick, and the attention which it was necessary I should pay it occasioned my taking cold. Asked to be put into the steam box and taken through a course, stood in it, and was seated in it altogether near 20 minutes. Afterwards had bricks heated red hot, and 5 of them quenched, applied all around me, and my side rubbed with No. 6. Then went through a steam for 6 days successively, and in a day or 2 afterwards I was about the house and able to attend to my business. Continued wrapped up in blankets all that night, and during the next day, and until night, I was under the effects of a constant steam, and it gave me nourishment, and continued the medicines between to keep up, as we term it, the internal heat, to keep the fountain above the stream. From my own experience, believe the medicines will do no harm in any case. All the representations I have heard of Mr. Burke go to say that he has always been very attentive and kind to his patients, and indeed I often think the Thomasonians make slaves of themselves. They attend at all hours of the night, and frequently sleep upon chairs or lay upon the floor, as Mr. Burke has often done, in order to be near if he should be wanted, and the better to wait and attend upon his patients. Do not think there are any people as attentive to the sick as the Thomasonians. Mrs. Faithful: know Mr. Burke, and have seen some of his practice as he attended upon my family. He is very attentive to his patients, at least as far as I have known, and he generally succeeds in his cases. I have often heard in going through town that he had been uncommonly kind to the sick. He has been remarkably attentive in my family, and I do think they are more like slaves in their practice than others. Had a young woman who was taken with the cholera in my house. She had violent spasms and cramps all night. Mr. Burke attended her and was very successful and very attentive and kind. Had a daughter who died, but she did not take the medicines. She was struck with death when she was first taken, and nothing could be done. In all the cases of Mr. Burke, as well as my own family, he was uncommonly kind. E. Lysette, about the 4th or 5th of September, was taken with the dysentery and was attended by a regular physician who was taught to be as well skilled as any gentleman in the city practicing medicines. The first thing he did was to occasion a loss of blood, and I took about 60 grains of calomel, was left so liable to take cold that I could not go out without occasioning a wheezing in my throat, which made it difficult for me to speak so as to be heard or understood. Soon after this, a young man who came from England with me, an apprentice, was also taken, was advised to try to obtain relief from a course of the Thomasonian system, was much prejudiced against it, and refused to do it. His disease was the dysentery, or the diarrhea, and soon turned to be the bilious, and then to the yellow jaundice. He was as yellow, as we call it, as a guinea, and finding he was getting worse, I began to think of the course of treatment. However, determined that my young man should go through first, which he did, and found such great relief that I was induced to try it myself. Went through a course, and I felt entirely relieved, although I had not been well for 10 or 12 days before, and I think it entirely relieved me. Submitted to go through a regular course, and I have been well ever since. He was with me constantly for 4 hours, and was very attentive the whole time. This gentleman's course began about 4 o'clock and continued until 10 o'clock, when he left me with bricks applied to my feet. Went through the course for the purpose of procuring relief from the difficulty I had had of breathing, and found it to cure it effectually. Abner Pope. Do know of the practice of Francis Burke in French Alley during the cholera. There were 8 cases of cholera in that place, which he had charge of, and I was with him every day during the time. The first was Caroline Rourke's case in the afternoon at 4 o'clock. It was a case of great violence, and admitted to be so by everyone that saw her. She has recovered and is well. She was under Burke's system, and I thought Burke was uncommonly attentive. He slept there on chairs. In 1 or 2 instances of the cases there, I carried coffee to them. The others were all thought to be cases of cholera. Burke recovered 6 out of 8 cases which he had, saw all that he cured. Generally, the treatment was the same in all the cases. Sometimes the quantity of medicine given was larger than in others. There was no steam applied except in the application of hot bricks, except the case of Nash. He was put on a cot, got an order from the mayor's office for blankets, understood he was steamed on the cot until the next morning. Mr. Williams. I've known Francis Burke for 20 years. It was through me that he purchased the right to use Thompson's book and medicines. I'd heard frequently of his success as a practitioner. In the spring of 1829, having great confidence in his judgment, and my practice having increased very much, I requested him to come on from Washington and join me in practice. We formed a society of 20 persons and rode on to Thompson for rights. My practice requiring assistance, he came, and we associated together, and he practiced with me very successfully with great attention. Heard he was practicing in Washington, was the reason for my sending on. He was successful and attentive, and was considered skillful in the use of the medicines. Cross-examined. We generally steam until the patients become nauseated, or until we discover from their expression a fullness of the stomach. We then remove them from the steam, if in the steam box. If they are lying, we still go on with the steam. These are the general rules, and I should consider them as sufficient guides in all cases. We calculate that the circulation will be increased in certain cases. In violent fever, the pulse will be softened. I think our heating medicines equalize the circulation throughout the whole system. This is a rule in our system, and I never knew the rule to fail. The effect of it is to cause the system to expand and to cause it to circulate the blood more freely. We never apply steam without the accompanying medicines. This is another general rule which we never depart from. While the patient is under the effects of the steam, we apply stimulating medicines. Lobelia is a stimulating medicine. Cayenne pepper also stimulates and uniformly regulates the circulation. Mrs. James had passed through 2 courses of the Thomasonian practice and derived a high degree of benefit from their effects. Could not attribute it to anything else, but believed that it was this system which was of such great service to me. It was applied under direction of Mr. Williams. Samuel F. Reynolds. Am well acquainted with Francis Burke, and have some knowledge of the skill and capacity with which he treats his patients. Was with him when he attended the cases of cholera which occurred in French Alley. Was with him there, both day and night, for some time, and always found him successful, very attentive, and kind. Burke and myself attended 8 cases in French Alley and cured 6 of them, some of which were very desperate cases, and the physicians said they could not be cured. Have been with him at other and various places where he was attending patients afflicted with the cholera, and have always seen the same attention on his part under every circumstance. He left his business and started out at the time the cholera appeared in the city, and when he was much engaged in his business. Consider him a discreet, sensible man, a man of strong mind and discreet judgment, so much so that when I am at a loss how to treat any patient I might have, I have always applied to him for advice, what course to pursue. He is thought by those who have used Thompson's medicines and are acquainted with him to be a skillful practitioner, a strong-minded man of good sense. Judge of the quantity of steam which we apply to the patient by his symptoms while under the treatment. When he finds himself relieved or nauseated, it is then customary to draw the steam off. I have seen no instance where it has not produced nausea. We use our judgment to direct us how long to continue the steam, and in making up this judgment, we have reference to the symptoms of the patient. I have seen no instance where we have not given relief. Wherever I have seen Thompson's medicines administered, I have always found that they have had the effect which was intended. We inquire into the general feelings of the patient in order to direct the length of time necessary to continue the use of the applications. Miss H. Y. Williamson was indisposed in 1829 and remained so until 1830. Was attended by several regular physicians in the state of Pennsylvania. Their judgments were such that the second time they came, they declared that nothing could be done to relieve me. My disease was an abscess of the lungs, an enlargement of the heart, and it was the opinion of the physicians that I could not possibly be cured. In August 1831, my disease increased very much, the consequence of which was frequent bleeding from the lungs and great weakness. On the 16th of September, I arrived in Baltimore, went to my uncle's who lived on the Falls Road, then took 3 courses of Thompsonian medicine, which was attended to by Mrs. Coates, and from this treatment I experienced great relief and found that I was getting much better. Then came under the care of Mrs. Williams, and after having been under her charge for some time, I found such health as I had not enjoyed for 4 years, and remained in pretty good health until last fall, when I was again taken with the same complaint and was attended by Mr. Williams, his wife, and Mr. Burke. Was again in pretty good health, sufficient to attend to my ordinary business. On 25th September, was again taken very ill with the same sort of abscess of the lungs, and also the bilious fever. Was so ill that my friends who were around thought me in a dying state, and wrote a letter to my father informing my family of the situation in which I was and their expectation of my death in a short time. In this situation, sent for Mr. Burke, he took me through a regular course, and it had such an effect upon me as I had never before witnessed, and I have been recovering to this time. Lay for 2 weeks so ill as not to be able to help myself, and all the time I found Mr. Burke very attentive and kind. He came frequently, and seemed to feel great interest in my improvement, and encouraged me by the assurance that he thought I would yet recover. His attention and kindness to me was such that I said I'd rather see him than any other person in the world, thought I was at the point of death, and had not the most remote idea of recovering. Mr. Burke's attention was greater than I ever received from any physician, although I had been attended by several, and I got better from the commencement of his attendance. Know by the discharges that I had the abscess and bleeding from the lungs, and this was the opinion of my physicians in Pennsylvania. Had a violent fever about 5 days before I took the medicines. Took 6 teaspoonsful of lobelia, as strong as it could be made, in the course of 3 or 4 hours. When I came to Baltimore, I weighed 78, and my recovery was so great that when I recovered I weighed 154. Now enjoy better health than I ever did before. My physicians in Pennsylvania said I had an abscess and that I could not recover. So great is the change in me, I do not think my friends in Pennsylvania will know me. Edward Needles. It has not been long since I became acquainted with Francis Burke, only since the introduction of the cholera in this city. Consider him a man of intelligence, a smart man, an astute man, and a man of good judgment. My own wife was under his treatment. She was relieved by him in a very short time. Consider him very skillful in his practice. Edward N. Sweeney. Became acquainted with Mr. Burke one day before the announcement of the cholera being in Baltimore was made in the public papers. Since I became acquainted with him, I had many opportunities of seeing him and consider him a man of judgment. Consider him decidedly the best Thomasonian in the city of my acquaintance, since Mr. John M. Williams, and suppose he is better, as he had more practice. Consider him a skillful man and a man of good strong mind. One morning, during the prevalence of the cholera, heard a knocking at my door at 4 o'clock, and on opening the window, a man asked me if there was not a doctor lived there. I told him that he was mistaken, and there was one further down the street, and inquired what was the matter. I have held a right under this system for some time, but never have made a regular business of practicing it, and the more I have investigated it, the better I am satisfied of the mistaken treatment of the facility. The man said his wife and child had the cholera, and they lived in Wagon Alley, and that if I would consent to come and see if anything could be done, he would give anything he was able. Told him I did not practice for money, but as he was so anxious I should go, I would see if I could do anything. Went to his house and found 5 children, 2 of them sick, and the mother, Mrs. Oram, totally collapsed. She was speechless and unable to move. The man said that he was told Mrs. Oram was so far gone as to be beyond any hopes, but that he wished I would try to do something for the children. My feelings were much moved on the occasion, and I gave them a dose of medicine. And such is the tendency of our medicine that as soon as it is taken, it had an effect. It was the medicine number 1, the strongest preparation, and which on account of its strength has been jocularly termed Samson. Told the man after turning round and looking at Mrs. Oram that if it were my case, I would not give it up. He begged me that if I thought any good could be done to do it. Gave her some of the same medicine I had given the children, and I took a teaspoonful and a half of the strong lobelia and poured it down her throat. We had to force her mouth open to do it. As soon as she swallowed it, she moved, and I found the medicines had taken effect. In a few minutes I told him I thought it was probable she would recover, and I went for Mr. Burke and Mr. Reynolds. The child lived about 6 days. Left the cases with Mr. Burke, and he attended very particularly and attentively to them, being there nearly all day and night, and only slept upon chairs. The woman got better, and is now cured. I saw her yesterday. Also knew of another case of Mr. Burke, in which he was the one that administered, and that with success. This was the case of a woman at Bromley's Tavern near the Marsh Market who had violent convulsions. They had been out to find Burke, but he could not be found. There were not exactly the same symptoms in all the cases, but still I believe that all disease is produced from the same and one general cause. Mr. Burke gave her a vial full of the same medicines, about 3 ounces, and it did not relieve. We are by no means particular about the quantity of medicine, neither do we care anything about symptoms. My brother gave him another for her, a vial of lobelia, after I did, and this was all of the strongest preparation. Consider Mr. Burke as a man of good judgment and very attentive to his patients, and that he has sacrificed much time in attending during the cholera. Hope this court will, before it adjourns, give my friend a diploma. Ephraim Larrabee. Consider Burke a man of judgment, a sensible man, and if I were sick and at the point of death, I would prefer him to any other man. Believe him a man of judgment and a very smart man. Dr. Cole. The symptoms of congestion of the lungs and brain might be discovered by anyone acquainted with the subject, by convulsions, flushed countenance, redness of the eyes, insensibility of the pupil of the eye to light, eyes immovable, state of the lungs, great difficulty of breathing, and these are all symptoms of congestion. The progress of congestion would have been discovered by the pulse to a certain extent. The pulse becomes slower in congestion in consequence of the circulation becoming impeded and requires a greater effort of the system to sustain the circulation. The treatment would produce a violent and strong circulation, then congestion. This can always be discovered by the symptoms. They had all manifested themselves before I got there. Abner Pope. It was between 11 and 12. I was at Bell's on the morning of Hazlip's death, judged so from the circumstance of soon after going to dinner. There was there about a quarter of an hour, and I dined between 1 and 2 o'clock. Had been to Elijah Stansbury's near the causeway, and was returning. Some time after breakfast, I left home and went to Stansbury's, stopped at E. Larrabee's on the route, probably half an hour, went from there to Godfrey Myers, and I think from there to Stansbury's. Don't recollect whether Myers was at home or not. Stopped there but short time. I think I went direct from there to Stansbury's. Don't know how long we were at Stansbury's. After I left there, I came direct to Larrabee's to attend a committee meeting there. Was on the opposite side of the street from Bell's, and the sound seeming to come from above induced me to look up. Mr. Moffat did not see Mr. Pope there, nor Mr. Stansbury. Mr. Williams. I stated that the criterion by which I should judge the proper time to remove the patient from the steam box would be when nausea was produced or indication of fullness of the stomach. While the patient was confined upon the steam cot, I would not withdraw the steam entirely. This would make him liable to a chill and return of spasms. I would reduce the steam, but not remove it entirely. Hence the difficulty of breathing by a pressure on the heart. Would not take the steam entirely off. Would have reduced it, which can be done as quick as we can turn the finger, by turning the cock part round. Have kept up the action of steam until the patient has complained. Then I have reduced it, and continued it until the object was accomplished. Have known persons kept in a high state of perspiration by the use of steam. Have kept N. Heinzen sitting and standing together 1 hour and a quarter, and I have kept my wife continually under the influence of the steam from bricks for 2 nights and 1 day. End of section 5. Section 6 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Francis Burke for the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, Baltimore, Maryland, 1832, Part 6. The speeches to the jury. Mr. Gill for the state. The counsel for the defendant said that they considered, out of respect to the court and jury, who had already been a long time considering this case, they would not examine any other of the numerous witnesses that had been summoned in support of the prisoner, and considered that enough had been said before the jury by them to furnish a clear view of the whole case. Mr. Gill, Deputy Attorney General. Gentlemen of the jury, the duty to perform is one of a novel character. The grand jury has, in the charge of the duties and responsibilities devolving upon them, presented the prisoner at the bar on a charge of manslaughter. The charge is one, the prosecution in which is attended with great difficulty and delicacy, because, in its consideration, it embraces subjects involving not only the character of many individuals, but dangerous consequences to the peace and well-being of society, consequences frequently entirely irreparable, to discountenance which laws are enacted, and the administrators of them who were authorized to watch for the general good were bound to punish their infraction. In any other case, if the inquiry did not embrace subjects as so grave a character was but one of the many occurrences in life, I would not feel authorized in so marked a manner to call your attention to it. The case before the court, to the consideration of which I am earnestly endeavoring to confine the attention of the jury, is one of extraordinary interest. You will see, gentlemen, that the difficulty and importance I alluded to grows out of the circumstances of the case as presented to the court. It affects not only the changeful variant interests of society, which may be diverted into other channels, and leave an opportunity to repair the evil incurred. No, gentlemen of the jury, those may be subjects ordinarily sufficiently grave to occupy your valuable time, but the case before you rises in the vastness of its magnitude far above all others that may be named. When you are told that it affects the human system, its operations, its health, its life, it is not sufficient to believe that the individual is prompted to the deed by no malicious wish to work injury to his fellow. A desire of gain is too liable to lead men astray, and when we superadd it to the grosser motives which blind the judgment and influence the conduct of many, you will perceive the pressing necessity of guarding well every avenue to abuses in this particular. Error in judgment on his part is likely to involve the patient in difficulties and dangers from which he may not be able to extricate himself from the false representation of heartless, designing persons. Experience proves that the most innocent medicines may be administered injuriously. Take 100 persons, have them attended with such medicines. Some would get well without any medical treatment. All they may need will be a little cessation from the intense application they pay to the ordinary business, and they will get well. A large majority of the balance will, under ordinary medical treatment, get well, and yet there are a few whose cases require the utmost attention and care, and all the resources of the well-informed in the healing art. Place such as these under the care of the unskillful, and it will certainly kill them. In the charge of the skillful, they will have certainly recovery. Question the conduct of the individual through whose agency this evil has been produced. Call him to this bar to answer for his misdeeds, and immediately all that conceive themselves to be benefited by his medicines come into the court and willingly testify to the value of those medicines to which they attribute their relief. In case that individual is incompetent to judge correctly what remedy is indicated by a perfect knowledge of the characteristic symptoms of the disease, every attempt he may make to remove the evil may be fraught with the most pernicious and fatal consequences, which may be enhanced by its reprehensibleness and the enormity of its character, by rashness and inattention to the plain dictates of humanity. You are, at least, to determine whether gross rashness, ignorance, and lack of that tender care for the condition and sufferings of the individual, the causes of whose death you are called to investigate, was not the procuring means which occasioned the death of the individual, to answer a charge of which the prisoner at the bar was presented by the grand jury and brought before this honorable court. Take a view of the circumstances connected with the case, and you will see a blind infatuation on one part and a manifest lack of judgment on the other. But before we proceed to a further investigation of the treatment, let us examine the means of instruction furnished and the spring to action of the author and his followers. Observe his labored attempt to deceive the reader and rouse up evil passions in the possessor of his book. Be not deceived by appearances. In the present case, a party of individuals and the prisoner undertake to remove disease and pretend to do so for the benefit of society at large. Before we admit the position, and I would be as ready to allow all reasonable credence to the professions of others as any gentleman in this court, if proofs did not testify the reverse, will it not be well to test the motives which seem to govern the individuals coming before the court for the defense? The prisoner at the bar and the author of this little book, Dr. Thompson's Guide to Health. We have a right to examine it, because by scanning its contents, we may be able to arrive at a knowledge of the motives and principles of its originator. I have carefully read it, that due justice might be rendered to its merits or demerits, as well as to the case more immediately presented to the consideration of the court, and must confess to my surprise that there are to be found in this enlightened community and among its members those who vend and those who circulate it. What does it contain? It tells a lamentable story of the evils occasioned by the use of medicine, which have been received into common practice, and borne in triumph over the test of ages, as useful and salutary. Here the author is evidently engaged, not in presenting to the cold judgment of the reader remedies which have been tested by men of close investigation and deep research, but in inflaming the bad passions by putting forth libels on the conduct and motives of a respectable and learned body of men. Not by their appearances, but by the principles ought all their motives to be judged. The performance of the duty is a painful one, but justice imperiously demands the performance of it at this time from me. It is necessary to advert to the words of the fountainhead of its slanders to learn whether a spirit of rivalry or an anxious desire to afford relief to suffering humanity is the predominant principle. The practice of the regular physicians is injurious to mankind, the book says, on page 11. Is there anything to justify this? Does the conduct of that community deserve such a character? It is but an address to prejudice and not to the reasoning faculties of men. It promotes the exercise and indulgence of feelings which should be carefully avoided. Again, much has been said and written upon fevers by the professedly learned doctors of medicine. This class of individuals pay no attention to the origin and application of proper remedies. All his effort is used to sustain the fever, and he says, page 15, the herb doctor uses all his skill to kill the fever. Nature is heat, heat is life, and thus he argues in a circle, arriving always at the starting point. Again he advances a new doctrine, pages 18 to 19. Nature never furnishes the body with more blood than is necessary for the maintenance of health, etc. Here he boldly charges even eminent physicians with practicing it for experiment's sake, even on themselves. The charge of experimenting is evidently only a design to mislead the reader. On page 27 he comes boldly and unmaskedly forward and enters this caveat against certain medicines, which he abuses in no measured terms, still keeping in action a full share of the tenor of his slanders. I have before me a whole chapter headed on giving poisons as medicine. The author says, the practice of giving poison as medicine, which is so common among the medical faculty at the present day, is of the most importance to the public, and it is subject that I wish to bring home to the serious consideration of the whole body of the people of this country, and enforce in the strongest manner on their minds the pernicious consequences that have happened and are daily taking place by reason of giving mercury, arsenic, nitre, opium, and other deadly poison to cure disease. It is admitted by those who make use of these things that the introducing of them into the system is very dangerous, and that they often prove fatal. To cover the ground, he assumes, and mislead the judgment, so by the occasional utterance of a truth, he may have had the semblance of a cause for his observations, an excuse for the ignorance and want of skill. He proceeds, those who make use of these things as medicine seem to cloak administering them under this specious pretense of great skill and art in preparing and using them. But this kind of covering will not blind the people. If they would examine it and think for themselves, instead of believing that everything said or done by a learned man must be right, the poison given to the sick by a person of the greatest skill will have exactly the same effect as it would if given by a fool. Here we find the author purposely misstating the subject, and evidently with the view to slander others, and thereby the better to cover his own selfish designs. Indeed, the whole book appears to me a work full of deception, and they that vend, and they that advocate and own it, participate in the criminality of its author, by endeavoring with their own countenance and support to palm it upon the community as a truth, and a book as a work deserving of attention. This covering will not exempt themselves from a censure wherever the book is candidly examined. No medicine is as harmless in the hands of a fool as with a skillful practitioner who has made the subject the theme of his study for years of painful and laborious investigation. Nothing is harmless when taken in improper quantities into the stomach. Even the most nourishing and innocent food we eat may be partaken improperly and inordinately and do serious injury. The science of medicine is more complicated, and the evils of misapplication of proper remedies is attended with more pernicious consequences than deviations from propriety in the administration and reception of healthy food. The subject of medicine, for the purpose of practicing to afford relief, should never be meddled with by any but men of extensive reading and close investigation. The author has a whole chapter headed, The Doctors Without a System. Hear how he slanders a respectable and learned profession, that the doctors have no system. That is a fact pretty generally acknowledged by themselves, or at least they have none that has been fixed upon as a general rule for their practice. Almost every great man among them has had a system of his own, which has been followed by his adherents, till some other one is brought forward more fashionable. With him, when a man has discovered anything superior in its kind, no advance is to be made, no improvement sought after, and no deviation from or change of views can take place in relation to any subject of investigation without just ground for an implication of the correctness of the motive. The whole medical world are accused of being governed by fashion, and men of sound judgment and correct habits are sweepingly maligned by this new light and charged not only with want of principle, but also, page 34, with being weakly moved by fashion and the adoption of their views and practice. Their practice is founded on visionary theories which are so uncertain and contradictory that it is impossible to form any correct general rule as a guide to be depended upon. I cannot take the time to follow the author through all his malignities and misstatements, but I expect to be able to convince you, gentlemen of the jury, that the assertions I have made and may yet find occasion in the prosecution of the case to make are fully sustained by the developments of Thompson's book. I proceed. Page 132 on the subject of midwifery. I have given instruction to several who have bought the right, and their practice has been attended with complete success. Many men that I have given the information to have since attended their own wives, and I have never known an instance of any bad consequences. And if young married men would adopt the same course, it would be much more proper and safe than to trust their wives in the hands of young, inexperienced doctors who have had little knowledge except what they get from books, and their practice is to try experiments. Their cruel and harsh treatment, in many instances, would induce the husband to throw them out of the window if permitted to be present, but this is not allowed for the very same reason. Herein is contained not only a repetition of slander against the learned faculty, viz., one of judgment, and cruel and harsh treatment, but the author has, while he rails at the study of the science, the effrontery to teach others what he is evidently ignorant of, and rail at such as have made themselves acquainted with the science as a regular branch of their indispensable study. The purchasers of this book must know that they have been deceived, and cannot but be convinced that they are tampering with life when they attempt to practice upon its system and medicines. I return to page 177, an article written on the subject of worms. Thompson says the common practice of the doctors is to give calomel and other poisons to kill the worms. This must appear to anyone who examines into the subject to be very wrong as well as dangerous, for the worms cannot be killed by it without poisoning the whole contents of the stomach. I once knew of a case of a child who, after eating a breakfast of bread and milk, was taken sick. A doctor was sent for, who said it was caused by worms, and gave a dose of calomel to destroy them, which caused fits. The child vomited and threw up its breakfast. A dog that happened to be in the room ate what the child threw up. He was soon taken sick and died. The child got well. The fortunate accident of the child throwing off its stomach what it had taken probably saved its life, for if there was enough poison to kill a dog, it must have killed a child. The general principles as set forth in relation of facts advanced in this book all go to speak one motive, one deliberate and continual determination to slander the physicians of the whole world. We stand in society in various relations to each other, and there may be a few, of which number I think the author makes one, who are selfish and malignant, and do not study to advance the interest of humanity, who care little for the miseries of the rest, except only as it furthers their base motives. But, gentlemen of the jury, your own observation teaches you that the great masses are anxious to do what is right and proper. Judge the gentlemen of the medical faculty, and it is not reasonable to suppose that men bred and educated as they are would lose by a comparison with the mass of men by but the same rule. Is there any excuse for the indiscriminate attack made upon both them and the character of their professions? Can the motives which would actuate to such deeds be honest? If the mind of Dr. Thompson was not completely imbued with a spirit of rancor, he would have had put forth a book of quite a different sort of character. After modestly advancing his views, which conflict with generally received opinions, he would have rested the success of them upon the supposed plausibility and certainty of his premises and deductions, and calmly appealed not to prejudice and passion, but to the sober, collected judgment of the purchaser. Had he done so, a discriminating public would judge of it by its intrinsic merits, if it has any, and the author be held in respect even by his opponents, who would not feel aggrieved if he enjoyed the meed of a well-earned fame. The appetite for slander must be satisfied, and the prejudices and bad passions of its readers be put in a ferment, and for no other purpose than to set men at variance with each other. The mind sickens at the debasing view. It is time to leave it. I now come to the examination of the merits of the testimony. The case was presented for the consideration of the grand jury. They view it in its relations to and bearings upon the well-being of society, and aware that, if such practices were suffered to go unpunished, it would become an evil of great magnitude, and perhaps be attended by a widespread dissolution of life, and were determined to do all their power to arrest its progress. They have found a bill charging the prisoner at the bar, in the words of the indictment, with killing Benjamin M. Hazlip. You have heard the testimony on the part of the state. I leave it with you for the present. Among the witnesses for the defense, we find the testimony of Mrs. Williams. She had a disease, and, notwithstanding all the boasted information which Dr. Thompson imparts, and all the knowledge acquired by practice, the character of her case is not understood, and Dr. Jameson has to be consulted, and his opinion obtained to show her to be beyond a cure by the use of the ordinary medical treatment. She tells you that she has very largely used Thompson's medicines, and she thinks she would have died were it not for their surprising virtues. But notwithstanding the glowing terms in which she speaks of them, her countenance evidences that she is not cured of her malady. Miss Williamson appears on the stand, and while all the warmth and grateful recollection of supposed benefits tells you of her complication of woes, and that the prisoner at the bar snatched her from the jaws of death. She considers her cure a miraculous display of the skill of the prisoner at the bar and the virtues of his medicines. And truly, if all the testimony for the prisoner be true, the age of miracles has not ceased yet. Mr. Sweeney also bears the like testimony to the character of the prisoner, goes into a description of the quantity of the medicines given in certain cases, and tells you in addition that he considers one single medicine good under all circumstances and varieties of diseases. Mr. Sweeney owns the right to use Thompson's book and remedies. I speak of this to show the false principles under which men may act and how far they will go in support of the position they have taken. Sweeney was called to attend a case mentioned by him in Wagon Alley, and he gave up the case to the prisoner. Of course, it must have been a very desperate case. He tells you that he has known lobelia to be used to good advantage in large quantities, and that a patient of the prisoner, Mary Jewett, took 2 vials full of the strongest preparation, which he significantly calls Samson, before relief was obtained. And from the reckless manner in which it was administered in large quantities, I confess, I am strengthened in the opinion that their proceedings are prompted and regulated by false principles of humanity. This Dr. Thompson tells his followers that he has made discoveries in medicine which puts to flight the necessity of all further inquiry upon the subject, looked over all the difficulties and impediments which might occur in future practice, obviated or overcame the whole, and now he offers them his book, the contents of which have forever banished the necessity of further investigation, all further examination, all further action in his address to self-love and pride. Yes, gentlemen, this Dr. Thompson dares to assume the attributes of divinity and tells the world that he has found the grand desideratum, the elixir of life, in a general medicine, which is universally applicable in all cases of disease. I hope the court will not think me too tedious if I read the following extracts in exposition of the principles of this grand and desirable universal secret remedy, which even in his relation to the manner of its discovery bears constant marks of the egotism of the discoverer. In the introduction he says, "It is true that much of what is at this day called medicine is deadly poison, and were people to know what is offered them of this kind, they would absolutely refuse to receive it as a medicine. This I have long seen and known to be true, and have labored hard for many years to convince them of the evils that attend such a mode of procedure with the sick, and have turned my attention to those medicines that grow in our own country, which nature has prepared for the benefit of mankind. Long has the general medicine been sought for, and I am confident I have found such as are universally applicable in all cases of disease, and which may be used with safety and success in the hands of the people. After 30 years' study and repeated successful trials of the medicinal vegetables of our own country, in all the diseases incident to our climate, I can, with well-grounded assurance, recommend my system of practice and medicines to the public as salutary and efficacious. Great discoveries and improvements, he says, have been made in various arts and sciences since the first settlement of our country, while its medicines have been very much neglected. As these medicines, suited to every disease, grow spontaneously upon our own soil, I would remark here that in this place Thompson has forgotten one material ingredient in his medicines. The most powerful and permanent stimulant he used, cayenne pepper, certainly did not grow spontaneously upon our own soil. It was an article of foreign growth. He proceeds, as they are better adapted to the Constitution, as the price of imported drugs is very high, it follows, whether we consult health, which is of primary importance, or expense, a decided preference should be given to the former, as an object of such magnitude as no longer to be neglected. Possessing a body, like other men, I was led to inquire into the nature of the component parts of what man is formed. I found him composed of the 4 elements, earth, water, air, and fire. The earth and water I found were the solids, the air and fire the fluids. The first two I found to be the component parts. The two last kept him in motion. Heat, I found, was life, and cold, death. Each one that examines into it will find that all constitutions are alike. I shall now describe the fuel which continues the fire or life of man. This is contained in two things, food and medicines, which are in harmony with each other, often grown in the same field, to be used by the same people. People who are capable of raising their food and preparing the same may as easily learn to collect and prepare all their medicines and administer the same when it is needed. Our life depends on heat. Food is the fuel that kindles and continues that heat. The digestive powers being correct causes the food to consume. This continues the warmth of the body by continually supporting the fire. The stomach is the depot from which the whole body is supported. The heat is maintained in the stomach by consuming the food, and all the body and limbs receive from the proportion of nourishment and heat from that source, as the whole room is warmed by the fuel which is consumed in the fireplace. The greater the quantity of wood consumed in the fireplace, the more heat and support through the whole man. By constantly receiving food into the stomach, which is sometimes not suitable for the best nourishment, the stomach becomes foul, so that the food is not well digested. I suppose in that case, all that is necessary is to give large quantities of cayenne pepper and burn it out as we do a stovepipe. Yes, I see it is by the paragraph below. This causes the body to lose its heat, then the appetite fails, the bones ache, and the man is sick in every part of the whole frame. After these very sublime and philosophical reasonings, he turns to his evidences on the subject. On page 9, I have found by experience that the learned doctors are wrong in considering fever an enemy. This I find by the practice in my family, until it had 5 times given them over to die. Exercising my own judgment, I followed after them and relieved my family every time. After finding a general principle respecting fevers, and reducing that to practice, I found it sure in all disease when there was any nature left to build on. And in 3 years' constant practice, I never lost one patient. Here's a grand discovery, which, if the statement of the relator is to be trusted, will keep men alive to an indeterminate age. Men need not die now. The secret of prolonging life is at length discovered, and the whole is simply this. When the stomach is out of order, to give largely of cayenne pepper. Burn out the flues, and you can apportion life to any given quantity. He says, page 10, it has been acknowledged, even by those who are unfriendly to me in my practice, that my medicine may be good in some particular cases, but not in all. But this is an error, for there are but 2 great principles in the constitution of things, the principle of life and the principle of death. He says in the same paragraph, names are arbitrary things. The knowledge of a name is but the common and annis, but in the knowledge of the origin of a malady and its antidote lies the weightier matters of this science. This knowledge makes the genuine physician, all without it, a real quackery. Thompson has defined the cause of disease and the effect of disease the same. The remedy being heat, it does not need much reflection to know what under the practice of this system to apply as a remedy. Give heat, give cayenne, and the disorder must vanish. Surely no man needs long to remain in darkness and commit the sin of quackery. Hear him again, what parade he makes of superior intellect, with what complacency he sounds the praise of his wonderful endowments. What little dependence is to be put upon human learning. How useless and how injurious. Page 11. A man may have a scientific knowledge of the human frame. He may know the names in every language of every medicine, mineral and vegetable, as well as every disease, and yet be a miserable physician. These are truths which are evident to all, as they come within experience of all, but surely this can bear no analogy to the qualifications of such a man as Thompson. The possibility may exist that some men of very extensive information may not, owing to some unusual peculiarity in them, be good physicians. The case widely differs when the individual are not in possession of a cultivated mind to qualify them for the practice. The first presupposes an occasional incompetency from perhaps a certain habit or peculiarity, the supposed case of an individual without the necessary education involves in its stating only the idea of utter disqualification and improbability. It cannot with any semblance of correctness be tortured to mean that an ignorant man like Thompson may also be capable of performing the high duties of a physician. With all the supposed incapacities of a man of science in the knowledge of diseases and the remedies, it is preposterous to conclude, with even all his disqualifications, that he is no better as a physician than the most illiterate. It is gross folly enough to feed the mind on flattery in any individual, but when it is furnished and swallowed by the individual himself, it is truly disgusting and abhorrent. This Mr. Thompson, who, it seems, cares not what false principles he puts forth so that he may vend his book, hear how adroitly he applies to himself expressions which the author of them would never have uttered, had he supposed the possibility of the abuse made of them in this book. But there have been men without this to boast of, from the earliest ages of the world, who have risen, blessed with the sublimer powers of genius, who have, as it were, with one look, pierced creation, and with one comprehensive view, grasped the whole circle of science, and left learning itself toiling after them in vain. It cannot be misunderstood. He intends this should be applied to himself. Yes, he has studied 30 years to accomplish this task, and all the information he can give a farrago of nonsense contained in this little book. Here, in his own distempered fancy, he has embodied a fund of valuable information, a something which did not admit of change, to which all the world might look and be healed. If the concluding sentence is not sheer nonsense in reference to Thompson, then, I must confess, I have ever been laboring under the greatest disabilities to the proper information of a sound judgment, delusion, and error. It is the conclusion he draws from the premise that he has stated above in his own favor. A man can never be great without intellect, and he can never more than fill the measure of his capacity. There is a power beyond the reach of art, and there are gifts that study and learning can never rival. Yes, gentlemen of the jury, this ignorant, great Mr. Thompson has obtained a knowledge which puts down all science and leaves learning toiling after it in vain. Yes, a knowledge of this book will qualify a man to cure the whole catalogue of the suffering of humanity. There is a power beyond the reach of art, and he has it by institution, and these are gifts that study and learning can never rival, and this man, according to his own notion, has attained them. And to perpetuate the idea, he has adorned his book with a portrait of himself having this motto, his system and practice originating with himself. He endeavors by direct flattery to get within their judgment, and tells them that his long experience and great success prove that his medicines may be used with safety and success by any person, and that all constitutions are the same, and all diseases are alike, however opposite their nature. I have heard of mathematics being taught by a game of marbles, but to prove that the science of medicine, or a knowledge of the curative art, could be acquired without effort would be a problem more difficult to solve than mathematicians or any other have yet undertaken. Nothing can be learned without labor and attention, and nothing is more difficult to acquire a correct and useful knowledge of than the science of medicine. Notwithstanding all of the facilities afforded by books, many are totally ignorant of certain arts and sciences. They are not easily acquired by any person, and perhaps it may be necessary to the well-being of society that it is so. Thompson and his followers have brought all diseases to one general standard, and they know of but one general remedy. All else is but to come in and anise. But in their one general remedy lies the weightier matters of this science. Men cannot be too careful when they tamper with what they never can restore. Scarce has Thompson begun to repose under the shade of his laurels and to reap the benefit of the sale of his rights, when his quiet is disturbed by the invading hand of another aspirant after fame. In the first page of his address to the public, he complains, "Many persons are practicing my system who are in the habit of pretending that they have made great improvements, etc., and says the public are therefore cautioned against such conduct," etc. Elias Smith says he has made improvements on Thompson's practice, and Thompson bawls out against the innovation and cautions the public against the evils attending such conduct. Thompson, in his own estimation, had now become a regular physician. From the expositions which have been made respecting the correctness of the system and practice revealed in this book, you, gentlemen of the jury, will be able to determine how far men are to be benefited by the use of it. The prisoner is to be responsible to the laws if he is proved to be guilty of gross rashness and ignorance, and the book binds him hand and foot to the principles of it. If he varies in the least, he is deprived of his right and denounced by its author as an innovator and no longer worthy nor entitled to the privileges and immunities of membership. The cardinal principles are set forth on page 89, sections 3, 4, 5. Being that the construction and organization of the human frame are in all men essentially the same, being formed of the four elements, earth and water constitute the solids of the body, which are made active by fire and air. Heat, in a peculiar manner, gives life and motion to the whole, and when entirely overpowered, from whatever cause, by the other elements, death ensues. A perfect state of health arises from a due balance of temperature of the elements, and when it is, by any means, destroyed, the body is more or less disordered. When this is the case, there is always a diminution of heat or an increase of the power of cold, which is its opposite. All disorders are caused by obstructed perspiration, which may be produced by a great variety of means. That medicine, therefore, must be administered that is best calculated to remove obstructions and promote perspiration. Earth, water, air, and fire, compounded, form the man, and the whole treatment to be pursued in the removal of the various diseases to which he is exposed are contained in two things, heat and medicines, without reference to symptoms of contraindications. No complaint should be made of his consumption of food. The more he eats, the warmer he is, and the warmer he is, the better health he enjoys. Now, gentlemen of the jury, it is known that many diseases create an inordinate appetite. Here the great fundamental principle is observed to eat largely, for the purpose of keeping up the inward heat above the outward. Does not such a plan overload the stomach, paralyze its digestive powers, and lessens its warmth in proportion to the shock given to them? How is it to be accounted for on Thompson's principles? The terms food and medicine are sometimes used synonymously, and he says, if it is agreeable in one case, it is agreeable in all. What do they mean by heat upon the surface? I do not comprehend what dependence the outward heat or atmospheric heat has upon the inward heat. The stomach is called the focus of the inward heat. It is generated in the stomach. The supposition is that the outward heat will be exceeded by the heat of the stomach, as it is constantly originating there and evolving from it. Yet they contend that the outward heat may be greater than that from the stomach. The Thomasonians contend that heat is life, and of course there is no life by their rule without heat. What are we to do with the cold-blooded animals? Have they not life? The book says life, blood, heat, and nature are synonymous terms. Here we have an outward and inward heat, and an outward and inward life, an outward and inward nature, and for aught I know, an outward and inward blood too, for they are all synonymous. Surely Thompson did not understand himself when he was putting forth these follies. He is more powerful in using the weapon of slander than in anything else. I can read an exact from a work on animal heat showing that the natural temperature of the blood of man was the same in all climates. Other authors say that the origin of heat is in the lungs and blood. It appears more reasonable that it should be there than in the stomach. Is there any other motive for respiration than to produce vital heat? For this only, it appears essential to human life. The origin of Thompson heat is in the stomach, which is constantly exposed to diminution by the action of the atmospheric air and a variety of other agents. Thompson said he had long sought for a universal remedy, but if his system is based upon untenable principles, it is dangerous to carry it into practice. I now come to the consideration of the evidence of the witnesses who have given in their testimony before the court. But first, let us make inquiry into the condition of the man who died. Patrick and Moffat both say they saw him on the morning of the day on which he died. They say that they did not know that anything was the matter with him. Larrabee says he complained of pains and oppression in the stomach and bowels and appeared very much alarmed. But Townsend says he saw him at about 10:15 near his own house and that he did not appear ill. Somewhat tells you that he did not know that Hazlip had spasms, but that Bell told him that Hazlip had. Pope and Stansbury say that he had spasms. The testimony of the witnesses conflict much with each other. You are the best judges of who, what, and how much of these statements is to be believed, when the whole is taken in conjunction with the testimony of Dr. Hintz, and he was called upon late on the night previous by Hazlip, and that nothing but alarm ailed him at that time, and in conjunction also with the testimonies of all the physicians that were present at the post-mortem examination, that the body of the deceased had no internal marks of recent disease. Next, Hazlip was seen on the steam cot by Patrick, Moffat, West, and Macaulay. They all testify that Burke and Bell gave or had given Hazlip medicines, and at the same time he was lying on the cot and under the influence of the steam. That Hazlip asked to be let off, but that they prevailed on him to stay on the steam cot, and again, that he sat up on the cot, and that they persuaded him to lie down. That Hazlip appeared very restless, was in a profuse perspiration, and that Burke and Bell gave him composition powder, lobelia, cayenne pepper, and number 6, and that they said they did not wait for the medicine to operate. Townsend said he saw Hazlip near his house at 10:15. Patrick says he saw him on the steam cot at between 11 and 12 of that day. We may, therefore, fix the time of the commencement of the steaming at 11:30, and by the concurrent testimony of all the witnesses for the prosecution, he was free up at that time from all appearances of disease, and all say that while on the steam cot he had no appearance of disease. Moffat says that when he went to see Hazlip the second time, it was between 2 and 3 o'clock, and he found him on the bed beside the steam cot in a state of insensibility. And West says he saw him on the steam cot at 15 to 20 minutes past 1, and then no bed had arrived or was in the room. All who speak positively on the subject during the operation of the medicines and steam say that there was no preparation of the sort in the room. Suppose we fix the time of his being relieved from the operation of the steam to 2 o'clock. Hazlip then must have been at least 2 hours and a half under the operation of the steam. Lobelia is an article so dangerous in its qualities and vehement in its nature that it is not safe to be administered indifferently in disease, and only in a few cases. But in any form it is to be admitted cautiously and with a well-informed and well-ripened judgment. But in this instance it appears to have been administered in excessively large doses and without attention to symptoms and indications. Conjoined with this, the constant action of the steam for 2 hours and a half at such high temperature as to be complained of by Hazlip, that the steam excites the vessels on the surface to increased action and brings the whole circulatory system in rapid and violent action, and when carried to too great an extent, ceases to excite by overwhelming the heart and arteries. Does this show that maltreatment caused Hazlip's death? You have been told, too, gentlemen of the jury, that the action of all the medicines, etc., administered are vehement in their action, and violent and dangerous in their operation and effects. Lobelia is represented as an acrid and poisonous article. It may or may not be so. The witnesses for the defense say it is not. Pope says it casts up what is offensive, but this porridge is not thrown up by it. I do not believe him. There are a great variety of remedies which may be used with indifference, but it did not appear that the lobelia was an article of that description. Gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Barton, from all the information and experience he possessed, says, if lobelia does not puke or evacuate speedily, it frequently destroys the patient in 5 or 6 hours. With permission, I will read to the jury cases tried in the courts on the subject, from which you may be able, in view of the testimony in this present case, to make up your decision. And first, I would beg leave to read the trial of the author of the system and discoverer of the medicines upon and with which the prisoner at the bar practices. It is the case of Samuel Thompson. The recklessness of Thompson and his ignorance are here shown in undeniable evidence, but the judge instructed the jury, on submitting the case to them, that the prisoner was there on an indictment for murder, for willfully and maliciously killing Ezra Lovett, his patient. Unless it could be proved that the act was willful and maliciously done, an action on the case could not lie, and they were bound, however satisfied that the patient, Ezra Lovett, came to his death from the improper administration of Thompson's medicines, to decide in his favor, and upon that ground the jury found the bill of not guilty. But this is not the case with the present suit. Neither do the judges enjoy and exercise powers to the same extent as they do in Massachusetts. The jury in the present case may find their verdict as they may determine from the nature and weight of the testimony. All the cases go to show that where there is not due caution observed in the administration and qualities of the medicines, the prisoner should be guilty of the crimes alleged against him. Was not Hazlip under the application of the steam for 2.5 hours? Was not the whole treatment carried to excess? If the prisoner at the bar is not convicted upon the evidence before the court, an immunity from responsibility will be the consequence, and thereafter any man that chooses to get Thompson's patent may go forth and kill or cure without fear of punishment. End of Section 6. Section 7 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Francis Burke for the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, Baltimore, Maryland, 1832. Part 7. Mr. Richardson for the defense. Mr. Richardson said that in several passages read by Mr. Gill, he had stopped short of giving Dr. Thompson's ideas and thereby presented them in a wrong form, and such was the case with nearly all his quotations. And in one only, there was a semblance of truth in the charge of slander of the medical faculty by Dr. Thompson, and that had some justification in their persecutions of him. He next went into investigation of the nature of the disease, and showed by the testimony of Pope, Stansbury, and Sage, to the fact of Hazlip having spasms, the admission of Sumwalt that it had been stated that Hazlip had had spasms, without being denied by the patient, that Pope and Stansbury, from their knowledge of the disease, considered it a case of cholera, and Dr. Gedding's admission that with some slight difference that the appearances after death were such as is usual in that disease. To prove that the appearances about the brain were also concomitant, he read from Good Study of Medicine. Several instances were heard of at Hubli and other places of natives being struck with the disease whilst talking in the open air, and who, having fallen down, retched a little, complained of vertigo, deafness, and blindness, and expired in a few minutes. Mr. Gordon gives a history of many cases of this kind. At Ballery, a tailor was attacked with what was supposed to be cholera, and instantly expired, with his work in his hands, and in the very attitude in which he was sitting, and, pages 182 to 183, I have said that the living power during the whole of this melancholy event seems to have been very feebly recruited from its fountain, or not recruited at all. The latter appears to have been the case in the island of Ceylon, where the disease raged with even more violence than on the Indian continent, and the patient very frequently expired in 12 or 15 hours from its attack. A dissection of those who perished thus early in this quarter has put us in possession of some interesting facts, varying in a few particulars from those that occurred on post-obit examinations in the Isle of Bombay, and which will, I trust, uphold me in making this remark. The brain was, in these cases, chiefly the congested organ, the liver sometimes appearing to have no congestion whatever, and hence the inactivity produced in the brain by the nauseating state of the stomach must have been greatly augmented by oppression. Mr. Richardson reviewed the medicines, their nature, their usefulness and harmlessness, as proved by all the witnesses for the prisoner. The testimony of Mrs. Williams, a female in delicate health, who had taken 46 courses of Thompson's medicines and with benefit within the past 6 months, and her very full testimony in reference to her treatment and success with other females who had used them. The case of Mr. Lysett and his young man, Mr. Schumacher, his wife and sister, Mr. Needles, Mrs. Lydia Peters, of a disease pronounced incurable, etc., and Miss H.Y. Williamson, who attributed her recovery from the very verge of death to the skill of the prisoner. The testimony of every individual knowing the character of the prisoner was that he was competent and attentive, and this was the character of the prisoner for at least the last 4 years, without one exception, by the united testimony of the witnesses in the city of Baltimore, to which was superadded the testimony of Lambert S. Beck to the practice of the prisoner in the city of Washington previously, and nothing on the part of the testimony for the state went to show that the prisoner was lacking in attention in the case before the court. In fine, the prisoner had been proved by abundant testimony to be competent, successful, attentive, tender, and to possess all the qualifications necessary to recommend him to public confidence. And if even in a few cases he was unsuccessful, it could not be laid to his charge as a fault, but to the impotency and fallibility attendant upon the exercise of the best judgment in such cases. If such were not the correct view, then a physician of the most preeminent talents might, from malice or spirit of rivalry, be brought to the bar, and, to say the least of it, be subject to much vexation and loss of time, if not to punish and loss of character, when the utmost exertions of his power have been made to ensure success. In a great English case, the prisoner was indicted for the murder of Anne Delacroix at the parish of St. James, Westminster. He was also charged with manslaughter by the coroner's inquisition. Lord Chief Justice Ellenborough, in summing up, said, "There has not been a particle of evidence which goes to convict the prisoner of the crime of murder, but it is still for you to consider whether the evidence goes so far as to make out a case of manslaughter. To substantiate that charge, the prisoner, a surgeon, must have been guilty of criminal misconduct arising either from the grossest ignorance or the most criminal inattention. One or the other of these is necessary to make him guilty of that criminal negligence and misconduct which is essential to make out a case of manslaughter. It does not appear in this case there was any want of attention on his part." End of section 7. Section 8 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4, by John D. Lawson. Trial of Francis Burke for the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, Baltimore, Maryland, 1832. Part 8. Mr. Stewart for the defense. Mr. Stewart. A few years since I was engaged in a suit in which was seen arrayed not a few physicians of ordinary intellect and reputations for acuteness opposed to each other, but a marshalling of learned professor against learned professor of different colleges, but of the same school in deadly conflict, bringing with them all the talent, research, and erudition of which they were capable, and each supported in his position by witnesses of acknowledged merit in the practice of medicine, but with views of treatment, although in some points alike, essentially different from each other. The consequence was an elaborate investigation was entered into to prove what a court and jury will never be competent to decide upon, whether the views in treatment, which are almost as various as there are physicians, the accusers or the accused are right. A court can only decide whether is manifest inattention to the plain duties of propriety in the administration of medicines undeniably pernicious, and where there is palpably a recklessness and want of attention and gross ignorance. For where modes of treatment and preference of means only are the subjects of contention, there are such a variety of contradictory views in the medical world that they themselves are at constant issue with each other, and to leave the decision of correctness between their discrepancies to the judgment of such as had not been able properly to examine the whole ground of the controversy would be truly putting dangerous prerogatives in the hands of the ignorant and unskilful in such matters. For gentlemen of the jury, who shall decide when the doctors disagree? The case before you is not of the character I have just alluded to. Here is not an embattling of Thomasonian with Thomasonian. Not with them is to be found theory after theory, and system after system, chasing each other in an indeterminable succession until they vie in number with the stars in the firmament. No, gentlemen, they have one system and one mode of practice, which, notwithstanding the variations necessary to meet the attacks of the various forms of disease, are simple in their form, innocent and salutary in their effects, and adopted, received, and administered without a single reservation by thousands and perhaps tens of thousands of our fellow citizens throughout our widely extended country, of all ranks, conditions, and grades of talent, as such, without dissent or controversy. This is not too highly colored assertion. Go where you will, east, west, north, south, you will find the disciples of Dr. Thompson scattered abroad, a large and multiplying class of useful individuals. Question them respecting the system and medicines of Samuel Thompson, and they are, with an undivided voice, pronounced innocent and powerful in the banishment of disease and death. Truth has been truly said, in the emphatic language of a nervous writer, to have but one side, and the universality of the reception by those best acquainted with the system and practice of Dr. Thompson seem to go far to prove them true. I am not here for the defense of any system, but to defend my client against the charge of manslaughter as preferred against him in the words of the indictment. The system of Dr. Thompson, the book and all its assertions contained in it, is before the public. Edition after edition has been printed. The medical faculty has access to it and is instanced by the book in court owned by Dr. Cole, and they have not been able or undertaken to controvert what is there published. Until that takes place, they cannot complain of an injustice too slight for comment. Reference has been made to the trial of Samuel Thompson in Massachusetts. That case was got up by Dr. French for the purpose of putting down by persecution what he had failed to do by his practice. The same gentleman, not long afterwards, became a fugitive from justice for his misdeeds. Such should ever be the fate of the unprincipled, tyrannical persecutor. Look at the particular situation in which Thompson was placed, and then say if there be not some excuse, some palliation for the causticity of his remarks. Listen to Thompson's account of the treatment he has received, which he prefaces by a quotation from Dr. Harvey, pages 13-14. By what accountability, perversity in our frame does it appear that we set ourselves against anything that is new? Can any behold without scorn such drones of physicians, and after the space of so many 100 years of experience and practice of their predecessors, not one single medicine has been detected that has the least force directly to prevent, to oppose, and expel a continued fever? Should any, by a more assiduous observation, pretend to make the least step towards the discovery of such remedies, their hatred and envy would swell against him as a legion of devils against virtue. The whole society will dart their malice at him and torture him with all the calamities imaginable, without sticking at anything that should destroy him root and branch. For he who professes to be a reformer of the art of psychic must resolve to run the hazard of a martyrdom of his reputation, life, and estate. Thompson then goes on to state what has taken place in his own person. The treatment which the writer has received from some of the learned physicians since his discovery of the remedy for fever and various other diseases is a proof of the truth of this last saying of Dr. Harvey. They have imprisoned him and charged him with everything cruel and unjust, though, upon a fair trial, their violent dealings have come down upon their heads. while he has not only been proved innocent before the court, but useful, having relieved many which the other physicians have given over to die. Again, page 9, this, his success in practice, greatly disturbed the learned doctors, and some of them undertook to destroy me by reporting that I used poison, though they made no mention of my using their instruments of death, mercury, opium, rat's bane, nitra, and a lancet. I consider it my duty to withstand them, though I found my overthrow was what they aimed at. A plan was once laid to take me in tonight, but I escaped. Next I was indicted, as though I had given poison, and a bill brought against me for wilful murder. I was bound in irons and thrust into prison to be kept there through the winter, without being allowed bail. I petitioned for and obtained a special court to try the cause, and was honorably acquitted after 40 days' imprisonment. I maintained my integrity in the place where my persecution began. In 5 years, while vindicating this new and useful discovery, I lost $5,000, besides all the persecution, trouble, loss of health, and reproach which has been in connection with the losses. What is there inexcusable in his retort upon such men? My colleague has shown that the Attorney General has quoted but a part of Thompson's views, and by the context, Thompson has not been guilty of such falsity as he is charged with. Thompson enters largely into a description of his system and practice, and quotes considerably from medical authors respecting the character of their own medicines. Is there anything improper in this? He undertakes to recommend his system and practice on the ground of 30 years' experience of their usefulness. This he tells the purchasers of a right to use them in his book. Is one of the many purchasers prepared to disprove the correctness of what has been said? My learned friend, the Attorney General, charges the witnesses as coming into court as volunteers to testify for the prisoner. What impropriety is there in so doing? I know not, but such is not the fact. They are compelled to come here to testify for him. The Attorney General has carefully avoided to consider the correct view of the case of Miss Williamson. Disease had made serious inroads upon her frame, unable scarcely to speak, an abscess wasting her vitals, in the presence of considerable fever. Who had heard her so touchingly and artlessly relate the tale of her distress and recovery, heard it unmoved? Who doubted its truth in every particular? If Mrs. Williams be not cured, the blooming countenance of Miss Williamson bears testimony to the skill and success of the prisoner at the bar, that colleagues and diplomas can never confer. Her father had been sent for to see her die. Miss Williamson has gratitude for her deliverer. Could it be otherwise? The Attorney General charges the whole body of the Thomasonians in the city who attempted to relieve their fellow citizens during the prevalence of the late epidemic, which threatened the desolation of our city, with having a conscience for themselves and a conscience for the community. They had, gentlemen of the jury, it was a conscience which induced those truly brothers of charity to leave the comforts and delights of their homes and seek out and endeavor to save the lives of their suffering fellow beings, and at the peril of their own. It is no disgraceful conscience which induces its possessor to seek to secure the comfort and safety of his fellow creatures in the stead of his own in the day of calamity, a conscience which seeks not theirs but them, and that too in a disease which had baffled the united skill of the physicians of the 4 quarters of the world. The physicians had theorized and tested everywhere, and to no good purpose. The deceased, it is proved, had cholera, was intemperate, and under the influence of great fear. Fear has been said to be a proximate cause of that disease, and where it is found in connection with the disease, it is attended with fatal consequences. A certain physician said, "I killed so many, fear killed the rest." From what has been said and written upon the subject, take it for granted in cholera, where fear and intemperance are present, you may give the patient up as gone. Patrick, Moffat, Townsend, and Dr. Hintz say Hazlip was intemperate, and Dr. Hintz says he was fearful. West tells you he had shriveled feet. Dr. Giddings unwillingly bears his testimony that it was a case of cholera. He says that a supernatural heat is a remarkable attendant upon cholera, and not the product of the steam. Professor Giddings admitted that he would not have known what had occasioned the death of Hazlip if the prisoner at the bar had not very candidly and unreservedly informed him that he gave him certain Thomasonian medicines and steam which have not been extensively used by Dr. Giddings, and of which he knows but little from actual observation, while the witnesses testify that they and the prisoner have used everything here complained of to a greater extent and decided benefit. The other articles appear to be passed over as harmless, and the lobelia and steam, which Professor Giddings supposes was the cause of Hazlip's death, are no longer a tenable ground for conviction. Professor Giddings says the lobelia produces a warmth and glow throughout the system. In this case, the indications demanded it, and it was used for the purposes he acknowledges it is good to produce. The only difference on this point is Professor Giddings, who knows scarcely anything of lobelia, but what he has learned from another who gets nearly all his knowledge from hearsay, that it is a dangerous medicine, while the witnesses on the part of the prisoner, who have used and very frequently seen it used in much larger quantities, say it is not dangerous, but harmless, and was never known to do injury. In this number is Roger Burke, a gentleman upon whose judgment and veracity we can safely rely, who says that he has known it as a remedy for disease of the eye under the name of eyebright for 40 years, and for the last 2 years as lobelia, and although his acquaintance with it has been extensive, he never has had reason to think the administration of it calculated to injury. I look upon the present case rather as a triumph for than a trial for my client, and hope when the Attorney General has closed his remarks and the case is sent to the jury that they will give their verdict without leaving the box, for the competency, kindness, and character for every qualification and duty of a physician are abundantly proved to be possessed by Mr. Burke. End of Section 8. Section 9 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Francis Burke for the manslaughter of Benjamin M. Hazlip, Baltimore, Maryland, 1832. Part 9. Mr. Gill's closing speech. Mr. Gill. Gentlemen of the jury, there is one part of the address of the attorney for the defense, Mr. Stewart, in which I heartily concur. If the jury see no reason to believe that the death of Hazlip was not caused by the medicines of the prisoner at the bar, and that the prisoner at the bar is not chargeable with ignorance, want of attention, or humanity, then in this case they need not retire from their seats to make up a verdict. The statements made by the witnesses go to prove that there are cogent reasons why Mr. Burke should be convicted, and I hope whatever defects may have been discoverable in my management of the case, the jury will bear in mind that they are to rely on the testimony of the witnesses and the laws having reference to the subject. I have given much attention to this case, and have industriously put in requisition all my resources of information, and after the most laborious and patient investigation of its merits, guided by the best light of which I am capable, I can candidly say I discover in it a subject of the deepest interest to the cause of humanity and the happiness of the community, and that it would greatly advance both if by a decision adverse to the prisoner at the bar, a stop could be put to the further spread of a practice founded upon such wild and uncertain speculations as those of Thompson. I am astonished anyone can be so misled by it as to dare to undertake the cure of disease which such foolish and dangerous means. There is in it a something so unaccountable that I know not how to admit or comprehend that there is not an improper and base motive in its whole bearing in history. I am not disposed to wish that Mr. Burke, if innocent, should be condemned and punished, and hope the whole court will do me the justice to believe the assertion. The jury should not be misled, and I hope that nothing that has fallen from me will have a tendency to mislead their judgments in the smallest particular. I'm here to advance rational arguments and honest and fair conclusions. If I discharge my duty in these particulars, whatever is the event, whether Mr. Burke be acquitted or condemned, my duties to the society in which I live and to the laws of the state, which I am here for the support of, are performed, and no censure because of the consequences can be attributable to me. The same may be said of the gentlemen who act as counsel for the prisoner. We must arrive at a knowledge of the subject under discussion by a careful examination of all its principles and bearings, and present them for the consideration of the court. I yet contend that it is not allowing sufficient scope to the investigation if the view in the present case does not embrace both the principles and the practice of Thompson in connection with the qualifications of Mr. Burke and the treatment pursued by him. Is the system of Thompson sustained by fair and logical arguments? Do the counsel for the prisoner enter into an examination of it? Press them into it, and they tell you that there is no necessity for an examination into its merits. If so, how then can correct conclusions be drawn on the propriety of the administration of their medicines? The counsel for the prisoner say, and the bench say, it is unnecessary for the trial of the case before you. I am sorry for it, and I must admit to the weight of the circumstances. I still think, while we are disposing of the subject, it would be better to decide upon the whole ground of controversy and settle the question for the benefit of the community. Notwithstanding the decision of the bench, I hope I shall be indulged if I occasionally advert to Thompson's system or rule of government in the administration of the medicines. The counsel for the prisoner would confine the whole subject to a sort of mathematical argumentation. Thompson says all constitutions are alike, and they defend the doctrine that all persons should be treated alike. Because one person may be steamed 3 or 4 hours without injury, another person may be steamed the same length of time without cause for reflection upon the operator or administrator if the case terminates unfavorably. This appears to be the rule of argument of the defendant's counsel. Let us not be led astray any longer by wild and visionary postulate, but judge of the principle by testing and carrying it into all the minutiae of the practice. If the practice be not safe, then is the principle false. And the principle and practice being at discord, they can neither with safety be depended upon, and both are dangerous in their application to the removal of disease, and particularly so in the hands of the illiterate. Let us come back to an examination of the bone and sinew of the argument. If all constitutions are alike, then must all persons laboring under disease be necessitated to submit to the same sort of treatment. Lobelia and steam must be administered alike to all. No one having any share of common sense would admit either to the premise or conclusions to be correct. We know all diseases have different degrees of virulence, and some are opposite in their nature. Others vary in their type in different constitutions, different climates, and under different circumstances of attack. Yet, must they all be treated alike? Will one general mode of cure, one general remedy relief from all? The cholera is said to be the bane of the intemperate, and the temperate are most likely to escape because the attack takes place under different circumstances in the one from the other. But would anyone be so foolhardy to apply the same remedy for the relief of both and all the varieties and shades of attack? Certainly none would dare to do it without richly meriting and at least a charge of insanity. If all other sources of information are prescribed, but what is contained in this book of Thompson's, where can Francis Burke get general skill to practice medicine safely and successfully? Why, gentlemen, Thompson and his followers deny the use of medical skill. They hold general science in contempt and treat with derision all arguments which go to say that if they practice, they should have a general knowledge of medical science. It does more, by the assumption that a universal infallible remedy has been discovered. It checks the spirit of research and prevents all attempts in its followers from essaying to make future beneficial discoveries on the subject, and entrenches them in impenetrable ignorance, the better to prevent them from seeing the falsity of this arrogated powers of divinity and the immutability of this system in practice. For if everything has been already done to perfect the art of healing, all further exertion on the subject, all further research is worse than useless. It is a censurable waste of time. The present epidemic, which now desolates our beloved country, is characterized by symptoms and effects novel in their nature and awful in their termination. The most acute, learned, and patiently labored investigations have been made in order to ascertain its causes, the reason of its erratic deadly spread, and the best means of cure. They yet disagree, but they disagree as men confident in the purity of the intention of their competitors in science. All their writings teem with respect for their motives, however they may differ in their conclusions of each other. A confidence is apparent that a spirit of universal charity and anxiety for the universal spread of useful knowledge pervades the general mass, for true charity thinketh no ill of his neighbor. Is this the case with Thompson and his followers? Every page, nay, almost every line in this book shows it is not. Misrepresentation, misconstruction, and malignity and selfishness are stamped in indelible characters on every page, and the gross minds of its purchasers partake of the hateful, disgusting food, and the poison enters and is diffused through all their intellectual powers. A spirit of blind confidence is generated in their minds. The medicines, however powerful in their nature, because a small quantity may not injure, it is argued are innocent and harmless in large ones, and a reckless and injurious course of administration, which should be by some means be speedily put a stop to, immediately prompts them to teem out to be swallowed by the too credulous suffering patient, the means of death in the effort to save life. It appears evident that the Thomasonian remedies have been administered in the present case with sufficient care and discretion. The medicines may in some cases, and under certain conditions of disease, be very useful, but in others they must certainly do much harm. Whether the treatment of the patient by the prisoner has been beneficial or not is the legitimate subject for our investigation, and I am bound, by every consideration of duty and honor, to pursue it. I am bound to make inquiry into it without looking to the consequences which may grow out of it. The question of mere exercise of humanity is not involved in it, nor does it only enter into the argument. What is the motive? The deed and the consequences of a blind administration of such medicines is what most claims our present attention. Where is the prisoner's skill to be derived from? He denies himself the means of access to its acquisition. He shuts out the means of its attainment. The counsel for the prisoner in argument against the medical faculty says they have theorized and theorized uselessly, and that they are themselves but visionary supposers. Dr. Brown, they say, supposes disease to be originated by too great or too small a degree of heat, and that he boastingly said, give him a brandy bottle and a lancet, and he could cure all diseases. If there was too great excitement, he would bleed. If too little, he would stimulate. When the cholera first appeared, every leading physician had a mode of treatment peculiar to himself. Camphor and a variety of other things had their day and were vanished. One after another had been recommended and is often given up, but they did not stop to say what effect they had upon the general mass. No man possessed of common sense will believe that they did not benefit many, but if better could be substituted, it was proper and right it should be so. The deliriums of fancy are not to be relied upon. Dr. Brown's doctrine of too much irritability and depletion was not more visionary than Thompson's doctrine of heat and cold. The keeping the fountain above the stream, if below it by the brandy bottle, and letting down the heat by bleeding, bore a strong analogy to Thompson's system of lobelia and steaming. The lancet and the steams run parallel with each other. They are both depletives. The theory of Dr. Thompson is by no means new. It is as old as the history of medicine. Heat is life, says Hippocrates, and all the authors which succeeded him reiterate the same doctrine, but they are not mad enough to blend cause and effect as he does. Dr. Sangrado says to his pupil, Gil Blas, and the rest of his household, drink, my children, health consists in the suppleness and humectation of the parts. Drink water in great abundance. It is a universal menstruum that dissolves all kind of salt. When the course of the blood is too languid, this accelerates its motion, and when too rapid, checks its impetuosity. I have no design to turn a grave subject into ridicule. I am engaged in exposing gross folly. Thomson's universal ministrum or remedy is heat, applied in the twofold novel practice of lobelia and steam. Dr. Thomson has put forth one single agent, which is, and sustains the principle of life, heat. But what he means by heat, he does not seem to understand himself, and of course I, that do not understand him, cannot tell you. This I understand at least. Thomson has started with, and maintained throughout his book, a deliberate design to slander the whole medical world. The regular physicians are charged with trying how much poison a patient can bear without producing death. The charge is too malicious and preposterous to need comment. With great self-complacency he talks of the learned doctors and describes them, although learned, as ignorant of the plainest principles of their science. The learned doctors, bleeding is against the constitution and life of the patient. The learned counsel for the defendant says, as an excuse for his slanders, Thomson has been put to great trouble and expense causelessly by certain of the members of the medical faculty. If it were true, it affords no excuse for the indiscriminate slanders which he deals out against the whole body. It is no excuse for slanders at all. Let gentlemen recollect the trial, read to the court of this same Thomson from the Massachusetts report. Let them read it carefully, and they cannot come from an examination of it without feelings of detestation and horror for the contemptible discoverer of medicines, which in his low cant he terms ramcat, well my grizzle, and of such stuff as will go down presently and unscrew his navel. I am not, strange as it may seem, coining names in contempt, but repeat what the witnesses on oath say, were the names given to his medicines by Thomson himself. Thomson must be exceedingly ignorant of botany. In his description of the plant from which he manufactures his nerve powder, he says, there are 4 species of this valuable vegetable, 1 male and 3 females, etc. The male is called yellow umbil, etc. The female kinds are distinguished by color of the blossoms, which are red, red and white, etc. Was such a thing ever known that in 4 species there was but 1 male, and that one of a different color from the 3 females who have distinct colors, and yet the 4 species preserve their distinguishing characteristics of color and are propagated by 1 male? Truly, Dr. Thomson is a surprising great discoverer. He is as much in advance of the rest of the world in the knowledge and the science of botany, for he distinguishes the sexes of plants by the color of the blossoms, as he is in the science of medicine. An argument has been forced out by the defendant's counsel to prove that the administration of the lobelia and steam was in accordance with the ideas of the physicians. On the contrary, the physicians say they are improper and dangerous remedies. Dr. Giddings tells you that the immediate effects are to increase the circulation and consequently to produce a greater flow of the blood to the heart and arteries. And if carried to a certain extent, Dr. Cole says, it would not have a tendency to relieve congestion. It is contended on the part of the defense that they cannot do harm and that lobelia is perfectly innocent. It is so effectuous that Mr. Sweeney calls it Samson. Such a name is usually given to indicate strength. I presume it is so in the present instance, and the greater the strength, the greater the injury liable to its administration. The steam, as argued by the defendant's counsel, is not necessarily small because of the size of the aperture through which it enters the pipe, nor of the pipe, which is proved to be of the diameter of 1 inch, as seen on the table of the counsel. The temperature of the steam does not depend upon the pipe. The smaller the pipe, the greater the degree of heat from the steam, because the greater the quantity of steam, the greater the power of resistance from the surrounding atmosphere. I was not present, and did not know its temperature and power of action, but have treated the subject on the gentleman's mathematical principles. This one thing is certain. There are evidences of gross inattention and ignorance displayed in this part of the treatment. The force of steam was so great that one of the witnesses had to put his handkerchief next to the pipe before he could grasp it, and the distance of the generator from the steam cot required great force of heat to propel it so far and to keep up such a high temperature. The physicians all say that it is in their concurrent opinion the lobelia and steam administered in such excess were the cause of Hazlip's death, that they will produce injurious tendencies, affecting the stomach, intestines, lungs, liver, and brains, and give rise to congestion and inflammations of their most important structures, because the increased circulation to the surface is produced by an increased circulation of the heat and arteries, and when overaction by its continuation is produced, engorgements, etc., are the necessary consequences. Parenthesis. A comparison was then instituted between the degree of credence to be paid to the character of the testimony, which went to show that the witnesses for the defense had not equal judgment with the physicians in matters of fact respecting the tendency of the medicines administered, after which the Attorney General submitted the case to the decision of the jury. The charge to the jury. Judge Bryce. Gentlemen of the jury, this is certainly a case of much importance, not only to the public, but to the practitioners of medicine in general, as well as to the individual whose conduct is now the subject of investigation. And as it is not one of ordinary occurrence, the jury will no doubt be rather gratified than otherwise in having the assistance of the court in making up a correct verdict. We have had several occasions in the progress of this cause to state what we now think proper to repeat, that it is not your province to decide on the merits or demerits of the Thomsonian theory and mode of practice compared with others. Whether he has or has not made any valuable discovery in the science of medicine, as he and his followers assert he has, must be referred to the discussion of the learned faculty and the test of experience. The province of the criminal code, which we are called on to administer, is confined to the investigation of human actions and motives only. Your inquiries, therefore, must be directed to what was the actual effect and operation of the medicines used on the person of the deceased as causes of his death, and the qualification of the prisoner to administer them, without regarding the particular system or theory on which his practice is founded. It will depend upon your opinions on these subjects whether the death of the patient shall be attributed to the prisoner as his misfortune or his fault, mistake, or a crime. To support the issue on behalf of the state, it must be proved to your entire satisfaction that the deceased came to his death by the means stated in the indictment. If you should be of opinion that he did not, there's an end of the cause. The prisoner must be acquitted. But if, on the contrary, you shall be satisfied that the death was caused by the medicine used and other treatment directed by the prisoner, the latter will be criminally responsible for his agency, provided you shall be satisfied from the evidence that he was either grossly ignorant of his profession or was guilty of gross rashness and imprudence in the management of the case under his care. The first principle is adopted by the law to prevent ignorant persons from a presumptuous tampering with human life, and the second to enforce the duty of diligence in the administration of the means of cure when once commenced. To avoid the imputation of gross ignorance, it is not necessary that the physician shall have pursued any prescribed course of study or be attached to any particular system of medicine, nor is it material in the view of the criminal code whether he has been licensed by the faculty or not, but it is incumbent on him, when required, to give satisfactory proof that he had at least what the law books term a general competency, and that he had acquired from study or practice and observation such a degree of skill and experience in his profession as would warrant a discreet and conscientious man in believing himself competent to discharge the duties he had undertaken to perform. In deciding on this part of the case, the prisoner will be entitled to the benefit of the very respectable testimony given of his skill and long experience, and of the success with which he and others have administered the same remedies which were used in the case under consideration. If you believe this testimony, we think he will be entitled to an acquittal from the charge of gross ignorance. If the general competency of the prisoner is established to your satisfaction, the remaining inquiry will be as to the correctness of the imputation of gross rashness and extreme indiscretion in the application of the means of cure adopted by him. This is certainly a grave charge, and if supported by the testimony, will justify co-sign the prisoner to infamy and punishment. But before you draw such a conclusion, it is proper for the court to inform you that the fact ought to be sustained by such cogent and irresistible proof as will leave no rational doubt on your minds of its truth. For where there is a rational doubt, the rules of law, as well as the dictates of charity, prefer attributing the melancholy event to any other cause which is consistent with the prisoner's innocence, rather than to that reckless and criminal indifference to human suffering, which is characterized by gross rashness and want of due care. It will be for you, gentlemen, to apply these principles to the present case according to your understanding of the testimony. To sum up the whole, the court are of opinion, and so direct a jury, that if they shall find from the testimony that the prisoner was either grossly ignorant of his profession or acted with improper rashness and want of due caution in the care of his patient, and shall also be of opinion that the death of the patient ensued from the causes assigned in the indictment, then they should find a verdict of guilty. But if on the contrary, the jury shall be of opinion that the prisoner was possessed of reasonable competency in the line of his profession, and that he applied the remedies to the best of his judgment, and with an honest design to effect a cure or prevent disease, he is not guilty of the alleged crime, although the death was owing to the causes set forth in the indictment. The verdict. The jury retired and returned in short time with a verdict of not guilty. End of section 9. Section 10 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Donald Warren. American State Trials, Volume 4, by John D. Lawson. The trial of Charles Sprague for robbery, Brooklyn, New York, 1849. The narrative. One morning in the summer of 1849, a young girl was going to her daily work when she was seized by a man who threw her down, pulled off one of her shoes, and ran off with it. He was on his way to his daily labor also, and when he reached the printing office, after hanging his overcoat on a nail, he quietly took his place at his case and began set typing as usual. When the story reached the office, and he was asked where the shoe was, he replied that it was in the pocket of his overcoat, where it was found. Tried for robbery, his father, a Congregational clergyman, told the jury a strange story of how he was always peculiar in his ways, the result of several falls when a boy, how he was too backward to ever prepare for college, and how for years he had the habit of stealing women's shoes whenever and wherever he could lay his hands on them. 2 physicians testified that this was a form of insanity, and the jury acquitted him on this ground. The trial. In the court of Oyer and Terminor for Kings County, Brooklyn, New York, October 1849. Mr. Justice Morris presiding. The prisoner, Charles Sprague, had been heretofore indicted for robbery alleged to have taken place on August 18th last. He pleaded not guilty. H.B. Duryea, District Attorney for the People, J. Dykeman, and A.J. Spooner for the prisoner. The evidence. Sarah Watson. I am the complainant in this case. About 8 in the morning of August 18th last, I was walking along Pearl Street in Brooklyn, heard some person behind me, looked around and saw a prisoner, who immediately seized me, threw me down, took a shoe from one of my feet, and ran away. I was wearing a gold chain, but it could not be seen by him. There was a man nearby whom I did not know. He hallooed at prisoner and gave chase to him. The prisoner, however, outran him and escaped. The shoe produced is the one I wore and which prisoner took from my foot. James Smith. Am a printer and one of the proprietors of the Long Island Star newspaper. Prisoner was employed by me as a journeyman printer. Remember the morning of August 18th. Prisoner arrived at the office that morning at the usual time, hung up his overcoat, and went to work as usual. About 10 o'clock we learned of the outrage on Miss Watson, and that Sprague was the man, and so I asked him where the shoe was. He answered at once, "It's in my overcoat pocket." We searched and found it there. The shoe produced is the one. Prisoner made no attempt to conceal or explain anything. Mr. Dykeman: The prisoner is certainly guilty if he is sane, and we shall simply endeavor to prove that as to the offense charged he was not, and is not, in his right mind, and is therefore not punishable for the act. The defense: Reverend Isaac N. Sprague, am a Congregational minister and the father of Charles the prisoner. He is 25 years of age. He has generally resided at home, but he spent a year with a brother at Hartford, Connecticut, where he went about 4 years ago. Since his return from Hartford, he has lived at home. He is married, and with his wife was living at my house at the time of the assault upon Miss Watson. Charles has, at different times, received wounds and bruises upon the head. When quite young, he was struck with a hoe near the crown of the head, producing an open wound, which after some time closed and healed up. When about 12 years old, he fell from a cherry tree, striking upon his head. I moved with my family to Hartford in 1837, and soon after Charles fell from the balcony of a second story and was brought home insensible. No immediate effect seemed to be produced upon his mind by this accident, but very soon after his conduct became strange. My own mother has been insane for 8 years, and sometime in an insane hospital. A brother of mother became insane and hung himself. 2 of her sisters were occasionally insane. My grandmother on my mother's side was also insane. Myself and wife have always known the mind of the prisoner to be not as strong as the minds of our other children. After the fall from the balcony, he was more carefully watched and kept in, and some painful indications were developed, as at times a remarkable prominence of the eye and a dullness which appeared to increase, and a physician was consulted. We tried to educate him for college, but found it could not be done. Sometimes at home a shoe of some female member of the family would be missing, and when found would be wet and crumpled up. A girl named Elmira Godfrey, who was living in my family at the time, was at first suspected, but at length one of her shoes was missing, and when found was also wet and crumpled like the others. We then suspected Charlie, and soon found it was he who took away the shoes. When a shoe was missing, it would be found sometimes under his pillow, sometimes between his straw and feather bed, sometimes in his trunk, and sometimes in his pocket, generally with clothes wound around the shoe as if to conceal it. Charles, before his fall from the balcony, had been truthful and of a frank and open demeanor, and willing to acknowledge the truth, though to his disadvantage. But when I spoke about the shoe, he would hang his head and say he did not know, but the shoe would be found somewhere secreted. When his shoe had been missed and found under his pillow, his mother would say to him, "Charlie, another shoe gone," to which he would reply, "I'm sure I didn't do it." His mother would say, "I found it under your pillow." Then he would admit it. He seemed not to remember the fact. I punished him for taking shoes, but I soon thought I could recognize the features of insanity in his conduct. Pains were taken to keep shoes out of his way, and they were put in drawers, and he would take them out of the drawers in the night. At times Charles had fullness of eyes. A vacancy of the eye was frequently apparent. We kept him in evenings and away from exciting amusements. About the time of his assault he complained a good deal of headache. I sometimes sent Charles to the country. He was once away for about 2 years. His practice of taking and secreting shoes has continued down to the present time, although it has intermitted. I went to board with prisoner last May. His wife would miss her shoes occasionally, and they would be found where the prisoner had secreted them. Cross-examined. I myself saw the wound from the hoe, did not see the wound caused by the prisoner's fall from the cherry tree, which took place in Vermont. Saw the wound occasioned by the fall from the balcony. Soon after became the protruding and glassiness of the eye. He was then between 12 and 14 years old, and went to school. His moral sense seemed to be somewhat blunted. He was not as truthful as before. Thomas Sprague, of Michigan, a brother of prisoner, Mary E., his wife, Julia A. Hyde, a sister of prisoner's father, and Oliver Hyde, her husband, testified to the prisoner's habit, while living with them, to take ladies' shoes and secrete them. They also testified to the fact of the fall from the cherry tree in Vermont and to the insanity of the relations of the prisoner. Charles H. Nichols, M.D., from May 1847 to March 1849, was physician at State Insane Asylum at Utica, and in April 1849 came to the asylum at Bloomingdale, of which I have charge now. While at Utica, there were about 800 patients in the asylum and about 150 at Bloomingdale. From the testimony in the case, I am clearly of the opinion that the prisoner was laboring under derangement of mind. The act charged appears to me to be an insane act. It is not uncommon for monomaniacs to secrete and to endeavor to escape. Cases of strict monomania are very rare, but do exist, and in such cases all conduct not affected by the peculiar delusions may be perfectly rational. Cases of insane impulse are more frequent than those of monomania. Acts done under insane impulse are more likely to be remembered than those done under the influence of monomania. Theodore L. Mason, M.D. Insanity is the genus, monomania of species. The impulsive characteristic may be common to both general and partial insanity. I am of the opinion that the prisoner was partially insane, and that the act for which he is on trial was done from an insane impulse. The evidence being closed, the case was submitted without argument. Morris J. to the jury. There is no question made that the prisoner had done the act alleged in the indictment, and the only question for you to decide as to whether the prisoner at the time of the act done was a reasonable moral agent. If at the time he did the act the prisoner was of sound mind and capable of judging between right and wrong, then he is guilty of the crime charged upon him. But if he was of unsound mind and acting under an impulse which at the time overthrew or obscured his knowledge or capacity to judge of right and wrong, then he was not capable of committing a crime and must be pronounced not guilty. It seems quite unnecessary to go into any consideration of the question of general insanity, as the whole defense has been put upon the ground that the prisoner was partially insane, and that the peculiarity of his insanity consisted in what appears to be the sane mind of an objectiveless desire to possess himself of the shoes of females and to hide and spoil them. Insanity as a defense is an affirmative matter, and in order to be allowed must be proved beyond all reasonable doubt. If you are satisfied beyond reasonable doubt that the prisoner did the act charged in the indictment under an insane impulse, being at the time incapable of knowing right from wrong, it will be your duty to return a verdict of not guilty. But if you are not satisfied of the prisoner's insanity, it will be your duty to find a verdict of guilty. After a short absence, the jury returned with a verdict of not guilty. End of section 10.
Section 11 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 4 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Professor John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman. Boston, Massachusetts, 1850, Part 1. The narrative. On Friday, November 23, 1849, Dr. George Parkman, one of the most prominent physicians of the city of Boston, a man of wealth and the owner of much real estate in the city, mysteriously disappeared. He had left his home about noon, stating that he had an appointment to keep at 2:30 with a gentleman who had called at his house that morning, and about 1 o'clock he entered a grocery store near his residence, purchased some articles there which he ordered to be sent home, and asked permission to leave for a few minutes a small paper bag containing a head of lettuce. A little while later he was seen entering the medical building of Harvard College, being very methodical in his habits. When he did not return home that night, his family suspected foul play, particularly as he was the owner of numerous tenement houses and was a rather hard landlord. Notices were published in the city papers. Handbills were circulated, and the police on Saturday began a systematic search. The river was dredged and the houses of his tenants were thoroughly examined, and the medical college was given a rather cursory search. On Sunday afternoon, Dr. John W. Webster called at the house of Reverend Francis Parkman, a brother of the missing man, and told him that he was the person who had made the appointment with Dr. Parkman on the Friday morning, and that he'd come to his office about 2 o'clock. Dr. Webster was professor of chemistry in Harvard College and delivered lectures and had his office and laboratory in the medical building. Footnote: Dr. John White Webster was born in Boston, May 20th, 1793. He was professor of chemistry at Harvard from 1824 to 1850, and author of several scientific and literary works. One reporter thus describes his appearance on the first day of the trial. On taking his seat, Professor Webster smiled as he saluted several friends and acquaintances, to some of whom he nodded familiarly, and a stranger would have taken him for an ordinary spectator. He wore spectacles and sat with ease and dignified composure in the dock, occasionally shaking hands with some of his friends. The countenance of the prisoner indicated to the physiognomist strong animal passion and animal temperament. The cheekbones are high, and the mouth with compressed lips betrayed great resolution and firmness of character. The forehead is inclined to angular, rather low and partially retreating, standing below the medium height, but by no means a man of great muscular strength. End of footnote. He stood high in the social and professional world, and his family and the Parkmans were on terms of considerable intimacy. But Professor Webster's salary was not large. He had a family of grown-up daughters. His position rendered it necessary for him to keep up a rather expensive style of living, and he was deeply in debt. In his needs, he had applied to Dr. Parkman, who had loaned him a good deal of money and had taken a mortgage, not only upon his household goods, but upon a valuable collection of minerals which he owned. Professor Webster, being the last person who had seen Dr. Parkman alive, was of course asked to tell all he knew on the subject. He stated that Dr. Parkman called on him to collect a sum of money which he had borrowed from him, and which he had told him in the morning he was ready to pay that day, that he paid him the money, that Dr. Parkman returned him his note, promised to cancel the mortgage and left in a great hurry, and that he had never seen him since. The money, he said, was the proceeds of the sale of tickets to his lectures, which he had received that day. Professor Webster's standing in the community was so high that his account was implicitly received, and when, as a matter of form, the police decided to search all the rooms of the medical college, an apology was made to him for the intrusion. But there was one man who was not satisfied, Ephraim Littlefield, the janitor of the medical building. He had noticed that for several days the doors of Dr. Webster's office and laboratory had been locked, which was very unusual, that the professor had been at work there on Saturday, which was a holiday, and on Sunday and Monday, which was quite contrary to his custom, that when he knocked at the door the professor would not let him in, and that the furnace was very hot during all this time, and that there were peculiar spots on the stairs to the cellar and on its walls. He told his wife of his suspicions, and she aided him in making a search on his own account, watching at the window to notify her husband if the professor should return to his office. The janitor soon became convinced that all was not right, and made known his suspicions to Dr. Parkman's family, whereupon a second and thorough search was made of the cellar and Professor Webster's apartments in the medical building. This time there was discovered in the ashes of the furnace, which had now cooled down, a human skull and a set of artificial teeth. In a private closet of the professor's was found part of a human leg and a tea chest, hidden in the cellar another leg and the upper part of a man's body. Surgeons who put the remains together reported that they were those of a man about the height of Dr. Parkman, that the dismemberment must have been done by one having a knowledge of anatomy, and the professor of anatomy declared that they were not part of any subject that had been used in the college for the purposes of dissection. And finally, the dentist, who had made a full set of false teeth for Dr. Parkman, identified the set found in the furnace as his, and he produced the model which fitted the plate exactly. Professor Webster was at once arrested and accused of being the murderer, but he boldly declared his innocence and charged that he was the victim of a conspiracy. The trial took place before Chief Justice Shaw and 3 associate judges of the Supreme Court. The evidence of the surgeons and dentists sufficiently proved that the body found in the college building was that of Dr. Parkman, and to prove that Professor Webster was the murderer, the prosecution established a number of facts. 1. Dr. Parkman had called on Professor Webster 4 days before the fatal day and had abused his debtor for his delay in paying his debt. 2. Professor Webster had sold the minerals which he had mortgaged to the doctor to another person and had been paid the consideration. The doctor had discovered the fraud and was threatening to prosecute the professor for the crime and have him removed from the faculty. 3. The professor had deposited the money received for the lecture tickets in his bank. 4. His action for several days in keeping the room in the building locked and refusing to allow even the janitor to enter. 5. His endeavors to dissuade the officers making the search from going into the room where part of the remains were found. 6. Some of the remains were tied with twine which was proved to have been purchased by him about the day of the murder. 7. Spots of blood were found on the clothes he wore in the laboratory in the days immediately after the murder. While the search was being made for Dr. Parkman, the city marshal of Boston received 3 anonymous letters. One that seemed to be written by an illiterate person suggested that a search be made on Brooklyn Heights. The second stated that Dr. Parkman had gone to sea on his ship Herculean, and the third, which was signed Civis, declared that the missing man had been seen in Cambridge several days after the remains were discovered. But the handwriting experts swore positively that all 3 letters were written by Professor Webster. The defense produced a host of witnesses, the leaders in society, literature, science, and affairs in the Boston world, who testified to the previous good character of Dr. Webster, and several persons swore that they had met Dr. Parkman on the street after the time at which the prisoner claimed he had left the medical building. But the jury was not long in finding a verdict of guilty, and he was sentenced by the Chief Justice to be hanged. Professor Webster continued to maintain his innocence, and in a petition to the governor declared in the most solemn terms that he was the victim of a foul conspiracy. Finding this of no avail, he made a confession to his clergyman, in which he stated that in a dispute over the debt in his office that afternoon, and exasperated by the threats of his creditor, to send him to jail and drive him from the college and from society, he had struck him over the head with a stick of wood, and then finding that he had killed him, had been afraid to tell the truth, but had tried to conceal the whole matter by getting rid of the body. But as there was no proof that this story was true, other than his own word, and as he had lied about everything relating to the case for months, the governor refused to interfere, and he was hanged. The trial. Footnote. Bibliography. Reported the case of John W. Webster, Master of Arts and Doctor of Medicine of Harvard University, member of the Massachusetts Medical Society, of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, of the London Geological Society, and of the St. Petersburg Mineralogical Society, an Irving Professor of Chemistry and Mineralogy in Harvard University, indicted for the murder of George Parkman, Master of Arts of Harvard University, Doctor of Medicine at the University of Aberdeen, and member of the Massachusetts Medical Society, before the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, including the hearing on the petition for a writ of error, the prisoner's confessional statements and application for a commutation of sentence, and an appendix containing several interesting matters never before published, by George Bemis, Esquire, one of the counsel in the case. Boston, Charles C. Little and James Brown, 1850. This is the official report. It is illustrated with plans and maps, and has for its frontispiece an engraving of the medical building in which the murder was committed. Trial of Professor John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman, as reported for and published in the Boston Daily Times. Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, sitting in Boston, composed of Chief Justice Shaw and Associate Justices Metcalf and Wild. Boston, published by Robertson Garfield, No. 3, State Street, 1850. The Parkman murder. Trial of Professor John W. Webster for murder of Dr. George Parkman, November 23, 1849, before the Supreme Judicial Court in the city of Boston, with numerous accurate illustrations. Boston, printed at the Daily Mail Office, 14 and 16 State Street. Illegality of the trial of John W. Webster by Lysander Spooner, Boston, Bellamarge, 25 Cornhill, 1850. A review of the Webster case by a member of the New York Bar. In civil cases, it is sufficient if the evidence on the whole agrees with and supports the hypothesis which it is adduced to prove, but in criminal cases it must exclude every other hypothesis but that of the guilt of the party. Greenleaf on Evidence, Section 13, et sec. New York, J.S. Redfield Clinton Hall, Redding and Company, 8 State Street, Boston. W.B. Zeber, Philadelphia, 1850. The trial of Professor John W. Webster, indicted for the murder of Dr. George Parkman, at the Medical College, North Grove Street, on the 23rd of November, 1849. Supreme Judicial Court reported for the Boston Journal, Boston, Redding and Company, 8 State Street, 1850. Trial of Professor John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman, reported exclusively for the New York Daily Globe, New York. Stringer and Townsend, 222 Broadway, printed at the Globe Office, 1850. Reported the trial of Professor John W. Webster, indicted for the murder of Dr. George Parkman before the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, Holden at Boston, on Tuesday, March 19, 1850. Phonographic report by Dr. James W. Stone, Boston, Philip Sampson and Company, 110 Washington Street, 1850. Trial of John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman by a member of the New York Bar, New York, Cockcraft and Company, 1879. This is a reprint of the Bemis report, with notes on the questions of circumstantial evidence and the corpus delicti. The maps and plans of the original edition are reproduced, but the frontispiece is a portrait of Dr. Webster, and on page 70 is a peculiar portrait of Dr. Parkman. Report of the case of John W. Webster, indicted for the murder of George Parkman, by George Bemis, Esquire, Detroit Collector Publishing Company, 1897. This is a rather recent report of the Bemis report, but it lacks its plans and illustrations. End of footnote. In the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, Boston, March 1850. Honorable Lemuel Shaw, Chief Justice. Samuel S. Wild, Charles A. Dewey, Theron Metcalf, Associate Justices. Footnote. Wild, Samuel, 1771 to 1855. Born Taunton, Massachusetts. Graduated Dartmouth College, 1789. Studied law with David L. Barnes, afterwards U.S. District Judge of Rhode Island. Began practice at Waldorf, Maine. Continued at Warren and Allowell, Maine, and other places. Justice of the Supreme Judicial Court of Massachusetts, 1815 to 1850. member of Hartford Convention and twice presidential elector, member of Convention of 1820. Dewey, Charles Augustus, 1793 to 1866, born Williamstown, Massachusetts, United States District Attorney 1830 to 1837, Judge Supreme Court, Massachusetts 1837 to 1866. Metcalf, Theron, 1784 to 1875, author of Law of Contracts and reporter of Massachusetts decisions, 1840 to 1849, a jurist of high repute and a judge of the Supreme Court, 1849 to 1865. End of footnote. January 26th. On this day, the grand jury for the county of Suffolk returned into the municipal court of the city of Boston an indictment against John W. Webster for the murder on November 23, 1849, of George Parkman. In the first count, the murder was charged to have been committed with a knife, in the second count with a hammer, and the third and fourth counts with some means, instruments, and weapons to the jury unknown. On the same day, the indictment was ordered transmitted to the Supreme Judicial Court, and on January 30th, it was filed in that court. On February 9th, the prisoner was arraigned before Mr. Justice Fletcher and pleaded not guilty. Footnote: Fletcher, Richard, 1788 to 1869, born Cavendish, Vermont, member Massachusetts Legislature, Congressman 1837, Judge Supreme Court, Massachusetts 1848 to 1853. March 19th. This being the day set for the trial, the judges entered at 9 o'clock and took their seats upon the bench. Footnote: By statute, a capital trial in Massachusetts is required to be held before 3 or more of the justices of the Supreme Judicial Court. End of footnote. John H. Clifford, Attorney General, and George Bemis for the Commonwealth. Footnote: Clifford, John Henry, 1809 to 1876. Born Providence, Rhode Island, member of Massachusetts Legislature 1835, Attorney General, Massachusetts 1849 to 1858, Governor of State 1853, President, State Senate 1862. Bemis, George, 1816 to 1878, born Watertown, Massachusetts, graduated Harvard 1835, LLB, Harvard, 1839. Had obtained a large practice when in 1858 he was threatened with consumption. Most of the rest of his life was spent in Italy and the south of France, where he made a study of the law of nations. During and after the Civil War, he published 4 able pamphlets, Presidents of American Neutrality, in reply to the speech of Sir Roundell Palmer, Attorney General of England in the British House of Commons, May 13, 1864. Hasty recognition of rebel belligerency and our right to complain of it. American neutrality, its honorable past, its expedient future. And Mr. Reverdy Johnson, the Alabama negotiations. He was a leading member of the Massachusetts Historical Society and the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, to both of which he made a handsome bequest. His will also contained a gift to the Boston Athenaeum, a provision for the purchase of Story statute of President Quincy for Harvard College, and an endowment of a professorship of international law in Harvard Law School. He died at Nice. End of footnote. Pliny Merrick and Edward D. Sohier for the prisoner. Footnote: Merrick Pliny, 1794 to 1867. Born Brookfield, Massachusetts, member State Legislature 1827, Judge Common Pleas 1843, Judge Municipal Court 1844, State Senator 1850, Judge Supreme Court 1853 to 1864. So here, Edward Dexter, 1810 to 1888, graduated Harvard 1829, admitted to bar 1832. He studied law with his father, William Davis Sohier. For many years, he was one of the successful and conspicuous leaders of the bar in his practice, before the old court of common pleas. As a jury lawyer, he had few equals and no superior. End of footnote. The clerk called the names of the 60 jurors summoned, and 7 men were set aside for having formed or expressed an opinion, 3 for having opinions against capital punishment. 14 were peremptorily challenged by the prisoner. The following jurors were selected: Robert J. Byram, locksmith, foreman; Thomas Barrett, printer; John Barriscale, slater; James Crosby, clerk; John E. Davenport, painter; Albert Day, merchant; John Eustace, merchant; Daniel T. Fuller, wheelwright; Benjamin H. Green, bookseller; Arnold Haywood, carpenter; Frederick A. Henderson, furnisher; Stephen A. Stackpole, clerk. Footnote. Mr. Green, the 9th juror, when asked on his examination as to his opinion, said he was opposed to capital punishment, but did not think that his opinion would interfere with his doing his duty as a juror. As a legislator, he should be in favor of altering the law, but he believed he could execute it as a juror as it was. The Chief Justice said that the state of his opinion was a matter which he must decide for himself, that, as he had stated it, the court did not consider him disqualified. Mr. Green, after some hesitation, took the oath. After the other jurors had been sworn, and when the name of Mr. Green was called to take his seat upon the panel, he stated to the court that he thought it inconsistent for him to serve as a juror, holding the opinions he did, and should prefer being let off. The Chief Justice remarked that it was a question for him to decide whether his opinions would prevent him from giving an unbiased verdict. Mr. Green replied that he thought he could give an unbiased judgment, yet he had a sympathy for the prisoner and his family, and feared that his opinions in relation to capital punishment might influence others of the jury. The court ruled that his case did not come within the statute, and he was not excused. End of footnote. The clerk. John W. Webster. Hold up your right hand, gentlemen of the jury. Hearken to an indictment found against the prisoner at the bar by the grand inquest for the body of this county. To this indictment, gentlemen of the jury, the prisoner at the bar has pleaded not guilty, and for trial has put himself upon the country, which country you are. You are now sworn to try the issue. If he is guilty, you will say so. If he is not guilty, you will say so, and no more. Good men and true, stand together and hearken to your evidence. End of section 11. Section 12 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 4 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Professor John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman, Boston, Massachusetts, 1850, Part 2. The Attorney General's opening. Mr. Clifford. Gentlemen of the jury, in entering upon our respective duties in a case so important, I do not design to dwell on the considerations which will naturally suggest themselves for our guidance, least of all that we should keep ourselves free from all excitement which is naturally abroad in the public mind. We are met here in the temple of justice to investigate the simple truth, and we should do it just as in any ordinary cause, without regard to consequences. We are here to perform solemn duties, laborious and important, to the country and to the prisoner. This should be enough for us to know. All we can expect to do is to bring the cause to a just decision. The grand jury, on their oaths, have found an indictment against Dr. John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman. Your duty is simply to hear the evidence, what the prisoner has to say, and what the court may have to instruct you as to the law and evidence, and say whether the charge is sustained. As to my own duties in the case, I will say that it is a too common idea in regard to a prosecuting officer, that he is to press a trial with all his zeal and power to produce a conviction. I repudiate and disown the idea. I would not hold the office I do under it. I conceive that I am here to represent the Commonwealth, and see that the facts going to sustain her interests under law are duly presented. With this view, I shall confine myself to a simple statement of the evidence, and not preoccupy your minds with any comments of my own. I shall, in fact, content myself with the mere outline of the evidence in possession of the government, going to establish two propositions. 1, that Dr. George Parkman was murdered. 2, that the deed was done by Dr. John W. Webster. First, Dr. Parkman, as we shall be able to show, was alive and in good health on Friday, the 23rd day of November, 1849, until 10 minutes before 2:00 p.m. of that Friday, when he was seen to enter the Medical College in North Grove Street, and that he was not seen alive after that time. We shall show that he was a remarkably punctual man, and particularly careful to be present punctually at his meal, that he always apprised his family when he was going to be absent, that he had a sick daughter to whom he was tenderly attached, and whom he was most sedulously attending upon. For the benefit of this daughter he purchased some lettuce, at that season a rare plant. This lettuce he ordered left for himself, probably intending himself to carry it home, while he purchased other articles at the same provision store and ordered them sent home. But he did not return to that store or to his family. His family, knowing his habits, soon became alarmed, but no public movement was made till the next morning. Notices were then put into the evening papers of Saturday stating the fact of his disappearance. Rumors were immediately rife of Dr. Parkman having been seen in various parts of the city and vicinity. These rumors were immediately traced to their sources and proved entirely unfounded. One of these rumors was that Dr. Parkman had been seen in Washington Street as late as 5:00 on Friday, and the friends of the gentleman put so much confidence in it as to mention it in the advertisement. But it proved on further search to be entirely unfounded. The same was the fate of all other rumors. The whole police of the city was employed in the search, aided by munificent rewards, and every rumor of the existence of Dr. Parkman after the hour mentioned, 10 minutes before 2:00 on Friday, November 23rd, turned out to be unfounded, either as to time or identity. In the course of Sunday, Dr. Parkman's friends first learned from Dr. Webster himself that he had been in his company on Friday between the hours of 1 and 2:00. On this fact I shall have occasion to remark in another connection. The police has followed out every rumor of the existence of Dr. Parkman from that time to this, and I shall call your attention to the fact that no person had yet stated that Dr. Parkman had been seen and conversed with after he was seen to enter the medical college at the time before stated. No pains or expense was spared in the search. Large portions of the river were dredged. On Monday and Tuesday the medical college was subjected to a search, but it was a merely formal one, no suspicion having at that time attached to Dr. Webster. On the 30th of November, they were found in a privy vault belonging to the medical college, the lower parts of a body, answering in general appearance to the body of Dr. Parkman, consisting of the pelvis, with the right leg down to the knee, with a number of towels. On the evening after were found in Dr. Webster's furnace, fused in with clay and cinders, certain bones, a certain quantity of gold, and a block of mineral teeth. On Saturday were found in a remote part of the laboratory in a tea chest, packed in with tan bark and covered with minerals, a thorax, the left thigh to the knee, a hunting knife and a piece of twine around the bone of the thigh. These bones and remains were all put in the possession of scientific men, and found to correspond with the body of Dr. Parkman, and not to be in any point dissimilar. They were missing the head, arms, and of course the hands, both feet, and the right leg, from knee to ankle. In appearance, the remains corresponded to the form and age of Dr. Parkman, which was 60 years, and to the height, which was 5 feet 10 inches and a half, allowing a proper proportion for the parts lost. The parts found corresponded exactly with the height of Dr. Parkman, as proved by his passport. The witnesses will explain how they came to the conclusion as to the height. Of the bones found in the furnace, it is a remarkable fact that not a fragment duplicates the parts found in the privy or the tea chest, which shows that, unless there be a miracle in the case, they must have been parts of the same body. We shall also submit some evidence going to show that the bones found in the furnace had been fractured before they were put into the fire, that the block of mineral teeth had rested low in the grate when it took the cold air, and was not therefore destroyed. Dr. Keefe will identify these teeth as the set which he made for Dr. Parkman but a little while before. He knew them so well that he could not have failed to recognize them had he met them in Africa. Dr. Keefe also produced a mold, which will be shown you, which corresponds exactly with the fractured jaw which was found in the furnace. It will appear that the mineral teeth must have been put into the furnace with the head, and you will be shown the fractured lower jaw of that head, which exactly corresponds to the mold from which the teeth were made. This is the evidence so far as the medical college is concerned. It should, however, be remarked that the thorax showed a perforation in the region of the heart, some instrument having glanced from one of the ribs and penetrated in the direction of the heart. To these remains there had been an application of strong alkalis, but no injection of the veins with any preservative fluid, as is done for anatomical purposes. This shows that it could not have been part of a subject of dissection, and for another reason it could not have been, for all such subjects were strictly accounted for. It will also be shown that the parts of the body had been separated by some person who had a certain amount of anatomical skill. We come now to the inquiry. Was Dr. Parkman murdered by the prisoner? This inquiry will lead us back to the consideration of facts long prior to the disappearance of Dr. Parkman. We shall offer evidence to show the relation existing between the prisoner and Dr. Parkman, and there were pecuniary transactions between them, which we shall notice. In 1842 and ever since that period, Dr. Webster has been always embarrassed in his financial affairs, often reduced to great straits, so much so that at the time when these occurrences which we are investigating took place, all the personal property which Dr. Webster had in the world was under the hand of Dr. Parkman. Dr. Parkman was a large property holder, was accustomed to making loans, and although a liberal man in his donations, was extremely exact in his business matters. He loaned the prisoner in 1842 the sum of $400 and took his note. Things remained in this condition until 1847, when he, Dr. Parkman, made one of a number of gentlemen to lend Dr. Webster money enough to enable him to meet the pressing demands of his creditors. In connection with this transaction, Dr. Parkman took from the prisoner a mortgage of his personal property, including his household furniture and cabinet of minerals. This mortgage served also to secure the balance due to him on the $400 he had lent in 1842, that balance being $456.27. Such was the relation of Dr. Parkman and Dr. Webster, when Dr. Parkman received information that the property mortgaged by Dr. Webster had been sold to his, Dr. Parkman's brother-in-law, Robert G. Shaw, while under mortgage to himself. Dr. Webster had made application to Robert G. Shaw to raise money on loan and offering as security these minerals, which were mortgaged already to Dr. Parkman, representing his necessity as being so urgent that an officer had been about to enter his house and take his household property for debt. Mr. Shaw, having no knowledge of the above transactions with Dr. Parkman, had agreed to advance Dr. Webster the sum of $1,200, and he did advance, as I believe, in different amounts. Dr. Parkman, learning of this conveyance of these minerals by Dr. Webster to his brother-in-law, was of course highly incensed. He regarded it as an act of fraud on the part of the prisoner, and he determined to compel him to pay his debt. The evidence will satisfy you, gentlemen, that from this time he constantly pursued him as a creditor who felt that his confidence had been injured, and regarded himself as fraudulently deceived. It will probably also prove to you, gentlemen, that Dr. Webster had obtained further and further delay from Dr. Parkman, under the promise to pay him when he had received the proceeds of the tickets for his lectures at the medical college. Dr. Webster was a professor at Harvard College and also a lecturer at the medical college. The compensation for his services there depended entirely, I understand, I may be mistaken, upon the sales of tickets. The professors of that institution, the medical college, had made an arrangement with a very respectable person, Mr. Pettit, to act as their collector from the students. These lectures commenced this last season on the 17th day of November. Dr. Parkman, as early and as promptly as the 9th of November, having in view the resolution which he had formed of compelling Dr. Webster to pay his debt, and having yet in his memory the fraudulent proceedings of Dr. Webster, as before mentioned, calls upon him and insists upon the payment of his debt. Dr. Webster requests him to wait further until the pretext that he had not received the money for his tickets yet, and induced him, according to his own statement, to make a still further delay. It will appear, gentlemen, that when Dr. Webster did receive the proceeds of his tickets, he gave it to other purposes than the payment of Dr. Parkman's debt. He gave it for the payment of other debts due to his brother professors, Dr. Bigelow and others. Dr. Parkman, still pursuing him and not satisfied with his explanations, on the 12th of November calls on Mr. Pettit, the collecting agent, to ascertain himself in what condition Dr. Webster's affairs might be at that time, and what were the proceeds of the sale of Dr. Webster's tickets. He calls again on Mr. Pettit on the 14th, and then, gentlemen, he threatens the trustee process. He then tells the collector that Dr. Webster is a dishonest and a dishonorable man. On the 19th of November, angry, doubtless, he calls upon Dr. Webster again and declares with great decision, almost angrily, that something must be done about the payment of that debt. On the next morning, the 20th, Dr. Webster writes him a note with reference to the same subject. On the 22nd, Thursday, the day before his disappearance, Dr. Parkman rode out to Cambridge to see Dr. Webster. These, gentlemen, are the occurrences up to the morning of his disappearance. On that morning, the 23rd of November, Dr. Webster called at the residence of Dr. Parkman, and there made an appointment to meet him at his rooms at 2:30 to receive his pay there. He returns himself about 9 o'clock that morning to the medical college, and there had an interview with Mr. Pettit, the collector, who, in consequence of what Dr. Parkman had said, was anxious to get out of his hands all money that might have come into them belonging to Dr. Webster. Dr. Webster finds him that morning in the medical college, and Mr. Pettit there pays him the sum of $90, which was the balance in his hands, and there informs him of Dr. Parkman's proceedings against him, threatening a trustee process, etc. Dr. Webster then makes a reply to Mr. Pettit that he will have no more trouble with Dr. Parkman because he has settled with him. That $90, gentlemen, perhaps I may as well state in this connection as any other. From the beginning to the end, Dr. Webster had held out to Dr. Parkman the expectation of receiving, but not one of the amounts which he received on account of these tickets would have begun to pay Dr. Parkman. This $90 which he received on the morning of the day when he was to have had an interview with Dr. Parkman at the medical college was in his possession the next day, and by him deposited in the Charles River Bank. The check received from Mr. Pettit was deposited by Dr. Webster to his own credit in the Charles River Bank. I was about to remark that Dr. Webster's lecture days were Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. On Saturday and Monday there were no lectures. After the lecture on Friday there should have been no light of fire in his rooms, but it will appear in evidence that Dr. Webster was in his room late on Friday night, and likewise on Saturday and Sunday nights. The doors were then fastened, though they were never known to be so before. The key of one of the doors was not left in its usual place. On Saturday, which was cleaning day, the janitor went into the professor's back room, which is a room in the rear of his lecture room, to get into the laboratory, but Dr. Webster ordered him to go another way. I have already said, gentlemen, that Dr. Parkman's friends were making anxious search for him in that region of the city. On Saturday, that day, they had published his disappearance in 5 papers. It will appear that Dr. Webster took one of these 5 papers that contained the advertisements. It will also appear to you, gentlemen, that this is an important fact, that Dr. Webster's relation to some of the members of Dr. Parkman's family were somewhat peculiarly intimate. The first disclosure which Dr. Webster makes is an interview which took place between him and Dr. Francis Parkman on the afternoon of Sunday. During that Saturday night and during that Sunday morning, the Parkman family were in a state of great anxiety and distress. As late as 3 or 4 o'clock on the afternoon of Sunday, Dr. Webster made an intimation to Dr. Francis Parkman, the brother of Dr. George Parkman, that the latter had been with him on Friday, and the manner of making the intimation was very striking and made a deep impression on Dr. Francis Parkman at the time. Dr. Webster also stated to the friends of Dr. Parkman that the latter called on him between 1 and 2 o'clock on Friday to receive his money, and that on being paid he seized it, and without leaving any evidence of the payments was about going. On being called, he took a pen and, drawing it across the signature, ran out, passing down 2 steps at a time, saying that he would see that the bond was canceled. He said he had no recollection about the money paid, except that among the bills was one of $100 on the New England Bank. Statements which have been made by Dr. Webster to different persons on this subject are utterly inconsistent with each other, and show all his representations to have been mere fable and fiction. You will have further to consider a variety of facts in regard to Dr. Webster's conduct during the week. You will recollect that was Thanksgiving week. There were no lectures that week, and it was unusual to have fires then, and yet Dr. Webster was there, and had fires of a more intense heat than had been known before. We shall show you that, as early as Tuesday of that week, he had purchased several large fishhooks, which will be connected by the evidence to a certain extent with these remains, that on Friday he purchased 3 fishhooks, with which a sort of grapple was made, that around the thigh bone in the tea chest was a piece of twine of the same description as that attached to the grapple. I have already adverted to the conduct and deportment of the prisoner during the week, to the fact that his rooms were searched on Monday and Tuesday. The evidence will show that his rooms were passed through by certain police officers as early as Monday, in a formal manner without suspicion. That on Tuesday, on being searched by Mr. Kingsley in connection with the police, certain things excited his suspicion. There was a bright fire in the furnace, and Dr. Webster seemed anxious to withdraw attention from the privy and furnace, calling their attention to other parts. On Monday, Dr. Webster gave directions to the expressman to bring certain faggots from Cambridge to his laboratory, and the key not being in its usual place or to be found, he left them on the outside of the door. It will be seen that Dr. Webster, during that week, was extremely anxious to have it appear that Dr. Parkman had been seen going over to Cambridge. He even tried to induce a lady to say that she had seen Dr. Parkman going to Cambridge. He also went to a mechanic who is very well known in Boston on Friday and ordered a large tin box, such as he had never ordered before, to be made strong, and in such a manner that he could solder it himself. As to the uses of this tin box, it will appear that he contradicted himself. There are other facts which go to show that in the progress of the events, mute nature has spoken out in this prisoner, true to herself. His ejaculations were not conscious of being observed, have deep significance. On Thursday, on account of suspicions excited in the mind of Mr. Littlefield, the janitor, by Dr. Webster's statement on Sunday, investigations were commenced in regard to the privy under Dr. Webster's room. Littlefield pursued this investigation under direction of Drs. Bigelow and Jackson. It caused his wife to watch the approach of Dr. Webster, but not of any other professors. It is to be remembered that Littlefield was in a situation dependent upon the professors for his living, and particularly upon Dr. Webster. It was after the discovery that Dr. Webster was arrested, and his conduct on that account shows his character, and what dependence is to be placed upon his statements. He charged Littlefield with being a conspirator, and yet he said the remains were no more Dr. Parkman's than they were his. He also asked Littlefield on Tuesday if he were a Freemason and if he had got his Thanksgiving turkey, and on his replying to the latter query in the negative, gave him an order on a provision store for a Thanksgiving turkey, that being the only instance of his ever having made him a present of that sort. It was certain that the remains, towels, etc., found in the vault must have been put into it through the privy, of which Dr. Webster, the prisoner, had the key in his pocket, as nothing but water could perforate through the wall from the sea. A large bunch of keys, filed down to fit any door in the college, were found in Dr. Webster's possession, and his explanation of this circumstance is by no means satisfactory. In his pockets were found papers giving two different accounts of his interview with Dr. Parkman, not reconcilable with each other. His waiver of examination, his injunction to his family to keep secret papers, which explained his relation to Dr. Parkman, and the letter shown by an expert to have been written by him to direct suspicion for the medical college, will all be circumstances to be considered and explained. Of all these circumstances, Dr. Webster, as he has a perfect right, if he and his counsel think it wise so to do, has ventured no explanation. Neither has he ever once asked, as he might, for the course the government were about to pursue in establishing its charges against him. It is to be hoped, and no one more sincerely hopes it than I, that he will be able to satisfy this jury and the whole civilized world of his entire innocence. But if he cannot explain these circumstances, they must bear with terrible weight upon him. This indictment is composed of 4 counts, though I confess if it had been left to myself, I should have preferred to have retained only the last one. Yet perhaps justice could not be secured without including the reference to the stabbing and other marks of violence on the body of Dr. Parkman. There was a perforation in the thorax by some sharp instrument, and there is some evidence in the case which is somewhat mysterious, as it stands, which in the judgment of the grand jury was sufficient to give probability to the conclusion that he came to his death by the stroke of a hammer. A sledgehammer, which had been a long time in the building and was seen that very day behind the door of Professor Webster's back room by the janitor, was missed afterwards, and has not been seen from that day to this, though the building has been searched for it from cellar to garret. But even though by no means could be shown by which Dr. Parkman was murdered, the jury might be in duty bound to render a verdict that he came to his death by the hand of Dr. Webster. Otherwise, what would be the protection to any man of the law under which we live, if the evidence places it beyond a reasonable doubt that Dr. Webster did commit the deed? However committed, he must be convicted. The court will instruct you under what latitude the prisoner is entitled to the benefit of a doubt. And gentlemen, while you will carefully, considerately, and as true men, hearken to the evidence, while you will give to the case that patient and conscientious attention which a just regard for the interests of the Commonwealth demands of you, and while you will give to the prisoner the full benefit of every legal presumption and of every legal doubt which the law accords to him, and the facts may justify, if upon this whole case, when we shall have laid it all before you, the conviction shall be impressed upon your minds that he is legally responsible to the violated justice of the Commonwealth for the murder of an honored and unoffending fellow citizen. I trust that you will have the firmness to say so by your verdict. Mr. Clifford moved that the jury be allowed to view the premises where the murder was alleged to have been committed. Mr. Sawyer did not think there was any necessity for this. The government had plans of the medical college. Perhaps they will be able to furnish a more complete representation of it by means of a model. After introducing their testimony in part, we shall be better able to judge of the need of further personal observation. The Chief Justice. There is no doubt of the authority of the court to grant a view if they deem one expedient. Views have been granted of late in several capital cases. I now recollect the instance of Washington Good's case, tried last year in a case of arson, the name of which I cannot call to mind, which occurred 3 or 4 years before in this county. Footnote. The case referred to by the Chief Justice of the view of the trial for arson was doubtless that of Edmund Holohan, December 1845. 2 other views in capital cases, besides those named, have also been granted in this country within the last 2 years, in Joseph Jewell's case, May 1848, and in Augustus Duty's, July 1848. In all these instances, counsel or some other representative of each party attended the jury by permission of the court. End of footnote. The court will consider the application, and if the progress of the trial seems to develop a necessity for a more immediate and personal inspection of the medical college, it will be permitted at some time when the court is not actively engaged, perhaps tomorrow morning, before the opening. Mr. Sawyer moved that all except the witnesses actually testifying should be removed from the courtroom. Mr. Bemis said they had no objection to the course, provided the order were made applicable also to the witnesses for the defense, and that an exception should be made in favor of the medical and scientific witnesses. The court ordered that all the witnesses on both sides, except the class last named, should withdraw to an adjoining room till sent for. The court intimated in reply to an inquiry on the part of the prosecution that witnesses would be expected to be examined to the extent of their knowledge upon all points of inquiry, and should not be examined in part, merely, at one stage, with a view to being recalled to other points at a subsequent stage. End of section 12. Section 13 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 4 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Professor John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman, Boston, Massachusetts, 1850, Part 3. The witnesses for the Commonwealth. Charles M. Kingsley was agent for Dr. George Parkman, May 1836 till his decease, had the care of his real estate and used to see him 3 or 4 times a day, always at least once a day. He owned many estates at the West End, comprising the principal part of the neighborhood around the medical college and near Blossom Street. He was first missed Friday, November 23rd. Called on him Friday to get an answer about a lease. Did not find him at home, though it was after his usual time of dining, 2:30. He was very punctual about his habits, and hour of dining had never been disappointed before in meeting him then. Called again early next morning and found that he had not returned, and that the family were very anxious. They requested me to make search for him. We concluded not to make a public search till after the morning trains would generally be in, about 2:00. Was told that he had made an engagement with somebody for 1:30. I commenced by finding out who that person was, to trace the doctor from the time of his last leaving his house at 12:00 Friday. I commenced inquiring of everybody whom I met, who would be likely to know him, when they last saw him. First got trace of him in Bromfield Street at 12:30, then into Washington Street up Williams Court into Court Square and Massachusetts Block, thence down Cornhill Avenue by Joy's Building into Washington Street again, thence through Water and Devonshire Streets to the post office, then upstate through Court Street into Green Street, down through Eaton Street into Vine Street, at the corner of Blossom Street. There, in Paul Holland's grocery store, learned that he had left a bag of green lettuce the day before. Next heard of him in Fruit Street, leading from Blossom to Grove Street, and then traced him as far as the medical college. There was great excitement in the neighborhood. Many of the neighbors and Officer Trenholm assisted in the search. We continued our search till 11 that night. The police were called in to aid about 3 that afternoon. As many as 12 or 15 of the neighbors accompanied and aided. The police searched a great many houses in the neighborhood of the college, particularly the cellars and rear apartments of empty tenements. The first advertisement in newspapers and published Saturday. Sunday we searched the city all forenoon. In the afternoon many persons searched about the new jail lands and the doctor's vacant houses. Monday, I went over to East Cambridge and stayed there till about 11, then went with Mr. Starkweather, the police officer, to examine the medical college. We went all over the building into the lecture and dissecting rooms, and up into the attic, but not into the cellar. Came to Professor Webster's lecture room about 11:30. After looking over the other apartments, found the door locked and knocked. After knocking 2 times, he came to the door and unlocked it. Mr. Littlefield told the professor that we had come there to see if we could get any clue to Dr. Parkman. Did not hear any reply from Professor Webster if he made any. Went into the lecture room, thence into the back room, and then down into the lower laboratory. Made but little examination. Didn't move anything in the laboratory. Don't know whether Dr. Webster accompanied us downstairs, but think that he did, following us. Next day, Tuesday, Officers Clapp, Rice, and Fuller accompanied me on another visit to the medical college in the morning. Mr. Littlefield was with us. We made a thorough search in Mr. Littlefield's part of the building of every room and the closets, and we went up to Dr. Webster's apartments and knocked, as we had done the day before, but he did not keep us so long awaiting. Mr. Clapp made excuses for calling on him, saying that we had come to the college first so that we might say, when we went to the houses in the neighborhood, that we had been there. Said that nothing would be removed, that there was no suspicion of him, and that we were obliged to come and look into his apartments among the rest. The doctor said we could look round if we wished to. We walked through the lecture room into the back room, and Mr. Clapp started to go into the back private room. Professor Webster told him that he kept his valuable and dangerous articles there, and Mr. Clapp just put his head in the door and said he shouldn't go in there to get blown up. Then went down into the lower laboratory, went up to the furnace there, the same in which the bones were afterwards found. Saw the bright light of a fire and the ashes underneath all swept up. Professor Webster was talking with Mr. Clapp at this time. At the bench by the window, saw a tea chest there with tan in it and minerals on top. Clapp inquired, "What door is that?" Littlefield said it was the doctor's private privy and that he had the key. Noticed the stairs into the laboratory were wet, as if water had been spilled. We made no more search, because we had no suspicion of anybody in the college. They rather laughed at me for my suspicion in regard to the college. Rewards were offered, one for $3,000 on Monday or Tuesday, and one for $1,000 on Wednesday. The handbills were posted very extensively through the city and the neighboring towns. About 4 o'clock Friday, called at Mr. Littlefield's apartments with Officer Starkweather and inquired of Mr. Littlefield's wife. In consequence of what she said, I went to the front door and rang the doorbell, and Mr. Littlefield came out with his overalls on, covered with mortar and dirt. Had been informed a few minutes before of his having borrowed a bar and tools to dig through a wall and was determined to find out what he was about. Was not at the jail when Professor Webster was brought in from Cambridge, but went down there about 10 in company with S.D. Parker, Dr. Martin Gay, and others. Dr. Webster was in the lower lockup, lying on the bed with his face downwards. He said he was not able to get up. He was in a state of great agitation and prostration, thought he would not live. They carried him upstairs and he asked for water. Held the tumbler to him, he bit at it, struck his face against it, and spilled the water all over him. Thought he would fall out of the chair. He wanted word sent to his family, also to Mr. W.H. Prescott and Mr. Franklin Dexter. Mr. Parker said there was another family that had been in great distress for a week, that perhaps he could explain certain things at the medical college, which would relieve that family, that we were going there and he could accompany us if he saw fit. He said he had nothing to explain and would go with us. The officers helped him into the coach. The party in the coach with Dr. Webster went down to the medical college. 2 of the officers accompanied him, holding him up, 1 on each side. Inquiry was made for the key. Professor Webster said that Mr. Clapp had taken it from him with other keys. The door was forced. The key for the privy door downstairs was asked for. The professor said that it was hung up on a nail at the end of the shelf. A key was found, but it did not fit. Dr. Webster said that someone then had taken it away. We went downstairs into the laboratory, and the privy door under the stairs was broken open. We went from the laboratory out to the trap door. Some of the party went down and handed up parts of a human body, a pelvis, the right thigh and right leg. I think it was the right thigh and right leg. They were placed where Professor Webster could see them upon a board. Did not hear him make any remark about them. He appeared excited and had to be supported. Dr. Webster was then taken back to the carriage and the jail. Was at the medical college the next afternoon, Saturday, when other parts of the body were found. Was in the upper laboratory when I was called by someone saying that they had made further discoveries. Went down, and Officer Fuller and others were then drawing a tea chest out into the floor. The thorax and thigh came out embedded in tan. The thigh was inside of the ribs, put in so that the ends of the ribs had left marks upon it. A large knife fell out of the tan. I should call it a jackknife. A string went round the body and leg. Those limbs were taken out and washed and put with the others and given into the charge of the officers. Was at the medical college Sunday afternoon when a pair of slippers and pantaloons, with spots of blood on them, were found in a clothes press at the head of the stairs leading to the laboratory. Dr. Jackson directed they should be kept carefully, that Dr. Wyman might examine whether they had blood upon them. They were wrapped up in paper, and Mr. Butman took charge of them. A large knife with a silver sheath or handle was also found Sunday afternoon when I was present. Was also there when a saw was found, with something on the handle looking like prints of blood. Was present when the limbs were put together by Dr. Lewis on Monday morning. Appearance of the body was that of Dr. Parkman. He was tall and very slim, about 5 feet 10.5 inches high, straight and small over the hips, was light complexioned, his hair sandy, his underjaw was prominent. Should not like to say positively that the parts of the body which I saw were Dr. Parkman's. Cross-examined. The morning after the arrest, searched Professor Webster's house at Cambridge, made a second search there about 12th December. We had a search warrant on the first occasion, but not on the second. Dr. Parkman would use plain language in talking with people who he thought had dealt dishonestly with him. Wouldn't hesitate to tell him so, but never heard him use a profane word or use harsh language in asking for payment of money when treated with civility. Patrick McGowan was house servant of Dr. George Parkman and now lived with Mrs. Parkman. The day of his disappearance, somebody called at the house and inquired for the doctor, about 8 or 9 a.m. Didn't know the person And he didn't give me his address. Should not know the person if I saw him. Can't say that it was the prisoner. The doctor was crossing the entry from the breakfast room at the time of one person's calling and stepped to the door. Heard something said about the doctor's meeting the person or answering the question if he would meet him at some place at 1:30. Understood the doctor to answer yes, that he would meet him there. Last saw the doctor about 11:00 that day. Have never seen him since. He was very punctual at meals. Never knew him absent from dinner at the regular hour but once, and then he came in before the family had finished. Cross-examined. The doctor kept no other manservant. Other persons called that morning, not many. Did not tell any of them that the doctor had gone out of town for the day. Robert G. Shaw. Footnote. Shaw, Robert Gould, 1773 to 1853. Born Goldsboro, Maine. Merchant and philanthropist. End of footnote. And brother-in-law of the late Dr. George Parkman. He would have been 60 years old in February following his decease, and well acquainted with prisoner. The first I knew of his lending Dr. Webster money was when I told him of his having sold me his minerals. The last time I saw Dr. Parkman was on the day of his disappearance. He called at my house between 9 and 10 a.m., and we walked down to State Street together. He was in very good health and good spirits. We parted about 10 at the Merchant's Bank. The next day Mrs. Parkman sent for me. I found her in great distress from the absence of her husband, who had not been home that night. Went directly to his brothers, the Reverend Dr. Francis Parkman, also my brother-in-law, and informed him of the doctor's absence, then to Mr. Edward Blake's office in Court Street, my nephew, to concert means for making inquiries for him. There was suspicion of a man who had been punished for stealing from the doctor's house. We sent to the attorney who had defended him, and found that that man was away from the city and had not been in it recently. Then went to the city marshals and engaged him to have inquiries made through the police. That evening, an advertisement was inserted in the newspapers, giving notice of the doctor's disappearance. I offered a reward subsequently of $3,000 for information in regard to him, and one of $1,000 for the discovery of his body. During the whole week succeeding, I was consulted and took an active interest in the investigations. Have seen the remains since they were arranged and put together. Saw appearances which induced me to believe them to belong to the body of Dr. George Parkman. The color and kind of hair on his breast and leg. He came to my house early one morning, a cold morning, without any surtout, and to my remark that he wasn't dressed warm enough, he replied that he had not on even drawers, and pulled up his pantaloons to show it. Have seen him open his breast in such a way as to show how much it was covered with hair. The form, size, and height of the parts corresponded to Dr. Parkman. Saw the teeth which were found. Know of his wearing false teeth. I finally took charge of the remains to have them entombed as those of Dr. Parkman, and they were so buried. As to my financial relations with Dr. Webster, received a note from him about 19th April, 1848, asking for an interview next morning. He informed me of his embarrassments, and that he expected the sheriff would seize his furniture if he couldn't raise a certain sum to pay off a pressing demand, which had been long-standing. He proposed to sell me a cabinet of minerals. Told him that I did not want them. He said I might like to make a donation of them to some institution, that he would sell them to me for $1,200. I refused, but he pressed me so hard and worked upon my feelings so much that I concluded to aid him. Asked him how much he needed, and he said that $600 would relieve him for the present. Told him that if he could get my note discounted for that amount at some bank which he named, I would buy his minerals. Later he called and said that he could get it discounted at the Charles River Bank. Let him have my note, for which I took a receipt dated April 20th. He shortly after brought me a catalog and bill of sale of the minerals, which I put on file without examining. On 6th June, he called on me again, and I gave him a check for $200, and again, on 3rd August, one for $400, for which also I have his receipts. He then said there were some of the minerals included in the catalog, which he should like to keep if I had no objection. Told him that if he would pay the interest as it fell due, he could do so. He did not, however, pay it, and I have never called upon him for it. Subsequently, I was walking with Dr. Parkman one day when we saw Dr. Webster. Asked Dr. Parkman, after we passed, what salary Dr. Webster was receiving at Cambridge. He replied, $1,200. I said that is not half enough to support his family, and told him of his application to me for money and of his sale to me of his minerals. Dr. Parkman said, they are not his to sell. I have a mortgage on them, and if you will come to my house, I will show it to you. He took me to his house, and on comparing his mortgage with my bill of sale, it corresponded throughout. He then said he would see Dr. Webster and give him a piece of his mind. That was downright fraud, and he ought to be punished. The mortgage was here produced by the witness and read to the court and jury. Its condition was for the payment of $2,432 in 4 years from date. Dr. Webster wrote me a long letter of explanation, as I suppose, which I never read, my eyes being poor, but I laid it away after opening it, and no one else saw it. Subsequently, I was told that Dr. Webster was proposing to give his minerals to Harvard College on a certain sum being made up by subscription to enable him to do so. I put my name down for $500, on the understanding that so much of my debt should be reckoned as a subscription. The amount was raised, and soon after a Mr. Smith called on me from Dr. Webster and paid me the balance of my debt. I told him to take back the letter and bill of sale, etc., to Dr. Webster, and to tell them that I was perfectly satisfied. Know that Dr. Parkman was not paid off by this arrangement. Dr. Parkman left a wife, a son, and daughter. The daughter has been an invalid for several years. He was always anxious to procure delicacies for her, suitable to her state of health. He was the most punctual man I ever knew, over-punctual. Was also a very domestic man. Nothing would induce him to stay away from home 24 hours if he could avoid it. Cross-examined. The doctor's punctuality extended to everything, business appointments as well as others. Had I not known of Dr. Parkman's being missed, should not have supposed that the parts of the body found were his. The fact of his disappearance has as much to do with my opinion as the color of his hair. March 20th. Francis Tukey, M. City Marshal. Saturday, 24th November at 10 a.m., Mr. E. Sprague requested me to have inquiries instituted for him. I sent for police officers and directed them to make inquiry in a private way for Dr. Parkman and to institute such search as they could in his unoccupied houses by pretending an errand about trains, nuisances, and the like. At 2 o'clock I had no further information than that he was last seen Friday in the neighborhood of the medical college, and the whole police were notified of his absence. Advertisements of the disappearance were also given to the newspapers. Could not make a more extensive and particular search than was made for Dr. Parkman, both in and out of the city. Messengers were sent in all directions to the towns in the country, and to the towns all up and down the seacoast. The river and harbor were dragged. Every report that we could hear of him, far or near, we sent and had investigated. We circulated 28,000 handbills of 4 different notices, of which the following are copies, produced and read to the jury. Special notice. George Parkman, M.D., a well-known and highly respected citizen of Boston, left his house in Walnut Street to meet an engagement of business on Friday last, November 23rd, between 12 and 1 o'clock p.m., and was seen in the southerly part of the city, in and near Washington Street, in conversation with some persons, at about 5 o'clock of the afternoon of the same day. Any person who can give information relative to him that may lead to his discovery is earnestly requested to communicate the same immediately to the city marshals, for which he shall be liberally rewarded. Boston, November 25th, 1849. $3,000 reward. Dr. George Parkman, a well-known citizen of Boston, left his residence, number 8 Walnut Street, on Friday last. He is 60 years of age, about 5 feet 9 inches high, gray hair, thin face with a scar under his chin, light complexion, and usually walks very fast. He was dressed in a dark frock coat, dark pantaloons, purple silk vest, with dark-figured black stock and black hat, as he may have wandered from home in consequence of some sudden aberration of mind, being perfectly well when he left his house, or as he had with him a large sum of money he may have been foully dealt with. The above reward will be paid for information which will lead to his discovery if alive, or for the detection and conviction of the perpetrators if any injury may have been done to him. A suitable reward will be paid for the discovery of his body. Robert G. Shaw. Boston, November 26, 1849. Information may be given to the city marshal. $100 reward will be paid for information which will lead to the recovery of a gold double-buttoned Lapine turned case watch, lady size, full plate, 4-hole jeweled, gold dial, black figures, steel hands, no second hands, no cap. Marked F.B. Adams and Sons, St. John Street, London, number 61,351. Francis Tukey, City Marshal, Police Office, City Hall, Boston, November 27th. $1,000 reward, whereas no satisfactory information has been obtained respecting Dr. George Parkman since the afternoon of Friday last, and fears are entertained that he has been murdered. The above reward will be paid for information which leads to the recovery of his body. Robert G. Shaw. Boston, November 28, 1849. Mr. Tukey. The suggestion in the first handbill that Dr. Parkman had been seen in Washington Street came from a report which was traced out and found to be without foundation. Heard of the discovery of the remains on Friday, and went with others to the college. Went into the cellar where we found the remains as described by other witnesses. A model in wood, capable of being taken apart and intended to exhibit, in a miniature. A facsimile of the interior of the college, as also drawings of the several apartments connected with the case, were exhibited. Have had charge of the bones found in the furnace in the laboratory, and also of various other things here produced. Calvin G. Moore. Reside in this city. Saw Dr. Parkman on November 23rd in Paul Holland's store, corner of Vine and Blossom Streets, about 10 minutes of 2. He made inquiry about purchasing sugar and also bought some butter. The doctor, after making these purchases, said to me, "We cannot find fault with such weather as this," and went out. Martha Moore. I am wife of the last witness. Did not see Dr. Parkman in Bridge Street Friday, 23rd November. Recollect telling my son George on that day to go to school at 10 minutes before 2. George was standing at the time on the sidewalk. George heard me and said that he would go. George afterwards told me, when we talked the matter over of Dr. Parkman's disappearance, that he saw the doctor the day that I spoke to him out of the window about going to school. George F. Moore. I am 12 years old. Am son to Mr. and Mrs. Moore, who have just been testifying. Knew Dr. George Parkman. Last saw him Friday, November 23rd. Saw him in Fruit Street. Was standing alongside of a truck which was stuck in the mud when he passed by towards Grove Street. It was about 10 minutes before 2 when the doctor came by. No, because Mother called to me and told me what time it was, and told me to go to school. There was a boy standing with me at the time, Dwight Prouty, Jr. I hit him and said, "There goes Dr. Parkman." The doctor passed on by the truck, and we went up to school together. Dwight Prouty. I am 13 years old. Go to school, the Phillips School with George Moore. Knew Dr. Parkman by sight. Last saw him Friday, November 23rd at 10 minutes of 2. The boy with me, George Moore, said, "There goes Dr. Parkman," and I remember noticing him. Had often seen him before. Am unable to say what dress he wore. The doctor passed close to us on the same side of the street. Elias Fuller. I am an iron founder and carry on the West Boston Iron Foundry on the west side of North Grove Street, looking down Fruit Street about 75 feet from the front of the medical college. No, Dr. George Parkman. Last saw him Friday, 23rd November, between 1:30 and 2:00 p.m. Was standing on the sidewalk in front of my counting room, waiting to meet a Mr. Joseph Annan, who had made an appointment to meet me at 2:00. Recollect inquiring the time of day of my brother Albert, and his telling me, before I saw Dr. Parkman, that it wanted 20 minutes of 2. A few minutes after, Dr. Parkman passed, and Mr. Annan called directly after, and I went away with him. Albert Fuller. Am an iron founder, brother of the last witness. Known Dr. George Parkman some 2 years and have had frequent occasions to meet him on business. I saw him November 23rd, Friday. Saw him cross North Grove Street towards our counting room and pass towards the medical college. He passed within 12 feet and bowed to my brother as he passed. He did not go into the counting room but towards the medical college. When I last saw him, he was from 40 to 50 feet distant from the college. The time was between 1:30 and 2:00. Remained at work where I was all the afternoon. Did not see the doctor go back again. My position was such that I could have seen him if he had gone out either of the 2 entrances to the college, by Grove Street or Fruit Street Place. Leonard Fuller. Am brother of Albert and Elias, the last witnesses, and work with them in the foundry. Recollect the day after Dr. Parkman's disappearance. Mr. Littlefield came that day after dinner to borrow an iron bar. Let him have it. He came back and wanted a hammer and a chisel. He had his coat off and was sweaty, and his clothes were covered with dirt. My brother Albert handed him a chisel, and I got him a hammer. He took them and went to the college. Did not see him again. Paul Holland. Am a grocer at the corner of Vine and Blossom Streets. Saw Dr. George Parkman Friday, 23rd November. He came into my store in Blossom Street and bought 32 pounds of crushed sugar and 6 pounds of butter, which I agreed to send home. He brought in a paper bag. While in the store, he had some conversation with someone else, and before going out, asked permission to leave the bag for a few minutes, or 5 minutes. I don't remember which. He gave no directions about the other things, but said he would call for the bag. He never came back. I found on opening the bag that it contained green lettuce. Mr. Calvin Moore was in the store at the time that Dr. Parkman was. Cross-examined. Dr. Parkman did not appear to be in a hurry. Had on a black frock coat, but no overcoat. His pants were black, and he had on a black cravat and a black hat. Jabez Pratt, and one of the coroners of this county, was called upon by Officer Spur on the evening of 30th November to go to the medical college and see certain remains which had been found. Went with him to the house of Samuel D. Parker, the county attorney, and thence, in company with him, Dr. Martin Gay and others, to the jail in Leverett Street. Saw Professor Webster in the lockup under the jail office. Had a warrant put into my hands for his arrest. When I went into the lockup, Professor Webster was lying on his face in the berth in very great distress. Dr. Gay desired him to be calm and requested him to get up. He said that he was unable to get up. He was very much agitated and trembled and shook all over, more than any person whom I ever saw. He exclaimed, "What will become of my poor family?" 2 of the officers took hold of him and had to carry him upstairs. He was nearly helpless, so far as the use of his limbs was concerned. He was taken up into the office and seated in a chair. He called for water, but was so agitated that he could not drink. Mr. Parker said to Dr. Webster, "There have been some discoveries made at the medical college, and we have come down here to see if you are willing to go down and make any explanation of them, would you please?" Don't recollect any answer on his part, further than that he consented to go. Mr. Layton, the clerk of the jail, and I went inside of the carriage with him to the college. Mr. Cummings, the turnkey of the jail, went on the outside. He was very much in the same helpless condition as he had been. We had to help him in and lift his feet in after we had put his body in. Noticed his perspiration in the office, though not in the lockup. Remember his complaining of being taken away from his family and the manner in which it had been done. Arrived at the college, he was taken out and led up the front steps, supported by Layton and Cummings. We went into his lecture room and into the back upper laboratory. The door leading into this last room had to be broken open. We tried to enter the back private room, found it locked. Inquiry was made for the key, and Professor Webster said that was his private room where he made his chemical preparations and kept his dangerous chemicals. He said that he hadn't the key because they had taken all his keys away when they arrested him. The room was broken open. There was a coat lying near the door. Dr. Webster said that was the coat he wore to lecture in, that if they were not careful while they were moving about, they would break some of the bottles and do great mischief. There were some drawers which either stuck or were locked, so that they couldn't be got open. They broke open one or two, and he objected, saying, "You will find nothing there but some demijohns and bottles. You will find nothing there of importance," and such was the fact. Someone was supporting Professor Webster by the arms all the time. Remember his calling for water in the laboratory and being so agitated that he could not drink it. He appeared different from anything that I had ever saw before, like a mad creature. When the water was put toward him, he would snap at him with its teeth and push it away with great violence, without drinking, as if it were offensive to him. We crawled out to the back side of the building on our hands and knees, and there I saw the parts passed out through the hole. They were brought out and laid upon the floor. The doctor was a good deal agitated while looking at them. He was taken back to the jail. I stayed behind at the college, and after the remains were put into a box and put into the privy, I came away, leaving the college in charge of officers. Next day, Saturday, I issued a warrant for summoning a jury for 4 o'clock in the afternoon at the college. When I arrived there, other parts of the body had also been found. Towards the bottom of the furnace, I found something like a piece of a jaw, with mineral teeth in it, and other single teeth near it. Handed the piece to Dr. Winslow Lewis, Jr. 2 or 3 separate mineral teeth were afterwards found. Sunday, I sent for Dr. Jeffries Wyman of Cambridge to aid in the examination. Did not take charge of anything but the bones and the remains. Think some of the bones were set into the privy in a box with the other parts of the body. Saturday night, and the door nailed up as being the safest place to keep them. End of section 13. Section 14 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 4 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Professor John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman, Boston, Massachusetts, 1850, Part 4. Winslow Lewis, Jr. Footnote. Lewis Winslow, 1799 to 1875. Born, Boston, Massachusetts. Physician, surgeon, and author of medical works. End of footnote. I am a practicing physician in the city. Was called on Saturday afternoon succeeding Dr. Webster's arrest to the medical college to examine portions of a human body which had been found there. Found Dr. Martin Gay and Dr. Charles T. Jackson there. Called on Dr. George H. Gay and Dr. James W. Stone to aid me in the matter, and also advised the cooperation of Professor Jeffries Wyman. We met next day, Sunday, in the morning. It was arranged that Doctors Gay and Jackson should make the necessary chemical investigations. Professor Wyman should take charge of the bones, and the articles supposed to have spots of blood on them. The Doctors Gay, Stone, and myself should prepare a detailed report upon the fleshy portions of the body, which we particularly examined. We accordingly drew up such a report and made it in writing, under oath, to the coroner's jury. The report was here produced and read to the jury by Mr. Bemis, and explained by Dr. Lewis. The head had been separated from the trunk just below what is called the Adam's apple, by sawing through the upper vertebra. The external granulation or roughness of the spleen showed the application of some chemical agent, and the internal redness, that the application had penetrated to the interior. All the bowels and stomach were gone. Should not think that the dissection of the thigh from the hip necessarily evinced the possession of anatomical knowledge on the part of the person dissecting this body, but that a certain degree of anatomical skill would have been requisite to have separated the sternum or breastbone from the collarbone. Had known Dr. Parkman for many years. There was nothing in these remains dissimilar from what I should have expected to find in his body. There was nothing in the mode of separation of the parts which indicate that it had been done for anatomical purposes. Nor was there anything in the condition of the blood vessels which showed that it had been a subject for dissection. If it had been such a subject, I should have expected to find some of the preserving fluid which anatomists use to inject them with. Cross-examined. If I had not been told that he was missing, should not have spontaneously conceived the idea that this was his body. There were no peculiar marks that I discovered about the remains. I could not say that the hole in the left side was a stab. It was in the region of the heart, but the muscles and flesh had been much affected by some chemical application. I could not say whether it had been made before or after death. Cannot say how long it would take to consume a human head by fire, in such a furnace as that in the laboratory, where the bones were found. Perhaps 2 hours. This would depend upon the kind and quantity of fuel used. James W. Stone. I was one of the examining physicians, associated with Dr. Winslow Lewis, Jr., and signed the report. There was rather more than usual hair upon the back, and of a sandy gray color. The muscles of the lower extremities were unusually developed, more than one would expect from the general size of the body, and indicated that the person had been accustomed to exercise them a great deal, as in walking. The hair upon the back was longer than usual. In front, on the left side, it was apparently burnt. Judging from the skin, hair, and general appearance of the remains, the body was that of a person 50 to 60 years of age. I knew Dr. George Parkman for 5 or 6 years, intimately. There was little indications which would conflict with the idea of its being his body. If I had not known that Dr. Parkman was missing, should not have suspected that the remains were parts of his body. My conclusion from examining the remains was that the person who separated them must have had some anatomical skill. There was but little appearance of these remains having been parts of a subject for dissection. Cross-examined. Made a particular examination of the aperture between the ribs, but discovered nothing from which to infer that it was made by a stab during life. George H. Gay. I signed the report which has just been read, and concur in it generally. Think that the separation of parts of the body, particularly the sternum from the collarbone and first rib, indicate an anatomical knowledge on the part of the person who did it. The separation of the head from the body by dissection is difficult, and the saw is often used to get it off, when the mere object is to get rid of it. Woodbridge Strong. Have been a practicing physician in this city since 1820. have given special attention to anatomy, have had considerable experience in burning up or getting rid of human remains by fire. In early days in Cornhill, had poor accommodations for dissecting, and was frequently necessary to burn up the remains. Once I had a pirate given me by the United States Marshal for dissection, and, it being warm weather, I wanted to get rid of the flesh and only preserve the bones. He was a muscular, stout man, and I began upon it one night with wood fire in a large old-fashioned fireplace, built a rousing fire and sat up all night, piling on the wood and flesh, and had not got it consumed by morning. Was afraid of a visit from the police, and by 11 o'clock they gave me a call to know what made such a smell in the street. Finished it up, however, that forenoon, but consider it no small operation to burn up a body. It needs the right sort of fuel. Wood is better than coal, and the lighter the kind of wood, the better. You need frequently to stir the fire up, and you must have something that the flesh will not quench or put out. There is always a difficulty in getting rid of human remains by fire, on account of attracting suspicion by the smell. Having called upon by my neighbors or the police several times on this account, was well acquainted with Dr. George Parkman. For several years was a near neighbor and used to see him almost daily. Last saw him on Friday, the day of his disappearance, at about 12:30 in Beacon Street. Was looking for him for a special purpose, and he turned out of the street into the mall just before I came near enough to him to speak to him. Was at the medical college on Tuesday after the finding of the remains. Went for my own gratification and without being expected to be called to testify to my observations. Saw on board the parts of a body which have been spoken of: a chest, pelvis, 2 thighs, and one of the legs. The dissection of the chest was made in the usual way of post-mortem examinations. It was done as well as it would usually be done by a physician, and no one who had not been in the habit of seeing dissections could have done it as it was. Found on the underside of the 6th rib, exactly under the hole, a clean cut on the ribs. The hole was through the flesh and through the membrane or periosteum of the rib, and made when the parts were tense. After death, the elasticity of a body is gone, and it would be very difficult to make a clean cut like this. There was a clean cut through the periosteum, almost into the rib, just such as could not be made upon a dead body without a very sharp knife, but which might easily be made upon the living body with a common knife. This struck me at the time as it went very near the heart, as the cause of the death. Should suppose that a stab in that region would cause internal effusion of blood. In the case of these remains, the parts were unusually bloodless. My inference would be that the person bled to death from violence. The hair which I noticed upon the remains was sandy, intermingled with gray. The skin had lost the appearance of elasticity, as in a young subject, and had the thickness attendant upon age. Judged from the hair, skin, and cartilages, that the subject must have been between 50 and 60 years of age. There were ossifications in the cartilages, such as do not commence till after middle life. The body was of an unusual formation. It was narrow across the shoulders, and the difference between the width there and across the hips was much less than is usual. The body was also very straight, and the trunk was disproportionately long for the legs. In these respects, and in the color of the hair and the general appearance of the skin, it corresponded to Dr. Parkman's body when alive. Had often noticed his peculiar formation, and it seemed to me that this was the same. Cross-examined. Experienced act of kindness from Dr. Parkman, and had the pleasure of thinking that he was one of my friends. Believe he did not wear whiskers. The color of the hair on the body is not always, though usually, the same as on the head. Don't think that I ever saw him naked. I am in the habit of noticing the human figure particularly, and observing beauties and deformities of shape. Never burned up a body in a furnace, but think that the intensity of the heat would be as great in a stove as in the furnace, which I saw at Dr. Webster's laboratory. That appeared to me the most inconvenient place for such a purpose. The stove, which I saw in the same room, would have answered better. I have used a common cylinder stove with an anthracite coal fire to consume human flesh when dissecting, but do not think that coal is so good a fuel as wood for that purpose. I have overloaded my fire at times with pieces of flesh, so as to extinguish it, and have been obliged on that account to rekindle it. Death might ensue immediately from such a wound as I suppose to have occasioned the whole, and the bleeding have been wholly internal. This might follow from the shape of the wound, which might collapse, and also by the sudden stopping of the circulation of the blood, such as would follow the cutting off the aorta. Frederick S. Ainsworth. Am demonstrator of anatomy at the medical college. All subjects for dissection pass through my hands before they are given out for the use of students or professors. Keep a record of all which are received and which are given out. After Professor Webster's arrest, found that I had on hand all the materials and subjects for dissection which I ought to have. I saw the remains. They had never been brought into my department as a subject for dissection. All subjects brought in for dissection are injected with fluid to preserve them from decomposition. Arsenious acid or chloride of zinc. The fluid penetrates all the blood vessels at once. Examined the arteries in the remains of Dr. Parkman and saw no appearance of the use of such a fluid. Dr. Webster had no necessary official connection with the anatomical department, saw no indication of the remains having been dissected for anatomical purposes. My impression was that the person who cut them up had no anatomical knowledge. He might have seen a human body cut up, but that he ever had a knife in his hand for the purpose, I very much doubt. Charles T. Jackson. Footnote. Jackson, Charles T., 1805 to 1880. Born Plymouth, Massachusetts. A scientist and author and leader in analytical chemistry. End of footnote. Am chemist by profession. Have given attention to the science of chemistry and its practical application for many years. Was called to the medical college after the discovery of the remains. Went there on Saturday afternoon with the late Dr. Martin Gay, and met Dr. Winslow Lewis, Jr., with whom we made an arrangement for conducting the examination. Dr. Gay and myself undertook the chemical part. They were shown to us parts of a human body and the contents of a small assay furnace about 10 inches square. The parts of the body were turned over to the other gentlemen. Am acquainted with anatomy, having had a medical education. Took some notice of the remains, saw no indication of their having been used for anatomical purposes. I thought also that they indicated the possession of anatomical knowledge on the part of the person who had dissected them. I've heard the report made up on the remains by Dr. Lewis and others, and coincide generally with their conclusions. Knew Dr. George Parkman very well. He was frequently at my office. He was a tall, slender man of somewhat peculiar figure, rather flat in the chest and broad across the pelvis. At side view he seemed thin, but not so much in front. I saw nothing in the remains dissimilar from what I should suppose was Dr. Parkman's formation. The written report of witnesses' experimental examination made to the coroner's jury was here put into the case by consent. Was instructed by the Attorney General to take possession of these articles found in the medical college, which were left with Dr. Gay. I refer to the blood vessels more particularly. Satisfied myself that the alkali used upon the body was potash. The action of potash on human flesh is to soften it and ultimately dissolve it. When applied in connection with heat, as by boiling, it dissolves it very rapidly. It might be used in this way precisely as they make soap. Noticed on the side of the walls on the staircase leading to the lower laboratory, green drops of fluid and spots. They were still liquid and stood out from the wall. Got some filtering paper, and Dr. Gay absorbed into the paper from the walls a quantity of this green fluid and carried it away. Have examined this paper and find the green fluid to be nitrate of copper. The quantity of gold I found in the portion of the contents of the furnace Submitted to me was 173.65 grains. The sheath knife, silver-hilt, I recognized as one which I have often seen in Dr. Webster's possession at his rooms at the Old Medical College in Mason Street. I have known the doctor for 25 years. I attended his lectures when a medical student and have since been in the habit of frequently calling on him. This knife was first shown to me immediately after his arrest, and it bore the appearance of having been recently cleaned. I scraped off some of the substance, which had apparently been used for that purpose, and found it to be whiting moistened with oil. The furnace in the laboratory would have carried off the odor of burning flesh if any had been consumed there. The draft is a strong one, and the soapstone cover fits tightly over the top. Cross-examined. It was the nitrate and not any other salt of copper upon the wall. If I had not heard that Dr. Parkman was missing, I should not have been led to suppose that the parts of the body were his. The thorax had not the appearance of having been boiled, but had been singed by fire. It is impossible to tell how long it had been subjected to the potash. The thigh found inside of the thorax had been exposed to the heat of fire and also to the potash. The head of the bone was smoked and the skin softened, as if by the joint action of the two. The time which it would take to dissolve a human body in nitric acid would depend on the mode in which it was cut up. If the bones were taken out and the flesh cut into fine pieces, I think that with the proper quantity of acid, it might be entirely dissolved in half a day so as to become a dense yellow liquid. Richard Crossley. Am assistant to Dr. Charles T. Jackson. Have given attention to the application of chemistry for 13 years. Made an experiment on some blood vessels handed to me by Dr. Martin Gay to ascertain if they had been injected with chloride of zinc or arsenic acid, and was unable to detect the presence of either substance. Coincide with Dr. Jackson that the substance absorbed by the filtering paper kept by Dr. Gay is the nitrate of copper. Dr. Nathan C. Keep had been a surgeon-dentist for 30 years in Boston, lived next to Dr. Winslow Lewis, Jr., have given attention both to the artificial and natural teeth. Knew Dr. George Parkman as early as 1825, when I was a student of medicine with Dr. John Randall, and he has employed me as his family dentist and called on me himself whenever he needed any assistance or advice in the case of his teeth. The blocks of teeth taken from the furnace were here exhibited to the witness. These blocks now shown to me are the same with which I made for Dr. Parkman. Dr. Parkman's mouth was a very peculiar one, so marked in respect to its shape and the relation of the upper and lower jaws that the impression of it on my mind was very distinct. When Dr. Parkman ordered the teeth, he inquired how long it would take to prepare them. He said that the medical college, which was then building, was going to be opened with some inaugural ceremonies and be expected to be there and to make a speech. He wished to have the set finished by that time, or he did not wish to have them at all. Undertook to fulfill the order. The peculiarities of the mouth made a very difficult case, requiring the exercise of great skill and care. Remember very distinctly the particulars of completing the set, more than in ordinary cases. The witness described at length the making of the teeth. I finished the teeth only half an hour before the ceremonies at the medical college commenced. Did not feel certain that all was completed and requested the doctor to call again and show me his teeth. When he called, he remarked that he did not feel as if he had room enough for his tongue. To obviate that difficulty, I ground the inside of the lower blocks next to the tongue, so as to make more room. The grinding removed the pink color from the gum, and also the enamel from the teeth on the inside, and somewhat defaced their beauty. The shape of the space ground out was peculiar, and the size of the wheel, which was not larger than a cent. Saw Dr. Parkman afterwards, occasionally, for the purpose of making such slight alterations or repairs upon his teeth as were needed. The last time was about 2 weeks previous to his disappearance. Having broken a spring, he called upon me late one evening to repair it. I took out his teeth, both upper and lower set, examined them all over to see that every part was right, repaired the spring, and spent half an hour in doing what was necessary. This was my last professional intercourse with him. He called on me, however, the day before his disappearance and stayed some 15 minutes, inquiring upon a servant that had lived with me. Left the city Wednesday following, went to the country to spend Thanksgiving, and returned the Monday after. Had heard of the doctor's disappearance before I left. On my return, Dr. Winslow Lewis Jr. presented to me these 3 portions of mineral teeth, saying that he was requested to bring them to me for examination. On looking at them, I recognized them to be the same teeth that I had made for Dr. Parkman. The most perfect portion that remained was that block that belonged to the left lower jaw. Recognized the shape and the outline as being identical with the impression left on my mind of those that I had labored on so long. Several of the other portions had been very much injured by fire. I proceeded to look for the models by which these teeth were made. On comparing the most perfect block with the model, the resemblance was so striking that I could no longer have any doubt that they were his. The presumption is strong that they went into the fire in the head, or with some portion of it, or in some way muffled. Mineral teeth, when worn, imbibe moisture, and if suddenly thrown into the fire are heated with great rapidity. The outside becomes glazed, and the expansive power of the steam, which is generated inside, explodes them. If put into the fire, surrounded by flesh or other muffling substance, on the contrary, the temperature would be raised more gradually, and the moisture would evaporate from them slowly. Cross-examined. All these teeth came to me at the same time from Dr. Lewis, the Monday after Dr. Webster's arrest. They were in my mind when Dr. Lewis first showed the teeth to me, and I said, "Dr. Parkman is gone. We shall see him no more." Recognized them at once without the moles, and then went to look for the moles. This name of Dr. Parkman on the moles shown to the jury was written upon it at the time it was made. They were kept in my cellar where I had put them away. Keep my moles to provide against any accident which may happen to the set of teeth made from them. Lester Noble was an assistant of Dr. Keep's in 1846. Am now a student of dentistry in the Baltimore College of Dentists. Recollect working upon a set of mineral teeth for Dr. Parkman in the autumn of 1846. The superscription upon the plaster molds shown me, Dr. Parkman, October 1846. The mold produced by Dr. Keep is in my handwriting. Remember writing it. The teeth shown to me, the same blocks testified to by Dr. Keep, are the same which were shown to me on Monday last, in presence of the counsel for the government and the city marshal, when the latter delivered them to the former under seal, and the seal was broken by the Attorney General. Have had them in my custody since. They struck me at once as the teeth made for Dr. Parkman. Find a hole through the block at the same point as we were accustomed to make it. On the inside, notice the surface which appeared to have been ground. I recollected that that block of Dr. Parkman's had been ground in that way. Saw Dr. Keep grind it. The grinding was done after the doctor went to the medical college opening. Have not the slightest doubt that these are the same blocks of teeth which I worked on for Dr. Parkman. Remember the circumstances accompanying their being ordered. The opening of the medical college, when President Everett delivered the address, was the time set for the teeth to be done, and as an accident occurred in baking them, we were compelled to sit up nearly all night to finish them. We got them finished just in time to let the doctor go over to the college. Went there myself and sat where I could see the doctor and observe, if he had occasion to speak, how well he used them. Think the ceremony took place in the early part of November 1846. Have the impression that Dr. Parkman did not speak, but that when complimented for his liberality by Governor Everett, he acknowledged it with a bow. He might have said a few words, but I rather think not. Understood the compliment to refer to the donation of the land for the college. Jeffries Wyman. Footnote. Wyman Jeffries, 1814 to 1874. Born Chelmsford, Massachusetts. Physician and scientist of distinction. Professor of Anatomy, Harvard University, 1847 to 1874. I'm a professor of anatomy in Harvard College. With other medical or scientific gentlemen, examined the remains found at the medical college. The duty of making the examination was divided. I had charge of the fragment bones found in the furnace, of which I have made a catalog and detailed description. The box before me contains the fragments of bones found in the college. My attention was not called to the fleshy portions, though I saw them being examined by Dr. Lewis and his associates. Had drawn a diagram exhibiting the position in the skeleton of the bones found, and showing what would be necessary to complete the body, and here produce it. So no marks of the body having been used as a subject for common dissection. Was struck with the fact that the sternum had been taken out, as it would have been by a physician at an ordinary post-mortem examination. Also with the mode of the separation of the collarbone from the sternum and first rib. A person without a knowledge of anatomy would not succeed in carrying the knife through so difficult a passage as that between the clavicle, first rib, and the sternum. This is the only way of removal by a knife. The separation of the thighs showed some knowledge of anatomy, since the incisions were made directly towards the joint. My attention was not directed to the separation of the neck from the trunk. I have known the saw to be used for that purpose, though it is not customary in common dissections. Suppose the remains to be those of a person who had passed the middle period of life. The skin was very light, was struck with the quantity of hair on the back, had not before seen a person with so much. It extended from the shoulder blades halfway down the back and each side of the spine. Saw nothing inconsistent with the idea that the remains all belonged to one and the same person. If a person were killed by a blow and immediately stabbed, there would be a flow of blood according to the depth of the stab and the size of the vessels wounded. If the blood were effused internally, it could be removed without difficulty, so as not to leave marks or stains. A post-mortem examination can be made without necessarily spilling blood, if pains are taken to avoid it. They are not infrequently made upon beds without taking pains to remove the linen sheets. Examine spots on the staircase near the lower landing, and which were supposed to be occasioned by blood. They proved under the microscope to be tobacco stains. Higher up on the stairs were spots which the chemists present, Doctors Gay and Jackson, supposed to be those of nitrate of copper. On Sunday they were still moist. Have made experiments in order to determine whether nitrate of copper will destroy blood stains. The action of the nitrate of copper on the blood discs was not immediate. They were, however, destroyed in a few hours. Should say that the nitrate of copper will remove the evidence of blood discs, and that these last constitute the chief means by which recent blood can be detected by the microscope, so no spots of blood on other parts of the building. A pair of slippers and a pair of pantaloons were shown to me for examination, satisfied myself that these spots which I examined were spots of blood. The right slipper had the blood on it, and on the soles of both slippers was a substance resembling Venetian red. The pantaloons are marked with the name Dr. Webster. I cut pieces from them on which were spots, and these were shown by the microscope to be blood. They must have come up on the pantaloons, laterally, or spattered up, or have fallen from a very short distance above. The only other marks of blood I discovered were a few spots on a piece of white paper, said to have been picked up in the private room. Professor Wyman produced his catalog of the bones and gave an explanation of its details, with the aid of his diagram to facilitate its being understood by the jury. I see nothing inconsistent with the idea that they all belong to one and the same body. End of section 14. Section 15 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 4 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Professor John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman, Boston, Massachusetts, 1850, Part 5. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Footnote: Holmes Oliver Wendell, 1809 to 1894. Born Cambridge, Massachusetts, graduated Harvard, Professor of Anatomy and Physiology, Dartmouth, 1834 to 1840. Practiced medicine in Boston, Professor of Anatomy and Physiology, Harvard, 1847 to 1882. Best known as a poet, novelist, and essayist, and one of the most brilliant of the American writers of the 19th century. I am Parkman, Professor of Anatomy and Physiology in Harvard University. The professorship was so named in honor of Dr. George Parkman at the opening ceremony of the Medical College in November 1848. I recollect seeing Dr. Parkman and of taking notice of his teeth. Thought that he had a set which looked very new, very white, and the upper portion of which were very long. And the dean of the medical faculty, Professor Webster, lectured 4 times a week to the medical class on chemistry, and his laboratory, lecture room, and small back room form an independent establishment, entirely separate from that of all the rest of the professors. Never knew him to have occasion for the use of subjects for dissection in his department. His lectures were delivered between 12 and 1. Mine from 1 to 2. The fleshy part of the remains showed a knowledge of anatomy on the part of the dissector. Should say, generally, that there was no botching about the business. Am familiar with the appearance of Dr. Parkman's form. Saw nothing about these remains dissimilar from it. A stab in the region of the hole between the 6th and 7th ribs would not necessarily occasion a great effusion of blood externally. It would depend upon the direction of the wound. Remember the day of Dr. Parkman's disappearance. My lecture commenced that day at 1. My room is over his. The ceiling of his is very high, and I am never disturbed by noises from it. His rooms are generally vacant when I am lecturing. Have often been in my room when Dr. Webster was lecturing in his. Have never overheard explosions from his experiments. Cross-examined. If the stab between the 6th and 7th ribs were in an upward direction, think that there would be a great internal effusion of blood and a considerable external. Have overheard applause proceeding from Dr. Webster's room when I have been in the demonstrator's room, but never in my own. The demonstrator's room is on the same floor with mine, but more accessible to sounds from below. Cannot say positively that I saw the hair singed or other indications of fire about the body. A mortal blow upon the head would not necessarily be followed by any effusion of blood. William D. Eaton. Am a police officer. Was present when the remains were turned out of the tea chest. Mr. Fuller took the thigh out of the thorax, brushed off some of the tan from the chest, and at once saw the hole there, already cut. Said to Mr. Fuller that it was about the size of the jackknife which he had found. Cross-examined. Do not mean the sheath knife or yet again, but that which was found in the tea chest. It was shut up, but I opened it, put my fingers into the hole. Think that it was upon the left side. There were some 6 of us present at the time. Fuller, Heath, Rice, etc. Took hold and lifted up the thorax, but with no more force than enough to take up a piece of paper. The tea chest was filled up with minerals in papers. I should think that there was more than 1 tier of them. Did not turn the body over myself. Saw it turned over. Was at the college every day but Friday the 30th for many weeks. F. from Littlefield. Am janitor of the medical college. Superintend the building, make the fires, and do the sweeping and dusting. Have been so employed 7 years. 4 years at the old Mason Street College and 3 years at the new in North Grove Street. Had known Dr. Webster since my first connection with the college, had known Dr. Parkman 20 years, was present at an interview between Dr. Parkman and Dr. Webster on the evening of 19th November in Dr. Webster's back private room. Dr. Parkman came in suddenly. The first words he said were, "Dr. Webster, are you ready for me tonight?" Dr. Parkman spoke quick and loud. Dr. Webster said, "No, I am not ready tonight, doctor." Dr. Parkman said something about Dr. Webster selling something that had been mortgaged before, or of mortgaging it a second time, or something like that. Dr. Webster said, "I was not aware of it." Dr. Parkman said, "It is so, and you know it." Dr. Webster told him, "I will see you tomorrow, doctor." Dr. Parkman stood then near the door. He put his hand up and said, "Doctor, something must be accomplished tomorrow." He then went out, and it was the last time that I saw him in the building. The next day, Dr. Webster asked me if I was busy or could carry a note to Dr. Parkman. Got a boy named John Maxwell to carry it up as quick as he could. He came back and said that he gave it into Dr. Parkman's hands at his house. Dr. Webster on Monday, before Dr. Parkman called, asked me if the vault had ever been fixed, where we put the remains from the dissecting and demonstrators' rooms upstairs. I told him that the vault had all been covered up with dirt. He asked me how I got down to cover it up. I told him that we took up the brick floor in the dissecting room entry and then cut a hole through the board floor to get down. He asked me if that was all the way to get down under the building. I described to him how the walls ran. He asked me if he could get a light into that vault, and I told him no. He said that he wanted to get some gas to try an experiment. I replied, "It is a good time now. The tide is in, and we'll press the gas up." He said that he had apparatus that he could do it with, that when he wanted the gas he would let me know. On Thursday, before Dr. Parkman disappeared, Dr. Webster said that he wanted me to get some blood for the next day's lecture, as much as a pint. After Dr. Holmes' lecture, I went up to his room and saw the student who attends the apothecary's shop at the hospital. Told him that Dr. Webster wanted to get a pint of blood. He said, "I think we shall bleed someone tomorrow morning, and I will save the blood." Friday morning, the student said that he could not get any, as they had not bled anybody. Went to Dr. Webster's room about 11:30 that forenoon and told him that I could not get any blood at the hospital. He said that he was sorry as he wanted to use it at his lecture. Friday, I made the fire in Dr. Webster's back room. Saw a sledgehammer there, one which had been left there by the masons when they worked there a year before. It was a mason's sledge with a handle 2 feet long and weighing 6 or 7 pounds. Both faces were rounded like an orange cut in halves. Its usual place was the laboratory below, and I had never seen it anywhere else. Took it downstairs into the laboratory and set it up against the box where Dr. Webster makes his gases. I've never seen the sledge since. I've hunted the building but cannot find it. About 1:45, saw Dr. Parkman coming towards the college. Was walking very fast. I went into Dr. Ware's lecture room, lay down on the settee nearest the front door, waiting for Dr. Holmes's lecture to close to attend to clearing his table. Did not hear anyone go in or out of Dr. Webster's room. A few minutes of 2:00, went up to Dr. Holmes's room to lock up the doors and help the doctor clear away his table. After I put away the things in Dr. Holmes's room, I came down and locked the outside front door. May have stayed in Dr. Holmes's room 15 minutes. Dr. Holmes was the last out of the building, and I immediately locked the outside front door. Went downstairs to clean out the furnaces for the fires next morning. Went downstairs to Dr. Webster's laboratory stairs door that leads out into my cellar to clean out his stoves. There are 2 doors there, one in the inner and one in the outer partition wall. Tried both and found them bolted on the inside. Thought that I heard him in there walking. Heard the water running. Went upstairs through the front entry and tried the door that leads into the lecture room. I put my key into the door to unlock it. Found it unlocked but bolted on the inside. About 4 o'clock, Mr. Petit, messenger of the New England Bank, the collector for the college, called. A student named Ridgway was going out of town early the next morning, and Mr. Petit had come there to fill out the tickets for him for the course of lectures. He filled out all except for Dr. Webster's course, and those I had myself, and half a dozen which the professor gave me to sell if anybody wanted to buy them. Mr. Petit gave me the tickets and went away, 6 tickets being all that Mr. Ridgway would need except those for Professor Webster's course, was to take the tickets and get all the money from Mr. Ridgway. I don't recollect that I tried his door again that afternoon until late in the evening. My object in trying his doors was to clear his furnace, to clear up his table, and to wash up his apparatus. About 5:30, heard someone coming down the back stairs that led from the front entry down into my cellar. It was Dr. Webster. He had a candlestick in his hand and a candle burning. He always used candles. Never knew him to use a lamp. He blew the candle out, placing the stick on the settee, and went out of the east passageway to what I call my door. Was so near him that he could not help seeing me. That night I went to a party and got home about 10. Went to my kitchen, took a lamp to go and fasten up the building. The first door was Dr. Webster's laboratory stairs door. I found that fast, then started to go into the dissecting room. Tried the storeroom door leading into the laboratory and found it fastened. Went to put out the lights in the dissecting room as the students dissected sometimes, as late as 10 o'clock. Saw no lights and no one there. Never knew Dr. Webster's rooms locked in this way at night in lecture time before since I had been at the college. Saturday morning went to the dissecting room and found the outer door unbolted. No one had a key to the outside door except Dr. Lee, the librarian. No one except him could gain access to the building after I had locked it up at night. Tried to get into Dr. Webster's back room on Saturday morning. Unlocked his lecture room door by which he had come out the night before, and went down to the door leading to the back room but found it locked. Never had a key to that door. In summertime, when the lectures are not held at the college, the doctor had been accustomed to come out that door and leave all fastened behind him. But this had not been his practice in lecture time. After finding this door locked, I went back to my rooms, and soon after, Dr. Webster came to the college. He had a small bundle under his arm. Followed him up into his room, he unlocking the door. He took his keys and unlocked the door leading from his lecture room to his private room. He said, "Mr. Littlefield, make me up a fire in the stove." Asked him if he wanted anything else done. He said he did not. Then started to go down the stairs that lead into the laboratory. He stopped me and told me to go out the other way. Saw Dr. Webster again before 11 o'clock. Gave him $15 in gold, half eagles for Mr. Ridgway's ticket. The balance of the money which I received from Mr. Ridgway, $85, I paid over to Mr. Petit. Could not get into Dr. Webster's rooms any more the rest of that day than I could Friday afternoon. Saturday was my sweeping day. Tried the doors a number of times. Heard someone in the lower laboratory walking and moving round, but could not get in. Nor could I tell what the person was doing. Heard the water running every time that I passed through the storeroom. Did not see Dr. Webster in the college Sunday, but his doors were fast all the time. About sunset Sunday, was talking with Mr. Calhoun, one of the foundry men, about Dr. Parkman. How suddenly he had disappeared when saw Dr. Webster coming. He said to me, "Mr. Littlefield, did you see Dr. Parkman the latter part of last week?" I told him that I had. He asked at what time I saw him. I said last Friday about 1:30. He asked, "Where did you see him?" I replied, "About this spot." He asked which way he was going. I said he was coming right towards the college. He asked, "Where were you when you saw him?" Told him that I was standing in the front entry looking out of the front door. He had his cane in his hand and he struck it down upon the ground and said, That is the very time that I paid him $483 and some odd cents. Told him that I did not see Dr. Parkman go into the lecture room or out of it. As I went and laid down on the settee in Dr. Ware's room, Dr. Webster said that he counted the money down to Dr. Parkman on his table, that Dr. Parkman grabbed the money out without counting it and ran up fast, 2 steps at a time. The steps in the lecture room saying that he would go to Cambridge and discharge the mortgage. Dr. Webster continued, I suppose he did, but I have not been over to the Registry of Deeds to see. He said further, the first he knew of Dr. Parkman's being missed, he read it in the transcript, that he was the unknown man that was to meet Dr. Parkman, alluded to in the notice in the transcript, that he had been to see the Reverend Francis Parkman. He went away, saying nothing more. Usually, when Dr. Webster talks to me, he holds his head up and looks me in the face. This time he held his head down, appeared to be confused and agitated. Never saw him so before. Saw his face and thought he looked pale. On Monday, could not get into Dr. Webster's rooms to make up his fires. Tried twice. That morning my wife told me that Dr. Samuel Parkman had been there and had gone up to see Dr. Webster. Went through the laboratory into the back room and saw Dr. Samuel Parkman and Dr. Webster talking together. They were talking about Dr. George Parkman. Heard some conversation about money. Heard Dr. Webster say that Dr. George Parkman was very angry. Went to the front door and a gentleman who had specs on asked for Dr. Webster. Have since ascertained that it was Mr. Parkman Blake. Told him that Dr. Webster was in. He said he wanted to see him. Took the key to unlock Dr. Webster's lecture room door. Found it unlocked but bolted on the inside. Told him that I could not get in that way, but that I would go round the other way by the laboratory stairs. Went upstairs and told Dr. Webster that Mr. Blake wanted to see him. He was standing by the table and did not answer at first. He seemed to hesitate, but finally said, You may let him in. Unbolted the door and let Mr. Blake in. About 11:30, I went again to the laboratory stairs door, but found it fastened. About 12 o'clock on that day, Monday, saw Mr. Kingsley and Mr. Starkweather coming up the stairs to the front door. Kingsley says, Mr. Littlefield, we have come to look round the college. We cannot trace Dr. Parkman anywhere but here. Offered to show him any part of the building to which I had access myself. Saw Dr. Holmes and told him of Mr. Kingsley's request. The doctor told Mr. Kingsley that he didn't suppose that he wished to overhaul the anatomical subjects. Mr. Kingsley replied that he did not, that they only wished to look round in the attics to see if Dr. Parkman had not stowed himself away somewhere there. Dr. Holmes then told me to show them all round, went to Dr. Webster's apartments and found his door bolted, and gave 3 or 4 raps. Dr. Webster opened the door, just putting his head out, told him that the officers had come to look for Dr. Parkman. Don't know that he made any answer. We passed into his lecture room and into his lower laboratory. Mrs. Kingsley and Starkweather looked round a little, and then went out by the door leading into my cellar. Did not hear the doctor say anything. Do not know that he followed us downstairs that day. Showed the parties all over the building. Do not recollect whether the officers went into my apartments that day or not. Dr. Webster was there. I think that I heard him in the afternoon. Tuesday morning tried all Dr. Webster's doors in order to make his fires, it being lecture day. Could not get in further than the lecture room. About 9:30 or 10, I unlocked his lecture room door again, and found that he was in, with a kind of smoking cap upon his head, and a pair of overalls on. Was busy preparing for his lecture at 12. Saw that he had a fire in the stove there. Asked him if he wanted a fire in his furnace below. He replied, no, that the things which he was going to lecture upon would not stand much heat. A short time after, saw Mr. Clapp, Mr. Fuller, Mr. Kingsley, and Mr. Rice come in. Mr. Clapp said that they wanted to search the college, that they were going to search over every foot of land in the neighborhood. He said If we search the college first, people around here will not object to our searching their houses. Told him that I would show him any place in the college where I had access. Dr. Bigelow told me to show them all over the building. One of the officers said, "Let us go into Dr. Webster's apartments." Led them to the laboratory stairs door and found it fastened, bolted upon the inside. Told them that we should have to try another way. Went upstairs through the front entry to Dr. Webster's lecture room door. Found it unlocked but bolted on the inside. Rapped loud with my knuckles, then pounded with my hand. In a minute or two, Dr. Webster unbolted the door and told them what the officers were there for. Mr. Clapp went to the door of his little room to which I have no access. Dr. Webster said, "There is where I keep my valuable and dangerous articles." Mr. Clapp did not go in, but acted as if he were afraid to. He barely looked in. Then we all passed down the laboratory stairs. I went forward and they followed. Dr. Webster came with us. Mr. Clapp went to the privy door. It has a large square glass over it, painted and whitewashed about 2/3 over. Mr. Clapp asked, "What place is this?" I said, "That is Dr. Webster's private privy. No one has access there but himself." But Dr. Webster withdrew the attention of the officers from that place. He went and unbolted the door, leading from the laboratory to the front storeroom, and said, "Gentlemen, here is another room." So Mr. Kingsley in the recess of the laboratory where the thorax was found in the tea chest. One of the officers said that they wished to search the vault, or dissecting room receptacle. Told them that there was nothing there but what I had thrown in myself, that I had the sole charge of it and always kept the key. Unlocked the lid, and they lowered a glass lantern into the vault and saw that there was nothing there. The officers went all over the building and into the apartments on the same floor with the laboratory. Someone asked if there was any way to get under the building. I told them that there was and led them to the trapdoor leading under the building. We got some lights and the officers had their lanterns. Mr. Rice, Mr. Clapp, Mr. Fuller, and myself went down under the building. The rest, except Mr. Fuller and myself, did not go very far. We too crawled across from the front to the back side of the building. Nothing was found or seen but the dirt placed there when the building was made. Pointed to the wall under Professor Webster's laboratory and told Mr. Fuller that that was the only place that had not been searched, that the only way to get to it was to take up the floor and dig through the wall. They searched my rooms and left. Did not get into the doctor's rooms again that forenoon. About 4 was in the front cellar, and Dr. Webster came up the front steps, and I heard him unlock his lecture room door and go in. Next heard him go down and unbolt the door leading under the laboratory stairs into my cellar. When his bell rang, I said to my wife, "I guess Dr. Webster has got his door open now and I can get in." When I went up into his back room, he stood at the side of a table and appeared to be reading a newspaper. He asked me if I knew where Mr. Foster kept, near the Howard Athenaeum. I replied that I knew him. He asked me if I had bought my Thanksgiving turkey, told him that I had not and did not know as I should buy one. He then handed me an order saying, "Take that and get a nice turkey, as I am in the habit of giving away 2 or 3, and perhaps I shall want you to do some odd jobs for me." Thanked him and told him that if I could do anything for him, I should be glad. He also gave me another order to Mr. Foster to send him some sweet potatoes. Carried both orders to Mr. Foster and picked out the turkey. It was the first time Dr. Webster ever gave me anything. About 6, fixed myself to go to the Suffolk Lodge of Oddfellows. Heard someone coming down the back stairs. It was Dr. Webster, with the candle burning as before. He blew it out and laid the stick upon the settee. He went out with me and walked along with me through Bridge Street. Asked him if he wanted any more fires that week, as the lectures closed that day for the week. He said, "No, I shall not want any more fires this week." Just before we got to Cambridge Street, says he, "Mr. Littlefield, are you going downtown?" I replied, "Yes, sir. I am going down to the lodge." Says he, You are a Freemason, aren't you? I told him yes. They call me a part of one. We parted. He went towards the bridge and I up Cambridge Street. Found that the door of the laboratory was bolted after I came back from Mr. Foster's. Wednesday morning, Dr. Webster came to the college early. He went up the back stairs into the front entry, heard him move things round in his laboratory, went to his laboratory door leading from the storeroom and tried to hear what was going on and to look through the keyhole. But the catch was over it on the inside, and I could not. Took my knife and undertook to cut a hole in the door, but it made a creaking, and I thought Dr. Webster heard me and stopped. Returned to the storeroom and lay down on the floor with the left side of my face to the floor so that I could look under the door. Heard a coal hod move on the bricks in the direction of the privy. I saw him come along with the coal hod. I could see him as high up as his knees. He went along towards the furnace where the bones were found. They were kept bark, charcoal, cannel, and Sydney coal. In the closet near the privy, and anthracite coal in the bin near the furnace. About 3:00 p.m. was passing through the dissecting room entry, found the walls hot near where Dr. Webster's laboratory is, so hot I could hardly bear my hand on them. Note must proceed from the assay furnace where I never made a fire, and never knew a fire to be. Was afraid that the building would take fire. Went to the storeroom, unlocked the door, and went in out of the dissecting room entry. Found that the door leading into Dr. Webster's laboratory was bolted on the inside but unlocked. Next went to the laboratory stairs door leading from my cellar and found that fast. Then went upstairs, unlocked his lecture room and went in for the purpose of going down that way. I found the door to the back room locked. Went downstairs to look out of my cellar window to see if I could discover fire proceeding from the rear of the building. Not being able to see anything, got out of my back door and climbed on the wall to the double window of the laboratory. Found the window unfastened, raised it and went in. First place I went to was the small furnace in which the bones were found. There was not much fire there. The furnace was covered up with the soapstone cover, and the cover and range all covered with minerals. There was a large iron cylinder lying on the top of the range. Went to the door leading to the place where the large furnace is, and took a broom to try the water in the hogshead. There were 2 hogsheads of water, and one of which was a copper gasometer. Measured one with the broom handle and found that 2/3 of the water was out. Did not measure the other, which had the gasometer in it, but the gasometer showed that the water was out. They were both full Friday. Discovered that about 2/3 of 2 barrels of pitch pine kindlings were gone. Friday one of these was full and the other about 3/4 full. Observed spots which I had never seen before. Put my finger down to them and tasted them, and they tasted like acid. In his back private room found the same kind of spots. Told my wife about these things, noticed that the contiguous water was running all the week. I never knew the water to be kept running before this time, except in order to draw it off. Did not see Dr. Webster again that day, nor on Thursday. The next, which was Thanksgiving. Thursday, tried to get some grapevines and a box which had stood outside of the laboratory door into the laboratory. There was a bunch of grapevines, an empty box, and a bag of tan, which had lain there outside of the doctor's door since Monday. Had tried to get these things into the laboratory a number of times. Thanksgiving Day, I went down to Mr. Hoppin's wharf and got a piece of lime for Mr. Webster, which he asked me for on Tuesday. He wanted a lump as large as my head. Had procured it for him every winter. Thursday afternoon, I dug a hole through the walls under Dr. Webster's privy to see if anything was there, and to satisfy myself and the public, because whenever I went out of the college, someone would say, Dr. Parkman is in the medical college and will be found there, if ever found anywhere. Never could go out of the building without hearing such remarks. All other parts of the building had been searched, and if nothing should be found in the privy, I could convince the public that Dr. Parkman had not met with foul play in the college. Used a hatchet and a mortising chisel. Worked an hour and a half, but found that I could not make much progress with the tools. Got out 2 courses of bricks and then gave up the job for the night. Was out that night until 4 o'clock the next morning at a ball at Cbteddy Hall, given by a division of the Sons of Temperance. There were 20 dances, and I danced 18 out of the 20. Friday, while we were at breakfast, Dr. Webster came into the kitchen, took up a newspaper and asked, "Is there any more news? Do you hear anything further of Dr. Parkman?" He said that he had just come from Dr. Henchman's apothecary shop, that Dr. Henchman had said that a woman had seen a large bundle put into a cab, that she had taken the number of the cab, and that they had found the cab all covered with blood. I said, "There are so many flying reports about Dr. Parkman that we do not know what to believe." Dr. Webster then went upstairs, asked Dr. Henry Bigelow if he knew that there was a suspicion about Dr. Webster. He said that he did, told him that I had commenced digging through the wall and understood him to say, "Go ahead with it." Told him all about Dr. Webster's keeping his doors shut from him. I went into the demonstrator's room and there found Dr. J.B.S. Jackson alone at work. I told him that I was digging through the wall, and he said, "Mr. Littlefield, I feel dreadfully about this. And do you go through that wall before you sleep tonight?" He asked me if I found anything what I intended to do. I told him that I should go to Dr. Holmes. Said he, "You had better not go to him, but go to the elder Dr. Bigelow in Summer Street, and then come and tell me. If I am not at home, leave your name on my slate and I shall understand it." In the afternoon, about 2 o'clock, I asked Mr. Leonard Fuller if he would lend me a crowbar. He got it and asked me what I wanted to do with him. Told him that I wanted to dig a hole in a brick wall to carry a lead pipe in, to let water pass through. He replied, "I guess you do." He said no more, and I took the crowbar and left. I spoke jocosely, supposed that he suspected what I was doing, went to the house and locked every door so that Dr. Webster could not get in, nor anyone else. Dropped the dead latch of the front door and put my wife to watch the doors, telling her to let no one in unless she saw who it was. Told her if Dr. Webster came to the door to give me 4 raps on the floor to warn me. If anybody else came, not to disturb me. Went under the building into work, blistered my hands with the crowbar, and finding that I could not make much progress with a crowbar, went to Mr. Fuller and got a cold chisel and a hammer. Went to work again and got along pretty rapidly. Got out 3.5 courses in length of the bricks. Soon I heard a running and a rap 4 times upon the floor, and I came up as soon as I could from under the building. Met my wife, and she said, "I have made a fool of you this time. 2 gentlemen called here, and I thought that one was Dr. Webster, but they are Mr. Kingsley and Mr. Starkweather. They are at the door now." Mr. Kingsley asked me what private place there was that had not been searched. Told him, and Mr. Kingsley said, "Let us go into his laboratory." Told him that it was locked up, and that we could not get in. They then went away. Saw Mr. Trenholm, the police officer, and told him what I was doing, and that I should get through in 20 minutes or half an hour, and that if he would come back, I would tell him the result. As I was going into my shed, I met my wife, and she said, "You have just saved your bacon, as Dr. Webster has just passed in." Was talking with Mr. Trenholm when Dr. Webster came out a little before 4 o'clock. He spoke to both of us, said that an Irishman had offered to change a $20 bill on the Cambridge side of the bridge to pay his toll of 1 cent. They thought that it was an extraordinary thing for an Irishman to have a $20 bill, and so they kept it. He said that the marshal had been to him to ascertain if he knew to whom he had paid such a bill, and that he could not be positive as to the matter. Went under the building again, requesting my wife to keep a close watch on the door. Took the crowbar and knocked the bigness of the hole right through. Held my light forward and saw first thing, which I saw was the pelvis of a man and 2 parts of a leg. The water was running down on these remains from the sink. Knew that it was no place for these things. Went up and told my wife that I was going down to Dr. Bigelow's, and told her what I had discovered. Locked the cellar door and took the key in my pocket, so that no one could get down until I returned. Went to Dr. Jacob Bigelow's, was not at home. Went to Dr. Henry J. Bigelow's in Chauncey Place and told him what I had discovered. He told me to come along with him to Mr. Robert G. Shaw's Jr.'s in Summer Street. The marshal came in to Mr. Shaw's, and I told him what I had told the others. The marshal told me to go right back to the college, and he would soon be there. Went to Dr. J.B.S. Jackson's, wrote my name on the slate, and then went to the college and got there before any of the other parties. Found Mr. Trenholm, and he told me that he had been down and seen the remains. The marshal and Dr. Bigelow got there in 10 or 15 minutes after I got home. Mr. Clapp came before them, I believe. Before Dr. Webster was brought down to the college that evening, Mr. Tukey, Mr. Trenholm, and myself went into the laboratory and uncovered the furnace. Put my hand inside the furnace and took out a piece of bone. The party with Dr. Webster came about 11 o'clock, supported by 2 persons, one on each side. Dr. Webster spoke to me and said, "They have arrested me and have taken me from my family," and he did not give me a chance to bid them good night. I unlocked the door of the lecture room and let them in. Dr. Webster was very much agitated, sweat very badly, and trembled. Did not have the use of his legs. They asked me for the key of his store, told them I did not have it, that Dr. Webster always had it. Dr. Webster said that they had taken him away in such a hurry that he had no chance to take his keys. We forced the doors. They wanted to go into the other private room where the valuables were kept. Told them that I had never had a key of it, and Dr. Webster made the same answer as to the key that he did in relation to the other door. Was asked where the key of the privy was, and I told them that they must ask Dr. Webster, as I never saw the inside of it in my life. Dr. Webster said, "There the key hangs upon the nail." Mr. Trenholm tried it and said, "This is not the key, it doesn't fit." "Let me see it," said Dr. Webster. I did, and he said, "This is the key to my wardrobe, but the other is up there somewhere." They hunted round for it, but could not find it. I understood Dr. Webster to say he did not know where it was. We went downstairs and broke open the privy. When he got into the laboratory, asked for water, got a tumbler and handed some to him. He trembled and snapped at it as a mad dog would. He did not drink any. He got some into his mouth that appeared to choke him. Someone asked where that furnace was, where the bones were. I went to the furnace and uncovered it, taking off all the minerals which were upon the cover. Put my hand in and took out a piece of bone which appeared to be the socket of some joint. Mr. Pratt was there. Somebody else took out some. Somebody said, "Don't disturb the bones." After this, we went down under the building and brought the remains up. Heard Mr. Samuel D. Parker ask Dr. Gay if those were the remains of a human body. Dr. Gay said he should think that they were. Dr. Webster appeared to be very much agitated, sweat very badly, and the tears and sweat ran down his cheeks as fast as they could drop. Mr. Adams, Mr. Fuller, Mr. Rice, and Mr. Trenholm were left in charge of the college that night. Think that they were 4 officers. Received 6 lecture tickets from Dr. Webster and sold 3 at $15 each. The money for Ridgway's ticket I paid over on Saturday morning. The money for the other 2 I had paid over previously. Recognized the slippers as Dr. Webster's. I have seen these, or appear like them, for a year or 2, about his back room. There was blood on them. Think that I never saw the saw until Saturday after Dr. Webster's address. Mr. Bemis exhibited the saw to the jury and showed them some marks on it. He said that Dr. Wyman had examined it with the microscope and could not satisfy himself that the marks were blood, but he should submit it to them for what it was worth. It had a red thumbprint on the left side of the handle, where the thumb would naturally press in using it. It was about 8 inches long, and is such as is used by joiners for fine work. End of section 15. Section 16 of American State Trials, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. American State Trials, Volume 4 by John D. Lawson. Trial of Professor John W. Webster for the murder of Dr. George Parkman, Boston, Massachusetts, 1850, Part 6. Mr. Littlefield. Have seen the jackknife found in the tea chest, or one exactly like it. Dr. Webster showed it to me the Monday before Dr. Parkman disappeared. He said, "See what a fine knife I have got." He handed it to me and I examined it. He said that he had got it to cut corks with. I said, "I should think that it is just what you want, doctor." I noticed at that time the images of the deer and the dogs on the blade. Never saw it before that Monday. Did not see it afterwards until it was found in the tea chest. The doctor's usual working dress was a pair of cotton overalls and an old coat. The overalls were blue. He had them on the first day the officers came to the college. Never knew the doctor had the keys of any other doors than those of his own rooms and of the dissecting room. Knew that a bunch of skeleton keys were found on Saturday in his little back private room. I knew also that towels were found in the privy vault, a diaper roller and 2 crash towels. There were marks of W on the crash towels. The diaper rollers I had known for 2 or 3 years. It was the only one of that kind that Dr. Webster ever had. Wiped my hands on it that Friday when I went up and told Dr. Webster that I could not get any blood at the hospital. Do not recollect whether the roller was marked or not. He had never had any other there. Was present when the towels were found on Saturday. They were found in privy vault near the remains. Have known no parts of human subjects of any consequence to be used in Dr. Webster's apartments. Have got a small piece of human muscle for him, as large as a finger, for the purpose of experiment. Never knew him to be engaged in anatomical experiments. Have heard noises in his room when firing off pistols by the galvanic battery, or exploding bladders filled with gas. Have been in his room when these experiments were performed, and have always helped him perform them. Cross-examined. On Monday the 19th, when the interview took place between Dr. Parkman and Dr. Webster, it was not dark out of doors. The lights were burning. Dr. Parkman appeared to be a little riled, somewhat excited. On Friday the 23rd, when I took the broom to sweep up the doctor's back room, cannot say whether I took it from behind the door or not. Saw the sludge there at that time. The sludge was left by masons who did some work with Dr. Webster the year before. Never searched for it until after Dr. Webster was arrested. Generally dine at 1 o'clock, at the time when Dr. Holmes' lectures begin. Was detained on the 23rd by examining the tickets at Dr. Holmes' lecture room door. The students held the tickets in their hands, showed them, and passed in. It took 15 minutes to take the tickets, as some of the students usually stopped in Dr. Webster's room some little time after the lecture was over to ask explanations, etc. On Friday afternoon, thought I heard someone walking in the laboratory. The sound might have come from the dissecting room. Was at the ball on Thursday evening, November 22nd, and got home at 1 o'clock. Can't say whether I had been in Dr. Webster's rooms other nights that week, after he had left for the night. Mr. So here. Haven't you been in his room playing cards in the night? I declined answering that question. Haven't you been in the habit of using his rooms for gambling? I decline answering that question, but I can say I have not seen a card in that room this winter. That does not meet my question. Have you not been in the habit of gambling in his room? I decline answering that question, but I will say that I have not played any cards in his room this winter. Did not Dr. Webster discover that you used his rooms for gambling? No, sir. At any rate, he never spoke to me about it. The constituent water was kept running all the week. It had not been so before. The doctor objected to having the water run at other times, as it spattered and made the floor wet. began to think over the facts which I have testified to. Sunday night, 25th, after the conversation with Dr. Webster, told my wife that night that I was going to watch every step he took. Had been hunting round that day for Dr. Parkman, in the empty houses, etc. Never thought of the reward then, or that one was offered. Never told anyone that I meant to get the reward. Never told Dr. Webster so, and I defy anyone to prove it. I suspected that Dr. Webster had had something to do with the disappearance of Dr. Parkman. Did not know that Dr. Parkman had been in the college until Dr. Webster told me so himself. Suspected that Dr. Parkman had been murdered by someone. That is the very time that I paid him $483 and some odd cents. Were the words of Dr. Webster. He said, I counted the money down to him on my lecture room table. He grabbed the money up and ran up 2 steps at a time as fast as he could. Dr. Parkman said that he would go and discharge the mortgage, but I have not been over to Cambridge to see. And I never knew that Dr. Parkman had disappeared until I read it in the transcript, and I am come over to see about it, as I am the unknown gentleman referred to. Did not see Dr. Webster go into his rooms Tuesday morning, unlocked his lecture room door, and found him at work at 9:30 or 10. Passed down to his table, and he went towards his back room. Saw that he had a fire. Asked him if he wanted a fire in his furnace, and he said no, that his lecture for that day had some things about it that would not bear much heat. It was about 11 o'clock when Mr. Kingsley and Officers Clapp, etc. called. Dr. Webster let them into the lecture room himself, went downstairs with them, and the doctor went down also. Don't recollect hearing the doctor say a word in the upper room, except the remark about his little room, about the dangerous chemicals, etc. After we went downstairs, something was said about the whitewashed pane of glass. Thought at the time that Dr. Webster tried to lead them away from the privy. When Mr. Clapp asked, what place was that? Dr. Webster started right off to the door, at the front part of the laboratory into the storeroom, and said, here's another room. Saw Mr. Kingsley in the laboratory, in the recess, where the minerals and tea chest were. Do not recollect seeing anybody examining the minerals. Thought that the doctor tried to hurry us out as soon as he could. Never got into the doctor's laboratory before by the window. It is the outer door, the 2 doors by the laboratory stairs, which has the bolt on. Was mistaken in saying that I did not see the doctor again Tuesday afternoon, after he gave me the order for the turkey. The conversation about my being a Freemason was the same afternoon. Saw him about 6 again that afternoon. May have said that it was as late as 6, before the coroner's inquest, as I got the day wrong about the order. Cannot say now, positively, whether it was before or after 6. It was sometime after I had got home with the turkey. Am positive that the conversation about my being a Freemason was after I received the turkey. Don't recollect saying before the inquest that I heard someone in Dr. Webster's rooms about 1 o'clock Wednesday afternoon. Did say that I returned with my wife about 1. Don't recollect hearing anyone there at that time, and don't think that I swore so. Before I went out with my wife that morning at 9 o'clock, tried to look under the door. Saw Dr. Webster when he came in that morning. He had told me the night before that he shouldn't want any fires that week. Knew that he always wanted a good fire, being a cold-feeling kind of man. And I thought it strange that he should be in there without a fire, especially as I thought that it was a cold morning. When I got into the laboratory, went up to the doctor's back room. Thought the spots upon the floor suspicious. Noticed spatters on the stairs more than anywhere else. They were rather red then. I put my finger down and tasted of them. I thought at that time that the spots were blood and that something had been put on to disguise them. Had never seen them there before. On Thanksgiving, tried the doors but did not try to get in by the window. Did not see Dr. Webster on Thursday. I was about on Thursday. Did not take anyone in to examine the laboratory. Up to Thursday morning had communicated my suspicions to no one except my wife and Dr. Hannaford and a man named Thompson who worked for me. On Thursday afternoon communicated them to Mrs. Harlow, who lives near the college and who lent me some tools to break through the wall with. On Friday told them to Mr. Trenholm and to Doctors Bigelow and Jackson. Had no particular signal with the doctor to get into his room. If anybody called, I used to knock on the door. I sometimes found the lecture room door bolted, but seldom. Did not knock on Friday. Tried the doors and did not think it proper to knock simply for myself. When he was at work, never attempted to force my way in. Saw the advertisement by Mr. Shaw, offering $3,000 reward on Monday. Took one and carried it down to the college and showed it to Dr. Ainsworth. Also saw the $1,000 handbill. Met Trenholm distributing them. Saw these handbills stuck up in great numbers about all the college and the sheds in its vicinity. Andrix A. Foster. I am a provision dealer in Court Street in this city. Supplied a turkey to Mr. Littlefield on Dr. Webster's order on Tuesday, November 27th, between 3:30 and 4 o'clock. Carolyn M. Littlefield. Am wife of Mr. Littlefield, janitor of the medical college. We occupy part of the cellar story. I heard of the disappearance on Sunday, as my husband spoke of it that day. Think I heard of it the day before. Mr. Bemis. Did you caution your husband on Sunday to conceal his suspicions from all persons? Mr. Sohier objected to this question, as the introduction of testimony depended upon conversation. The court decided that the fact of the communication of the caution was proper, though accompanying conversation would not be. Mrs. Littlefield. On Sunday afternoon after tea, Mr. Littlefield went out and after a while came in again and beckoned me to come into the bedroom. He said that he thought, just as much as he was standing there, that Dr. Webster had murdered Dr. Parkman. I told him never to mention it again, or even think of such a thing, for if the professor should get hold of it, it would make trouble for him. Noticed nothing particular about Dr. Webster's apartments until after my husband told me his suspicions. I recollected that the laboratory stairs door had been fastened during Friday or Saturday, the first time I ever knew it to be fastened. Monday forenoon, the expressman brought a bundle of grapevines, a box, and a bag, and placed them on our cellar floor. He had never left things in our apartment so before, but had always carried them to Dr. Webster's apartments himself. Asked Mr. Littlefield to put the grapevines into the laboratory. He said he could not, as the doors were all locked up, and he went to the door and shook it, and said, "You see, I cannot get in." On Wednesday saw Mr. Littlefield listening and trying to look through the keyhole. I saw Dr. Webster pass through our entry Monday, Wednesday, and Friday mornings. Wednesday morning, saw him turn to go up the stairs, not through the laboratory door as usual. Friday morning, Dr. Webster came into our kitchen, took up a paper, and said, "Mr. Littlefield, have you heard anything of Dr. Parkman?" My husband replied, "No, I have not, as near as I can recollect." The doctor then went on to say that a woman had seen a large bundle put into a cab, that the number of the cab had been taken, that they had been to see the cab, and that it was all covered with blood. Mr. Littlefield replied, "There are a great many stories flying about. One does not know what to believe." And he then said to me that Dr. Webster knew a great deal more about it than he pretended. This was after the doctor had gone out. Knew of Mr. Littlefield's beginning to dig through the wall Thursday and Friday. Had to watch the doors both days to see if Dr. Webster should come along. Friday afternoon thought I saw Dr. Webster through the window coming. If Dr. Webster came, I was not to let him in until I had struck 4 times with a hammer, which I had. When Mr. Kingsley and Mr. Starkweather went by, I thought that it was Dr. Webster and struck 4 times, and Mr. Littlefield came up. While Mr. Littlefield was out talking with them in the shed, Dr. Webster came to the college, went to the door of the laboratory, and unbolted it. Heard him unbolt it and take in the grapevines, and then he went away, leaving the door unlocked, as he had usually done before the disappearance of Dr. Parkman. Mr. Littlefield continued talking with the police officers. He then came in and went to digging again, and had not been more than 10 minutes under the building before he came up. He seemed to be very much affected, more than I ever saw before in my life. I said, "Mr. Merrick, we object." The Attorney General: "I think, may it please your honors, that it may be a matter of some consequence in the course of our examination to show certain facts, which consist partly in appearances and partly in conversations, but which are yet facts having a material bearing on this issue, and which, as facts, are admissible testimony. If it is intended to be intimated here, under any pretense, that Mr. Littlefield assumed to have found those remains or anything which implicates him in the crime, it is most immaterial to show what his appearance was when the discovery was first made, what he did when he came out of that cellar in reference to this subject matter, and when he found Dr. Bigelow. These are matters of fact and not of relation. They are a part of the res geste, substantially so at least. Suppose the jury to be satisfied that these remains were those of Dr. Parkman. It appears from this evidence that they must have been there, either with the knowledge of Littlefield or Webster. Now, the conduct of Littlefield at first is important, and it is proper to be testified to, as much as the language of a person when he comes away from a place in which it is charged that he committed a homicide. Would it not be admissible for him in such a case, if he is to be tried for the offense, to produce testimony as to what he said at first? I see no difference between such a case and the present, where the party is the witness and not the defendant. Mr. Merrick: We had supposed that precisely this question had arisen and been determined by the court. Mr. Littlefield was called upon to testify as to what he said, and we have not objected to that, but we object to other conversations designed to corroborate him. The court sustained us on the last occasion as to excluding conversations between the two, and we can see no difference between the ruling then and that asked for now. The Chief Justice, after conference with the court: It appears to us that it is competent to show Mr. Littlefield's manner and conduct and appearance, but not to give his conversation. Mr. Bemis: State, then, what were his manner and appearance when he came up, after discovering the remains. Mrs. Littlefield: When he came up, he appeared very much affected, more than I ever saw him before in my life. He bursted out a-crying and said, the witness was checked and told that she must not repeat what he said. I can't say anything else then, she ejaculated. Mr. Littlefield shortly after locked up the doors and went away. Mr. Trenholm, the police officer, came in after Mr. Littlefield went. He asked for Mr. Littlefield, and I told him that he was gone to Dr. Bigelow, unlocked the cellar door with the key of another door, and Mr. Trenholm went down. He came up and said there was no mistake. Witness checked. Mr. Trenholm remained at the college until Mr. Littlefield and Mr. Clapp returned. No one else went down while Mr. Littlefield was gone. John Maxwell: Live in Fruit Street Place. Know Mr. Littlefield. Knew Dr. George Parkman. Recollect Mr. Littlefield's getting me to take a note to Dr. Parkman the same week that he disappeared. The forepart of the week, and about 12 o'clock in the day. Carried the note to Dr. Parkman's house and delivered it into his own hands. John Hathaway: I am the apothecary and have charge of the medicines at the Massachusetts General Hospital. Mr. Littlefield made application to me for some blood the week before Thanksgiving. Was not able to furnish it. The Chief Justice directed the sheriff to swear a sufficient number of officers to take charge of the jury during the adjournment, and 3 were sworn accordingly. His Honor then addressed the jury, alluding to the necessity of adjourning over for the Sabbath, and for the remainder of the day, a necessary relaxation, and cautioned them against discussion or conversing about the case, as only one part of one side had yet been presented. He then directed the sheriff to provide as well for the wants and comforts of the jury during the interval as the nature of the situation would admit of. The jury, at their request, and by permission of the court, were allowed to attend public worship on Sunday in custody of the officers, precaution being taken by the sheriff to assure himself, through inquiry of the officiating clergyman where the jury wished to attend, of the absence of all allusion to matters connected with the trial in the religious exercises. Sarah Brazell, am a niece of Mrs. Littlefield, recollect making a visit to them last fall. Came on 19th November, went home the 27th. Recollect hearing of Dr. Parkman's disappearance Friday. Heard them talking about it also on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday. Joseph W. Preston, I am a student of medicine, have attended the last course of medical lectures. Dr. Webster's among them. Recollect seeing Dr. Webster Friday, 23rd, after the lectures were over about 6 o'clock. Saw him about 10 or 12 feet from the carriage shed on the east side of the building and entering the shed. Am not able to state whether he entered the college or not. Cross-examined. It was a circumstance to meet Dr. Webster there that night, so remarkable that I laid it up in my recollection. First mentioned this to Mr. Richardson, a member of the bar. Had never seen the doctor there at so late an hour before, after he had lectured. His usual habit was to go away, lecture days, immediately after he had lectured. William Calhoun, I drive a team for Mr. Fuller, the iron founder. Recollect seeing Dr. Webster the Sunday after the disappearance, in front of the college. Was with Mr. Littlefield, talking with him. Dr. Webster said to Mr. Littlefield, Did you see anything of Dr. Parkman the latter part of last week? Yes, says Mr. Littlefield, I did. Whereabouts did you see him? About the ground where we now stand, he replied. Which way was the doctor coming? Littlefield answered, He was coming towards the college. Where was you when you saw him? Mr. Littlefield said, Somewhere about the front entry or front door of the college. He also asked, Did you see him enter the college? Mr. Littlefield said no, as I went and sat down in one of the rooms. He asked what time it was when he saw Dr. Parkman. Mr. Littlefield answered it was about 1:30 o'clock. The doctor said that he paid him $483 on his lecture room table. That Dr. Parkman never stopped to count the money, but grabbed it up or wrapped it up and ran away, or went off as fast as he could, and that he told Dr. Parkman that he must go to Cambridge and see if the mortgage was discharged and everything done up in good shape, and that was the last he saw of him. Dr. John B.S. Jackson, I am one of the professors at the medical college, am professor of pathological anatomy. Have known Mr. Littlefield 7 years. About 1 o'clock of the day of Dr. Webster's arrest, Mr. Littlefield came to my room, informed me that he had already commenced and partially dug through the wall, advised him to go on and finish the opening through the wall, told him that if he made any discovery to go at once and inform Dr. Bigelow, Sr., and call at my rooms in the neighborhood and to leave his name upon my slate if I was not in, and joined strict secrecy on him. When I came home, found his name upon my slate. George W. Trenholm, am a police officer. Last November my beat was in the district near the medical college. Knew Mr. Littlefield and Professor Webster. Saw Professor Webster on Sunday afternoon, 25th. Was standing in front of the medical college in North Grove Street, talking with Mr. James H. Blake. Dr. Webster came from towards the front steps toward us. His first remark was that he had read of Dr. Parkman's disappearance in the newspaper the evening before. He said that he thought he would come in and let his friends know that about that time he paid him $483 and some odd cents. That Dr. Parkman took the money up and started out of the room without counting it, and told him that he would go to Cambridge and discharge the mortgage. left Dr. Webster and Mr. Blake there together. On Friday, I was passing by the college about 4 o'clock and met Mr. Littlefield. He told me that he had commenced digging through the wall and of his suspicions of Dr. Webster. Said that he had told the officers that every place in the college had been searched except the doctor's private privy, and that he was now going to dig through the wall to satisfy himself and the public. He took me into the dissecting room entry, told me that the wall had been very hot the day before, so hot that he could not bear his hand on it, put my hand by his direction upon the wall, but could not then feel any heat. We went round to the front of the building, and while we stood talking, Dr. Webster came up and said to me, "What about that $20 bill?" Told him that I had not heard anything about it. He said that an Irishman came to the Cambridge Bridge and offered a $20 bill to pay 1 cent toll. The toll man thought that it was strange that an Irishman should have a $20 bill, and he asked him where he got it, and he said, "From Dr. Webster." Dr. Webster said that the marshal had the bill and had sent for him to identify it. But, said he, I told him that I could not swear to it. The doctor then went off, bidding me good night. Assisted in taking out the remains. We all went down to get them. Mr. Littlefield and I crawled through the hole. I held the lamp and Mr. Littlefield passed the remains out. About 11 o'clock, Professor Webster said his party arrived. Someone asked for the key of the privy door, and Mr. Littlefield made answer that the doctor had the key, as he always kept it himself. The doctor pointed to a hook or a nail and said that it was up there. I think Mr. Starkweather took the key down and handed it to Mr. Littlefield. He and I went down to the laboratory, and the key would not unlock the privy door. I tried the key and told Mr. Littlefield that it was not the key. We went upstairs again, and Mr. Littlefield told Professor Webster that that was not the key. Don't recollect what Dr. Webster replied. The door was then broken open. Dr. Webster appeared differently in the 2 rooms, more agitated in the laboratory. He snapped at the water given to him. Cross-examined. Had not heard anything about the $20 bill till Dr. Webster spoke of it. Was slightly acquainted with Dr. Webster, he having employed me on some police errands. Mr. Littlefield told me of his suspicions of Dr. Webster on Friday. Told me that he wished me not to say anything about his digging through the wall. Nathaniel D. Swain. Run the Cambridge and Boston Express. No, Professor Webster. Had been in the habit of bringing in and carrying out articles for him. Was there Monday, November 26th, and brought in 2 bundles of faggots or cuttings of grapevines. Took them to Professor Webster's house. Brought in also an empty box and a bag of tan. The box was about 1.5 feet square, like a soap box. Took the bag and box from Dr. Webster's house in Cambridge and left them in Mr. Littlefield's cellar. I received directions from Dr. Webster to leave them there, and he said, I will take them into my laboratory myself. Had never received any similar instructions before. Had been in the business 3 years next August, and supposed that I had been to the college for him during that time, 200 times at least. Had always been accustomed to leave articles in the lower laboratory, or else in the upper. If I found the doors locked, would take the keys in Mr. Littlefield's kitchen and open them myself. Monday, when I left the articles, looked for the keys and tried to open the door. Took hold of the laboratory stairs door to set the articles in, but found it fast. I then sat them down by that door, and Mr. Littlefield's cellar, and went through the entry to the storeroom door, and found that fast, like the other one. Then looked for the keys and could not find them. Went again to the medical college for Dr. Webster on 28th November, Wednesday, and carried 2 boxes. The largest was about 2.5 feet long, 1 foot deep and 10 inches wide. The other was about 1.5 feet square. The small box was full and the other empty. Left them in Littlefield's cellar, where I left those on Monday. A piece of the cover of the small box was broken off one end, and I observed a piece of a small check handkerchief. Did not try the door. I saw The other things there, the grapevines in the box, though not the bag of tan. Went to the college after the arrest of Professor Webster. I could not find but one box which I could identify, and that was the small one which I took in on Wednesday, the box which had the check handkerchief. It was marked with red chalk. J.W. Webster, Cambridge. I saw the grapevines, but not the other things. The other boxes were made of pine. Cross-examined. Have seen this clasp knife or jackknife before, that found in the tea chest. Saw it on 17th November last in Dr. Webster's hands, in his garden at Cambridge. He was trimming his grapevines and was standing on some steps. End of section 16.